Yeah, sure, no problem. Test. We've got morning warm-up underway at the moment. So we've got all the junior Rotax drivers, 19 of them. So quite a busy grid. There has been a bit of an incident in the warm-up earlier. So Got the mechanics with the trolley jacks waiting. Seeing carts being lifted onto the weighbridge just to make sure that they are either on weight or overweight. Sometimes it can be the case that even if you're like 0.2, 0.3 of a kilo underneath the minimum weight requirement, you will be excluded from that session and put straight to the back of the field for the next race. I haven't caught up with this young man since, what was it, Portimao at the Grand Finals last year, Gustavs?
I think so, yeah.
So it's been a while, but first appearance at Nordic. How's the speed been this weekend so far? I mean, even with the deluge of rainfall and the thunder and lightning we had yesterday.
I think good. We were up at the top all sessions, so no worries.
Now, for those wondering why he's got more of a northern accent, because you and your dad live in Larkfield in the Republic of Tyne and Wear, obviously having been associated with Rhys Hunter and his team for quite a few times. What's it like coming back to your actual home country and racing against quite a few people that you know?
It's nice. It's with a change of pace. Like in England, you've got a lot more drivers, more stressed out here. It's more chill, but still the racing's quite difficult. So.
And also the fact that you've decided to join the crew at Strawberry Racing as well. We have to give Paul and the team out there and Warwick all a bit of a shout out. You know, and you've got quite a few people coming over from Europe, like say Austin Lee. What's it like in the awning whenever you guys are at the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships?
It's a good feeling. It's a lot of strong drivers there, so it's quite nice. So yeah.
And what's the hope for this weekend here at round 2 of the Nordic season?
To win it, to win the whole thing.
I know you're just about to jump out there, but firstly, clean sweep at Serler. Must be feeling pretty good coming here to Robaci.
Yeah, it's feeling really great.
And having another member of the family as well. You know, it's quite because they're trying to sort of photobomb us whilst we're recording at the moment. But how's the pace been? I mean, the weather yesterday, it was treacherous for everybody, yourself included. How's the car feeling under you at the moment?
Yeah, it's feeling pretty good, and I think I can take the win home.
Brilliant. Well, good luck this weekend. You know, the thing is with the Finns, it's always good because they let they don't let their talking do the talking. They let their racing do the talking. Right, so I've commentated on this young man, Mr. Tom Serler, who normally runs with Dan Holland Racing, but you're with the guys at SM. It's always nice to race here in the Nordic Championship, isn't it, Toms?
Yeah, it's pretty fun, but it was a bit sad last time in Serler, the tire problem. But it's pretty fun that there are good drivers here.
I mean, we've got nearly 20 drivers, you know, some of which race alongside you in Europe. I mean, for people that don't know this man, you were 1 point away last season from beating Boris Maximov for the Minimax crown of the Euro Trophy. But how's the transition been going from minis to juniors this season?
At start it was very hard just physically because it was hard to turn the steering wheel. Then I went to the gym, so now it's much easier and I'm getting better every time. So it's going good. But
and your dad Armand is a great character as always. He's always got a smile on his face, and how helpful is he? He's always by your side. He's always with you. I've also had a wonderful chat with your mum as well this morning when you nearly fell over a road sign, being the SM Racing court jester. But having the family support, especially in these formative years in karting, are quite crucial. What advice does your dad normally give you? Just go out there, have fun, but you know, push hard as you know that you can do.
well, he usually just says that no matter what you do, I'll be happy. But he always wants to see a good fight. He doesn't care if I'm at the front or at the back. All he wants to see is that I'm trying and I'm pushing and fighting.
Now, the weather has caught everybody out this weekend. Yesterday we had several torrential downpours. Everyone got excited during the driver's briefing because of the thunderstorm and then a couple of flashes of lightning. How's it been for you, sort of having to really adjust on the fly? You know, when one session it can be completely bone dry, another one you've got standing water puddles to contend with. What are the biggest challenges for drivers in general, not just yourself, when it comes to differing weather conditions?
I think it's pretty hard when it's wet but it's getting dry. It's really hard to like see where it's dry and to go faster. Or when it starts raining, it's really hard also to know where it slides and where it doesn't.
And what's your hope for this weekend? Is it going to be top 3, or are you gunning for that overall victory this weekend?
Definitely for the overall victory.
Brilliant, Toms. All the very best of luck this weekend. So Toms currently is on 17 points and he's equal 9th at the moment. I want to try and have a chat with the championship leader. Okay, so after round 1 at Charolais back in mid-May this year, Kalis Kidikov's our points leader, 2 wins and a second. Pretty good way to start the season.
Yeah.
How's it been this weekend so far? I've already spoken with Tom Serler that the weather has been tricky to navigate, hasn't it?
It has been tricky, but I like it because it makes more interesting of the drive. Because if you know what weather is gonna be, it's easier to drive. I like that it's random, and there you can train a lot of driving styles in this race.
I mean, you got quite a lot of stern competition. You got like the likes of Oliver Kirk, Alisa Stolchamane, Timothy Vladimirov, who's actually not here this weekend. Vilho Atala, the flying Finn, has been quite rapid at times at the opening round at Charolais. It's never easy when you're battling for a championship, and even though Nordic is only spread over 3 rounds, it's still good to have drivers from other countries to join the party and give it their best as well. How do you find it with talking to other people from different nationalities? And you and I we've had plenty of conversations, not just here but at Charolais as well. What's it like from seeing drivers from, like, say, Finland, Poland, Estonia come over to Latvia to race with you guys at this particular track here at Ropaci?
It's the same as the driver was from Latvia. He's just a driver like everybody else. There's really no difference except the language they speak.
And I take it you're going to be going for the win this weekend, are you? Like last time?
Yeah.
Carlos, all of the very, very best of luck, and give him hell out there.
Thank you.
So Ragnar Verus, a very, very familiar face to me and to many people. 4th in the Nordic standings after Charolais back in mid-May of this year. But not only that, you set a particular lap record around here. What was it, 52.6 I think we were talking about the other day?
Actually 52.5. But yeah, close enough.
Weather has been the talking point of this week. Yesterday it's been tricky. I think we were talking about it because we looked at the chronometer on your steering wheel, that it's about 14 seconds off the pace when you set that lap record when everyone sort of visited here a little bit earlier on in the season. In terms of from direct drive to DD2, because you've got a 2-speed gearbox with the Rotax Max Evo engine, what are the biggest challenges that the drivers are having to contend with, especially with upshifting and downshifting around this circuit? Because you've got that long start-finish straight coming out of that final left-hander, and then everything gets technical all of a sudden.
Yeah, I mean, in drawing it's not actually that bad. It's some places, especially the chicanes in the middle of the track, there it's a bit harder because sometimes you don't have the particular gear for the chicane. But the gearing is more harder in wet conditions.
Yep.
Because especially in the back of the track, there's a long left-hander. You really want to be on the second gear, but you can't shift down while you're steering because then you lose the back end. So, you need to find the balance between what you can do.
Now, of course, there's another thing we need to talk about, which is Athletics, which is a karting program that you started up. I think towards the end of it was last year, wasn't it?
Towards the end of last year.
Towards the end of last year, and that seems to be doing really, really well. Not just on social media, but in terms of the approach that you provide assistance, training, coaching to other drivers that are not just necessarily doing karting, but also other competitive forms of motorsport. How has it been? Because you're a very, very busy man whenever I WhatsApp you.
Well, yeah, it's been a lot of stuff going on around, especially trying to advance my own driving and also Kartletics. But otherwise, I mean, Kartletics grew out of the necessity of not having enough information around, and everyone's like talking something but not really what they're meaning always. So yeah, that's just why I created it, to give a platform for everyone to like use during the races.
And I would take it that's more on a global aspect, so you're talking to everybody from across the globe in that kind of aspect. I mean, how much has that helped in terms of you advancing your driving by coaching these either younger drivers or drivers within the same age range as yourself, because you're in your early 20s? How much has that benefited you from your approach to racing? Has that sort of evolved your style in terms of approach, strategy, and other particular facets like setting up the karts and whatnot?
I think it has actually, especially when creating like track guides for other drivers. You look at the track like from a different perspective, because when I go on the track, and I've been there, I don't know, 10 years, I knew it. I know exactly what I need to do, but when I start like taking it apart and how to explain it to others, then I see that yes, I'm doing that, okay, that makes sense. And also like when teaching younger drivers, then I started going through regulations more, and now it's all invested in my head.
Let's rewind for a second. Now, Serler, the super final, was an absolute corker. I mean, first of all, the getaway from Thomas Birstens, who is leading the points at the moment, round the outside of, I think it was Lochmelis. And then towards the latter part of the race, Vilkans and Lochmelis got a bit interlocked into battle. Vilkans' bumper was flailing on the right rear. And then all of a sudden, you come storming through. You've got Maxim Shurko, Martin Janowskis battling away. That was a really, really good, clean battle between the three of you. And it always goes to show that from a commentator's perspective, that puts a smile on my face, but I'm sure that you were grinning like the proverbial Cheshire cat from Alice in Wonderland when you thought, oh, right, I've got an opportunity here. I'm going to take it and grab it by both hands.
Yeah, I did. Most of the race I was behind the pack, and I was really hoping for something to happen because it was very tight and very close, and everyone was like slightly defending all the time, so there wasn't much chance. But when the action started happening, I knew it would.
Yeah.
Then they just got like all over the track, and I used my moment, and I knew I had to because Shurko was behind me, and otherwise he would have done so.
I mean, because that then put you second position in the super final, obviously, but fourth in the standings. You're actually only 4 points behind Vilkans and Lochmelis coming into this round. And for those people that don't know, this man is a multi-time RMC Nordic champion as well. I mean, how many times have you won it so far?
3 times.
So you're hoping that you can, in a way, get your fourth one this season. But with the fact that Tomasz has already got a lead over yourself of 22 points, we know that things can be very, very tight. I mean, especially with the fact that the final round goes to Aravete on the 18th and the 19th of August, which will be your backyard. What's it like when, we have 3 different races at 3 different circuits in 3 different nations? It's unheard of from my perspective. I mean, when I first knew about RMC Nordic was when we talked about it, I think, a couple of years ago, because you finished third twice in DD2 in the BNL karting series. How is it from a driver's perspective to go to these different tracks, and some that you know, some that you don't know, or some that you get better at over time? It really does sort of give that real sort of depth and breadth of different opportunities for different drivers to compete in their home nations but go to other countries as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's always interesting to go on to new tracks, also like this one. But at the same time, in the Baltics we all race together all the time in every different series, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia. So at one point I've been to those circuits, whether they were different before renovating or something. But yeah, I mean, it's always great. And I really like to go to the older circuits because I know them, and also the newer ones because I don't know them. So.
Here at the 333 Baltic Circuit, 1,340 metres in length, anti-clockwise. And there's a very, very long start-finish straight, but the circuit itself is very, very technical. You've got to be on pinpoint precision all the way through around this circuit. There's going to be minimal points for overtaking, but if you want to be a bit gung-ho and have the opportunity to do so, then if you know that you can do that move and it's 110% committed, then fine. Otherwise, it could cause a little bit of calamity around this circuit. Now, over the course of the past few days here in Latvia, just half an hour from the capital city of Riga, we have had a deluge of rainfall. The weather has been very undecided on what it's been doing. So we've had sunshine, We've had significant downpours, and it's really put all the drivers here this weekend. And as you can see behind me, there are some of the teams getting the karts cleaned. Some drivers have been off track. They've been doing the proverbial Ken Block Joker lap if it was rallycross, and the karts have ended up a bit muddy in every nook and crevice, you know, underneath the seats, by the engine mounts, drivetrain and everything else. But we've got 105 drivers from 11 different nationalities here this weekend, so including the usual suspects when it comes to the Nordic region. So Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia. We also have Georgia represented, Poland, Kyrgyzstan as well, and some bloke who just so happens to be part, mainly English, a little bit of German thrown in for the mix. But we've got 105 drivers from 11 different nations. All 6 of the Rotax racing family classes are represented, from micro all the way up to DD2. So for those wondering about the format, it's a 5-minute qualifying session in the morning, followed by 2 finals and then a super final. Now the titles aren't really being decided at this moment, but we'll see at the end of today's racing who will be those that are going to be on that road to Bahrain, because the grand finals this year will once again, for the second time in 3 years, head back to the Persian Gulf and the Bahrain International Karting Circuit between the 2nd and the 9th of December. So, it's enough talking from me here in front of the camera. I'm going to get onto the headset for the commentator's position, and join me as we go full throttle, kicking and screaming with the Rotax roar behind us here in Rotax Nordic. Good morning, welcome to Rotax here in Latvia. It is the second round of the Rotax Nordic Challenge, and also coinciding with the 4th round of the Rotax Max Challenge Latvia. Hello, it's Alex Goldschmidt here in the commentary position just opposite the start-finish straight of this 1,340 metre anti-clockwise 16-turn circuit. Minimum width 4 metres, maximum width, especially down the main start-finish straight, is 7 metres. Now, this circuit has recently celebrated a 20th anniversary. It has gone under a new change in terms of new tarmac, resurfacing last year, and a lot of technicality when it comes to the Rotax circuit. It's my first visit to it, and I have to say I'm very, very impressed with the layout. This weekend, all the way through, we have had more than just a deluge of rain. It has been biblical, especially yesterday. We are underway with time qualifying. 5 minutes per of each of the 6 Rotax racing classes. Micromax currently out at the moment, and at the minute it is Patrikas Jokius that is leading the way on a 1 minute 1.945. Then we've then got Theo Steindal, Joris Zigimantas Stankiewicz, Jokubas Vaskelis, who leads the point standings on 56 coming into this part of the season, as the checkered flag is out for the session. Drivers putting in their final qualifying efforts, and you can see now how lengthy this start-finish straight is as the goes into a very, very quick left-hander that tightens in on itself. And as I say that, Jokubas Vaskelis has just gone top of the timesheets, 1 minute 1.716. We've got 22 Micromax drivers here this weekend in Rotax. So Vaskelis on provisional pole. Every single result that I'll be calling here on commentary are provisional, pending any technical and sporting checks post-session. Patrikas Jokius, who took the win in the super final back in back on the 13th of May at Šiauliai in Lithuania at the Drift and Go facility. Theo Steindal from Norway, who currently sits down in 7th position in the standings at P3. Remigius Kriausiunas 4th, Joris Zigimantas Stankiewicz, Ilari Harmonen, Salivakute, Jonas Pundis, Oskaras Pikovas, and Taras Zimnikas round out the top 10, covered by just under 9/10 of a second. Oskar Ojala in 11th, Emilis Juozaitis, Dominik Bertans, Carlos Bernardsons, Oliver Kankeri round out the top 15, covered by a second and a half. At the moment, we have we do have a bit of prominent sunshine, as Janis Karjuks, the organiser for the RMC Latvia and also for this round of the RMC Nordic, is now talking to the junior Rotax drivers. And I have to say a big thank you to the drivers that were willing to talk to me this morning. Gustav Zusakovs, Miska Kaskinen, then we also had Tom Strehler, Kalis Kirikovs, and also Ragnar Verus, who is a 3-time RMC Nordic champion. So instructions being given ahead of qualification. We did have thunder and lightning during the drivers' briefing, which made people go, ooh, ah, like literally it was like a big old event. It was like someone had decided to put an impromptu rock concert on there. But another new circuit for me. This is my second trip to Latvia this season, and it has been an experience. I got blamed, thank you to Janis Karjuks, by saying, you brought the weather with you, didn't you, Alex? And I went, well, hang on, when I landed in Riga on Thursday morning, it was sunny. And it was on the way here that the rain fell. So the engines are starting up ahead of the 5-minute qualifying session for junior Rotax. Kalis Kirikovs leads the way on 70 points ahead of Oliver Kirk from Estonia. Franciszek Sulima and Alisa Stolchamane round out the top 4. Timothy Vladimirov from the Ukraine was registered for this event, but not here this weekend, so keep your eyes on the likes of Vilho Attola from Finland, Bruno Pelle, Roland Sprude, Tom Strehler, who had a right rear tyre issue in the super final back at Charolais. Green flag waves, and our junior Rotax competitors now head out onto this 1,340 metre circuit. Again, a big thank you to Edgars and the team at No Limits. We have got a lot of new things to show you all this weekend here in Ropaci, a lovely part of Latvia. So the drivers will now be at full pace in terms of qualification. And already the jockeying for position has started. And we're 40 seconds into the session. So the technicality is really on the twists and turns. You've really got to nail the apexes and carry the momentum through the corners. Now they're coming through into the far part of the circuit. On the what is turn 14, there is the exit road for the mechanic zone. So Ralf Stammers first to set a lap time, 58.412, but Kirikovs goes top of the timesheets, 58.039. Then it's Ralf Stammers, Mate Kubahidze from Georgia, Carl Kriston Turku, and then Alisa Stolchamane round out the top 5. Alisa is the younger sister of Tomas Stolchamanes, who won the Junior Rotax Grand Finals title back at the Bahrain International Karting Circuit in December of 2021. The Grand Finals will return to the Persian Gulf this year between the 2nd and the 9th of December this year. Top 10 rounded out by Stolchamane, covered by just over 1.8 seconds. And then we have the 272. That is Rikard Skekulis. The 257, which is Aloysius Sekavicius, was the driver that did have to be attended to by medical staff. But Vilho Attola now goes top of the timesheets. Times are coming down now, folks. 56.588. Alisa Stolchamane, less than a tenth and a half behind. Stammer is 3rd. Kirikov's 4th. Upkalp from Estonia. Then it's Tom Strehler. Strehler's just gone top. And then it's Hans Markus Narusk that goes to the top of the timesheets. And it's 1/1000th between the Estonian and the Latvian. Spruder is a further 2 1,000ths behind. Now this is going to be a very, very closely fought battle for pole position for the first of 2 heats before we head into the super final. Jörg Kaspar Joipera rounds out the top 11.7 off of the pace at the moment. Ilya Sharameta. And then Kobahidze round out the top 13. And Kobahidze goes top. 55 55.904 from the Georgian in the 2:31 with 1:50 on the timer remaining. So, Kobahidze, Stolchamane, Attola, that is your top three covered by just over 2.2 tenths of a second. Top five, make that the top six now. Stolchamane is second, Strelis dropped down to fourth. Kirikov's now is in fifth. Hans Markus Narusk now sixth. Exactly half a second separates the top six positions. Then we've got the 222 of Rikards Rikstens from RM Latvia in 20th position at the moment. So 20 drivers. And the slipstream's going to be very, very crucial here. Going through into turns 1 and 2. I think that's Vilho Attola I've just spotted at the front of this train. That is. And then Elisa Stolchamane. Oh, that's a bit close with the 262. That's Ralf Stammers. They are under the same awning. But we're coming down into the final 40 seconds. Kirikov's now back up into second position, dropping Stolchamane, Attola and Serler, who now round out the top five. Sheremetyev goes up into 10th position. And we also have the 285. Well, yeah, we do have Timothy Vladimirov from the Ukraine, currently running 5th in the Nordic standings at the moment. As we're coming down to the final 20 seconds of this qualifying session, Mate Kobahidze from Georgia leads the way, 55.904. Kirikov second, Stolchamane third, Attola, Serler, Narusk. Then Oliver Kerg rounds out the top 7. Ronan Spruder in 8th position. Now that changes. Zulima from Poland goes up into 6th position. Czechia is out this time, and now things are really heating up. You can see that Elisa Stolchamane is just trying to get on with it and just push like crazy. Attola is in the middle of this quintet right here. And one of the interesting things about this circuit is the sort of like the triangle hairpin at the top part of the circuit really has a little bit of elevation. It's quite hidden, which they've just gone through. Now into turn number 14. I think at the front of that train is the 231. So Stolchamane, Attola will get, as will Stammers. They'll get the checkered flag this time. Is there going to be any improvement? Kobahidze remains in, and that was Kobahidze up front in the 231. The driver from Georgia running with AGS Racing takes provisional pole position. The current Nordic standings leader, Karlis Kirikovs, in second. Elisa Stolchamane, she currently runs 4th in the standings. So Kobahidze takes provisional pole in junior Rotax. Vilho Attola, Tom Serler round out the top 5. Franciszek Zulima, Oliver Kerg, Hans Markus Narusk, Roland Sprude and Ralf Stammers round out the top 10, covered by 6 tenths. Bruno Perle, Enzo Riccio, Ilya Sheremetyev, Timothy Vladimirov, Andres Ubkaup ran at the top 15, covered by just over a second. Then we got Jor Kaspar Joipere, Rikard Rikstens, Karl Kriston Tukru, and then we got Aloysius Sekavicius and Rikard Skekulis rounding out the 20 strong, at 1.67 seconds, rounding out the top 16. Senior Rotax up next, 24 drivers registered for this event. We did have probably the best part of nearly 30 drivers registering, but not everyone was able to attend. So, as we had at Šiauliai in Lithuania on the 13th of May, we will have what they call a final 1, final 2, and then the super final. 25 points for a victory, 20 for second, 16 for third. And there is front and centre, well, effectively, that is Paul Christian Hamburg, who did one of the mother of all overtakes at Šiauliai. If anyone might remember the super final, round the outside of all people of Miska Kaskinen. The 3-minute board is now being shown to tell the mechanics to now leave the grid. There's Romet Pakas, who also showed good pace in the super final. There's the 357 of Artyom Sestakovs. He'll have alongside him the 388 of Oskar Savicki to his immediate left-hand side. So all qualifying sessions will take place over a duration of 5 minutes. Then we go into the finals. So effectively we'll have the first set of finals before the lunch break, which will take place between 1 and 1:30 this afternoon. This will be dependent of course on any delays or stoppages that we might have or encounter. Micromax, their finals will be over 7 minutes plus an additional lap, so will Minimax. Junior and Senior 9 minutes plus an additional lap, and then DD2 and DD2 Masters 10 minutes plus an additional lap. For the Super Finals, Micromax is 10 minutes plus a lap, as the 30-second board start engines sign is shown. 12 minutes plus a lap for juniors and seniors, 9 minutes plus an additional lap for minis, and then 16 minutes for plus a lap for DD2, and Masters 14 minutes plus an additional lap. And we'll be racing right the way through until about coming up to 5:45 Eastern European Summer Time, which is 2 hours ahead of the UK, 1 hour ahead of continental Europe. Now the green flag waves, and we get underway with our qualification session for Senior Rotax. So at the moment, Miska Kaskinen has got a clean sweep of all 3 races at Serler. Paul Christian Hamburg is 15 points behind. Milo Kaskinen, brother of Miska, is on 40. Karl Korenik, Matej Richter from the Czech Republic, they round out the top 5 positions. So temperatures set to hit a high of around 20 to 21 degrees Celsius here today in Ropacci. So we will see over the course of what transpires, as the drivers will again be just looking for that optimum position that they'll jockey for. They'll swap places, or they'll go through on somebody else, or they might hang back a little bit, but not enough to impede somebody else. So we're going to probably have the first set of lap times coming in very, very shortly indeed. Paul Christian Hamburg, 56.617. Roman Zrodinovs, a winner at Madwona for round 2 of the RMC Latvia Championship back in early June. Karl Korenik, Milo Kaskinen, and Tonis Johannes Domingas, the Estonian, who currently sits 10th in the Nordic standings. And a warm welcome back to Latvian soil, Gustav Zusakovs, who also races in the United Kingdom. I've known him and his dad Yanis for quite a time. I still remember when Gustav was running as a junior, and then made the transition to Senior Rotax this year. Mainly been competing in the United Kingdom with the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships, who are hosting round 3 of their IAMI and TKM Championships at Shennington. So a big shout out to John Ratcliffe and the voice of the Grand Finals himself, the Welsh wonder that is Mr. Henry Baudet. And there is the 389 of Gustav Zusakovs, based these days out of Larkfield, not too far outside of Sunderland in the Republic of Tyne and Wear. So shout out to the Hunter family. Does not need to go amiss, shouldn't go amiss there at all. And then Lado Kuhanidze goes top the timesheets. Matej Richter, the 328, representing the Czech Republic, is just under 0.12 of a second behind. Tonis Johannes Domingas, Uzakovs, and then Adjom Sestakovs round out the top 5. It's Milo Kaskinen in the 326 that is currently sitting in 6th position, ahead of Sonja Grönlund, also from Finland. And then we have Jakub Matasek in the 381 in 8th. 313 of Omnikas Gorbis. I hope I got that pronunciation right, but it's changing all the time. Miska Kaskinen now goes top the timesheets by 3/100ths out of Paul Christian Hamburg. And then we've got the 311 of Ivari Tuimileto. Sestakovs in 4th. Kuhanidze 5th. Tominga 6th. And then Matej Richter just goes 62 thousandths quicker than Gustav Zusakovs on that particular occasion. 8/100ths rounding out the top 3, with Miska Kaskinen in the 314 representing Finland rounding out that top 3. We've got just over a minute and a half of this session remaining. And for those wondering, there is some water nearby, and I'm not talking from up above. I'm talking in the surrounding locality of the complex here at 333. A big thank you to them for hosting us for this round. there is also like one of those water obstacle courses by one of the cafeterias just behind the main building. So Kaskinen top the timesheets by a 1/10.5. That is quite a lot when you think of it. Sestakovs is second. Richter, Uzakovs, Hamburg, Tuomileto, Rodinovs is 7th. Kuhanidze 8th. Matuszek and Domingas, they round out the top 10. Oh, that's an off there. Mateo Richter goes off the circuit and goes rally crossing. He nearly did the Joker lap there. That kart has now just dumped a lot of dust, and it's still continuing to do so. Not too sure. Well, you can see it's like literally coagulated in front of the rear axle and the rear bumper. So he's dumped a lot of unwanted muck on the circuit, but probably through no fault of his own. So coming down to the final 15 or so seconds. There's the 396. That's Hanna-Greta Suvema from Estonia. Running in 23rd position at the moment. Kaskinen goes even quicker still, I think I've just seen. 53.927 as the checker is out. Richter will remain in 4th at the minute. That is the 372 of Patrick Oimets from AGS Racing that has just had an off-track excursion in his own right. So, over the course of the past couple of days before we came into race day here on Saturday, the 22nd of July, very, very muddy underneath that grass. Incredibly, incredibly deceptive. But what's more, Miska Kaskinen has gone even quicker, 53.927. Sestakovs exactly 0.2 of a second behind, a further nearly half a tenth back to Uzakovs. Mateo Richter, despite the off-track excursion, put in his best lap just before that happened. Ivari Toimileto in 5th, and then we've got Paul Christian Hamburg 6th. Sebastian Adari in 7th. Roman Rodinovs 8th. Lado Kuhanidze and Jakub Matuszek ran at the top 10. Tonis Johannes Domingas in 11th. Romet Pakas, Patrick Oimets. Dominikas Goibis rounds out the top 14 ahead of Oskar Savicki. Kau Korenik, Sonja Grönlund, Milo Kaskinen, Erik Markus Janimets, Noyes Gerolaitis, Marta Spike, and we've got 24 senior Rotax drivers in total. Hanna-Greta Suvema, Ragnar Simulant, and Sim Sepp rounding at the 24 strong. First 22nd, covered by just under 2 seconds on that particular occasion. So that concludes the halfway point of qualifying so far. Next up, we have got our Minimax drivers that will be heading out onto this circuit. So as you can see, there is a lot of technicality with regards to the circuit here in Ropage. So the engines have revved up. Nikita Lubimov in the 133 is leading the way with 70 points. 2 wins in the finals and was second in the super final, but it was Natan Rybczynski from Poland who won the super final in Shaolai. The 189 running with, I think might be running with Bambini Racing, who have in years past, and I wonder if they still do so, run Kasper Torobojski. So the Minimax drivers get released. Now they go on to the circuit for their 5-minute qualifying session. After this, we will have DD2 and then DD2 Masters to close things out. And that is in terms of qualifying. So this circuit really is testing everybody, even in the dry conditions. So we have, as you can see, some new graphics for this weekend, and really going to delve a little bit deeper into speeds that drivers are doing, and if we've got particular battles, we're going to concentrate on them as much as we can for you. So coming through into what will be the completion of the opening lap in qualification. Timus Pesarica has been showing very, very good pace earlier on in the free practice day yesterday. Marco Plinta, Gabriel's Christy Moises, Adrian's Tions. He corrected me in the fact that he said, well, you thought I was celebrating because I was fourth. I was banging the steering wheel with my right hand. Well, it's good to know when people actually tell you what they were thinking at that point. However, Adrian's Tions goes top the timesheets with a 1 minute .793. Rodrigo Kakers second. Alex Menezes, Timos Peserica and Nikita Lubimov ran at the top 5. Covered by just over 2/10. Marco Plinta in 6th, 1/1000 behind the 133 from Estonia. Moises, Draibe, Rybczynski, Klaus Hans. We are waiting for Mažas Mazinas from Lithuania in the 177 from Rotax Racing to complete a lap. I'm not too sure if that might have transpired. If there has been a technical problem, then Mazinas will have to start from the back of the grid for the first of 2 finals. So there is at the front of the train, that's Timos Peserica in the 141, the Latvian with SM Racing. And Marco Plinta goes top. Lubimov looking for a move up the inside of the 110 of Plinta to maybe get a run going through into turn 1. Now Plinta looking for a move up the inside of Peserica, but at the minute they are under the same awning, they are in the same team, so sometimes you can really help yourself by just staying in the slipstream or staying in the window. Qualifying is very strategic, very tactical. As we've just seen, Gabriel's Christy Moises from MRG Racing representing Latvia up to P2, 52 thousandths behind Marco Plinta, who still continues with 2 minutes on the timer remaining to lead the way, lead the charge for pole position, as they now will come through turn number 16. So, who's going to be at the head of the field? Peserica goes top, but then it's Tions. Adrian's Tions goes top with a 59.403. Plinta, Moises, Lubimov up to 4th now. Now looking to get through on Plinta, through on the inside of what will be turn 4. Now into turns 5 and 6. It's a short blast up into the next right-hander. It's a 90 right, then it's a straightaway, it's a left-hand hairpin. So you're having to carry momentum through, not necessarily hitting all the apexes when required. 97 thousandths of a second separate the top 4. All 10 drivers that have done a lap so far. And unfortunately, it looks like Mažas Mazinas is not going to take part in the session. Lubimov looking to get a little bit of a slipstream from Timos Peserica as they come through turn 16. This is going to be their final attempt in qualification as they come across the line. Lubimov goes top, 59.303 from the youngster based out of Tallinn. Normally runs with Buvin Power in the Rotax Euro Trophy in the BNL Karting Series, and now goes up the inside of Peserica. And that was through into turn number 4, so Lubimov wants to get a bit of clean air on this final run. Slipstreaming can help in some respects, but in others, as Adrian Tions goes up the inside of Peserica on that particular occasion. So they now head through into the far part of the circuit. Now coming up in this right-hander, this is where the elevation changes. The camera angle doesn't really do it that much justice. There is a coned-off area towards the top part of it, as now the timer expires in this 5-minute qualification session. Lubimov still leads the way, exactly a 10th ahead of Adrian Tions. Checking us out, Lubimov's going to be the first one to cross the stripe. Is there an improvement from the Estonian? Yes, there is. Plinta goes second, Tions third, Moises fourth, Peserica fifth, and the top 5 covered by 2.5 tenths of a second. Gabriel's Christy Moises, it's Alex Menezes in 6th, Rodrigo Kakas, Natan Rybczynski in 8th, Martin Streber and Klaus Hans rounding out the top 10. Non-starter for Mažas Mazinas, but Nikita Lubimov, the youngster from Estonia, the 2021 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals champion in Bahrain, and then went up to Mini. Actually, no, it was 20. I think it was 20. I'm trying to remember when Nikita won a Grand Finals title. There's so many. It was. I think it was Martin the Mustang Marquez from Portugal that won at Portimao. So I think it was, the year before. It was. I do have all this information. I do have it to hand. But there is the conclusion of the Minimax qualification. So Nikita did win as a Micromax driver in 2021. Of course, there's only one time that the Grand Finals in its running since the mid-1990s has been cancelled, and that was obviously due to the pandemic. The last of our runners now make their way through into Parc Fermé and also to the Weybridge and scrutineering. We have 2 more qualification sessions before we really get underway with the racing action this morning, and that will start at 11:30 local time here in Ropagy. It's DD2 up next. We will have quite a few drivers. I think we've got 15 or 16 drivers that will be taking part in this. So just some final instructions from Yanis Karajuks. And a big thank you to not just him, but also Martina Stankovic, I have to give a shout out to, because they have enabled me to come over to this part of the world. Come on, Yanis, give us a wave. Wave to the camera. Oh, shy. There we go, brilliant. On cue, on cue. So at the moment, it is a trio of Latvians leading the way in the championship. Tomasz Birstins leads with 65 points at the moment, and he is closely followed. Well, I would say closely followed, but about 17 points behind. It's a tie between Patrick Snows-Lochmelis and Edgars Vilkans. They're both on 45 apiece. Ragnar Verus, 3-time Rotax Nordic champion, currently 4th in the standings on 41. Martins Janovskis is on 33, tied with Emils Akmans. Lithuania's Maxim Shurko showed really, really good prowess in the super final and has actually impressed in Europe. He actually got his first ever DD2 European podium at Val d'Argenton in the final weekend of May. How do I know that? I was there. I called his name onto the podium, but great to see that youngsters such as Maxim Shurko. I have to give a shout out to his teammate at the Lithuania Birel ART squad, Tomas Rudokas, who still runs in Europe as a junior, but here he runs as a DD2 driver. Best effort, I think, so far was 4th position in final number 2 at Charlet. The engines now fire up. 2-speed gearbox, 125 cubic centimetres of displacement for these Rotax Max Evo engines. And the top speeds are going to be quite significant. You think the seniors are fast, DD2 and DD2 Masters are going to absolutely blow your socks off. Right, 5 minutes on the timer, now start counting down as the field makes its way onto the start-finish straight. And quite interesting, when I spoke with Ragnar Verus, who also runs his own coaching program called Athletics, who quite a few people have started to get coaching. And quite interesting that Ragnar, I asked the question, do you find that by doing that you're also improving your understanding in your driving style as well? And he said absolutely, because I may have been to this track before or this track before, or I might have been racing here for 10 years and I know it like the back of my hand. And he has set a lap record here, 52.5 seconds. So let's see what the lap times are going to be for DD2. One of the other good things about this weekend, we have nearly double the amount of DD2 Masters drivers. Okay, first times coming in. Tomasz Birstins, 57.316. Verus, just under 0.13 behind. Lochmelis, Vek Vargas, and, Tomas Rudokas has just gone through 57.018. I think I just saw, coming out of turn number 4 and heading into turn 5, I think that might have been Maxim Shurko that just dropped the left rear wheel onto the dust and the grass and kicked up a lot of it with the left rear Mojo D5 tyre. So 16 DD2 drivers. There's Martin Janowskis in the 422, currently sitting 7th in this qualifying session, and he's just got past Lochmelis. Lochmelis is currently 4th in this session, as we are nearly 2 minutes completed of this 5-minute qualifying session. Now the speed builds, coming down the start-finish straight. They'll probably be pushing the best part of over 110 kilometres an hour at very best. That equals 68 miles an hour. And there you can see the average speed, the average lap speed. So 89.59 kilometres an hour, as Emils Akmans now goes top of the timesheets. Rotax dropped to 2nd. And then we got the 405. That's Chris Jonzemis, Lochmelis, Vilkans. And we got Almaz Mikkelsons, who earlier on this year actually started as a rookie and now is really showing some good pace. Was running in the top 3, top 5 in the practice sessions yesterday. Martin Janowskis, Ragnar Verus and Richard Zvegvargas round out the top 10. Devin Sigardi, good to see him. Had a nice couple of chats with him over the last couple of days. Alexander Abkazava. Maxim Shurko needs to get a wriggle on now, because we've got, well, as I say that, he goes in and puts in a 53.735. Akmans now betters that by over 2 tenths. 53.524 seconds by the 454 with the Birel ART Baltic squad. John Zemis now down into 10th. Rodokas was at the top of the timesheets, now finds himself in P12, just under 1.1 seconds behind. So Akmans at the moment has put provisional pole out of reach with just under 1.5 minutes to go. And there is the 454. And he did actually celebrate his 17th birthday. The week before, we headed to Charolais to drift and go. And they're roaring across the line. They'll be going up the gears, going up the gear. Lochmelis now to P3. Verus to 6th. And Akmans last time 53.6. Shurko's last lap time with his best is a 53.735. 54.821. So sometimes when you are having to deal with either traffic in front, or you're having to, you're having to deal with dirty air, sometimes that can give a little bit of rear end instability to the karts. But Akmans at the moment, the 454 from Latvia, leading the way, 53.524 seconds. Shurko, 0.211. Then it's Lochmelis, a further 0.71 thousandths back. Or 71 thousandths of a second back. The entire field covered by less than 1.5 seconds. Right, there was, I think that was Akmans slotting into position. He's going to time this to get over the line with about 10 seconds to spare. Now, Janowskis has gone to 4th. The 471 of Mikkelsons has gone 12th. Abkazava 13th. Daniel Hunt 14th. So Vilkans rounding at the top 10 as we speak. But the timer has expired. We are now on to the final push lap, so it's to give it your all, but make sure that you don't wallop a curb a bit too heavily or inadvertently whilst pushing. Know your braking points, turn in and rotate the kart on the apexes, and power out of the corners, and sometimes even short straights you can find they'll go up the gear, then go down. It's from 2nd into 1st. Janowskis 3rd. Birstin's 5th, Verus 6th, Vilkans 10th, put nearly 7.5 tenths off. Mikkelson's goes 12th, Abkazava 13th, Hunt 14th, Bergvarga's 16th, 1.2 seconds off, but it is Emils Akmans that takes the top time in qualifying, 53.524 by the 454. Running with the Birel ART Baltic squad. So good effort by him, but with the top 10 covered by just under 7.5 tenths of a second. So this could help Akmans move up the... Well, it depends on if he can lead the field from start to finish in final number 1. That'll be 25 points. And that could more than likely... Well, that'll put him ahead of Janowskis. could be close. Well, it depends on where Verus finishes in that one. But then we go on to our final qualifying session of round 2 of RMC Nordic. It is DD2 Masters. So this is where the drivers will steal themselves. There's Heinrich Gruber, who is currently leading the standings on a total of 70 points. A win in final number 1, a second in final 2, and won the super final at Shaolei. Mikolas Mazinas is second in the standings on 61 points. Estonia's Pritsai on 52, 2/3 and a second place. Igor Mukin representing the island of Cyprus, one of the 11 nationalities represented here this weekend. 39 points. Thomas Pitkovas, Margus Kingle and Heiko Hummel round out the standings. There's now the 30-second board and the start engine sign gets shown to the drivers. And once that green flag waves, they will be sent out of the dummy grid. To build some engine temperature in some respects and get the engine really, really warm and revved up, ready to go. And, great shot there of from Mikolas Mazinas. It's now DD2 Masters get underway with their 5-minute qualifying session. Heading into turn 1 and then into 2. Now the speed will start to build. So at the moment, in terms of a meteorological update, 17 degrees at the moment, southwesterly wind of 16 kilometers an hour. Feels a bit more like closer to 10 degrees Celsius with the breeze that we've got going on at the moment. However, first lap time comes in. Heinrich Gruber, 54.568. Pritsai second. And is nearly a second off. Then 5:23. Igor Mukin actually showing up under the Lithuanian banner, but he is actually a registered resident of Cyprus. So we also got the likes of Maxim Shaposhnikov in the number 578. Currently 8th at the moment. Of the 511 of Eurostalaitis. Gruber makes his way through out of turn 16. Now the speed builds. And across the line, 54.460. And then Ricard's Counseems goes up to P2, 61 thousandths behind Heinrich Gruber, who has participated in the grand finals under Team Latvia over a multitude of the 20-plus grand finals so far. Still great to see him racing and competing. Martinas Stankiewicz, however, last year's Euro Trophy runner-up and currently leading the Euro Trophy standings going into their final round between the 8th and the 10th of September at the home of British karting Paul Fletcher International. Goes top by nearly 4/10. Dropping Gruber down to second. Counseems up to third. Igor Mukin up to, well, down to 4th position. Eurostalaitis is 5th, Pritsai, Mikolas Mazinas, Ivar Zus, and then we've got Armand Kanks, Maxim Shaposhnikov, and then Margus Kingle rounding out the 11 strong. 1.4 just under 1.4 seconds separate the top 10. Tankevicius makes his way across the start-finish line on that particular occasion. Was it an improvement? No, it wasn't. 54.339 for the driver based out of Vilnius. So, Mazinas up to 5th, Ivarzus up to 6th position. As there is the triangle style hairpin that I was just talking about, where it's coned off on the right hand side of it where the runoff area is, as he's going to make his way through into turns 14, 15 and 16. It's got an air of Suzuka about it in the last 2 corners, like the snake complex that leads into Dunlop Corner. So Tankevicius crosses the line. Is that an improvement? Not quite. 54.306, but he's nearly 3.5 tenths of a second up on Heinrich Gruber. As, oh, right, well, we've got one stationary, so that is going to be Arman Skanks on the Parolin chassis. Currently sitting 9th. Could drop, well, great thought from the driver to decide, right, I'm going to pull that out of harm's way, as the timer will now very shortly strike 0, and Tankevicius instantly goes to the runoff area, well, the circuit exit. So now it is going to be a case of, folks, that is qualifying done and dusted. Next up, it is going to be our first race. So we will have a total of 18 races here this weekend at Ropagi. So Martinas Tankevicius takes provisional pole position for DD2 Masters, 54.082. Driver still coming across the line. Well, Plitsai decides to come across the line, I think, on that particular occasion, and a few others do too. So Tankevicius takes provisional pole in DD2 Masters ahead of Heinrich Gruber by nearly 3.5 tenths of a second. Rikard Skaunseems, who was fighting tooth and nail at Madwana in early June this year, is 3rd. Igor Mukin, Plitsai, Mikolas Mazinas, Ivars Us, Jurisalaitis, Arman Kanks, Maxim Shaposhnikov and Margus Kingu rounding out the 11-strong grid. So we are not that far away, folks. We're about 7 minutes away from getting underway with our first set of finals. So it will be Micromax up for 7 minutes plus an additional lap. Juniors will then follow with their 9 minute plus an additional lap first final. Seniors 9 minutes plus an additional lap. Minimax 7 minutes plus an additional lap, and then DD2 and DD2 Masters, they will compete over the course of 10 minutes plus an additional lap. So great to see the shots on the dummy grid. As you can see, it is a very, very, very big old breeze as the Rotax Mojo flags are being quite literally pummeled by the breeze that we've got here at Rotax. And a big thank you to everyone that is tuning in on the official Rotax Max Challenge Latvia channel. And if you haven't already shared the link, please do. It'd be great for you to share that with friends, family, that give all our drivers, irrespective of class, irrespective of age, all the support, because it means a lot to these drivers. And from my perspective, having been a karting commentator since 2017, it's great to see so many people, meet new faces, catch up with other ones as well, including Yanis Usakos, who, well, Yanis was bringing me in this morning in his van, and then all of a sudden we've gone to the petrol station, and Yanis, we just see him like literally shoot past on his bike, and then he stops at the traffic lights as well, and we have a quick chat before the lights went green, and Yanis just literally twisted the throttle on it and just roared off into the distance. I'm sure that someone who will be quite a few hours ahead, Roger Young, if you are watching, very good afternoon or good evening to you, sir, who is currently trying to get his ticket for Bahrain this year. Just recently got a new chassis, if I remember correctly. I was actually messaging him whilst I was at Luton Airport on very, very early Thursday morning, waiting for the flight to come over to Riga. But in just about 4 minutes time, or less than that, because the 3-minute board will be going up very shortly, we'll be getting underway with our first of 6 first finals, which will be Micromax coming up very, very shortly. So, for the first time here today in Robaji at the 333 Baltic Circuit, we are about to get under starters' orders and underway for the first of 18 races, and it is final number 1 for Micromax. Let's take you through the starting grid. On pole position, it's going to be Jokubas Vaskelis with Patrikas Jokius alongside on the front row. Theo Steindal and Remigius Kriaušiūnas will be on row 2. Joris Sigimantas Stankiewicz and Dilari Hammonen will be on row 3. Salivai Kute and Jonas Pundis will be on row 4. Oskaras Bitkovas and Taras Zimnikas will be on row number 5, followed by Oskar Ojola, Emilis Juozaitis, Dominic Bertans, Kalis Berntsons, Oliver Kankeri, Arman Bujans, Juris Pluksner, Christian Skakauskis, Mikko Grantins, Karl Jusub Janimets and Tavidas Dagis rounding out the 21 strong grid as the drivers are now released for final number 1 for Micromax. 20 points for a victory, 25 points for a victory, 20 for second, 16 for third, and then 13 points for fourth position, 11 for fifth. The drivers now are released and they are making their way through into the infield part of this 1,340 metre 16 turn anti-clockwise directional circuit. The sun is really just sort of trying to beat down as hard as it can to get some temperature into the local atmospherics. And some great camera angles, providing you all that are watching at home, and of course there are going to be people watching at the track as well. I know that for a fact because it has been... Oh! That was a bit too close for comfort there by Patrikas Jokius, having a little bit of a touch with our pole sitter of Vaskelis. Now, if anyone might remember, Vaskelis unfortunately had a moment coming out of the final corner at Shaolei at Drift and Go on the final lap of the super final. Last corner, last lap of the last race of the weekend. And that just goes to show how quickly things can change. But Vaskelis did end up taking... Well, it was Pitkovas that was also... well, Pitkovas didn't have a great super final. Didn't score any points, but still is only 6 behind Vaskelis. Drivers now being told to slow. They need to start getting into formation. It is 3 seconds time penalty if 2 wheels go out of the tram lines before the start is allowed. And then if it's all 4 wheels out of the tram lines, it's 10 seconds. So Vaskelis and Jokius on the front row. We are getting very, very close towards the end of the lap as they have just come out of turn number 13. Everyone's starting to get into the dual file rolling start formation that is customary in Rotax racing circles. Last couple of drivers at the back just trying to... right, okay, so they are going into the offshoot area. So, green flag is now being primed. Into the tram lines, revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? It's going to be another formation lap, it looks like. Green flag did not drop. So it looks like we are going to have another formation lap. Yeah, full course yellow. I thought as much. If the green flag had dropped, then I would have thought, yep, that would have been, we would have been given a clean start. So drivers again have got to reset. Now this is quite important. The start is key. It's the biggest phase of any race. And the drivers will have to, they need to start getting into formation a little bit earlier. Okay, yes, that might mean that everyone is on tenterhooks, wondering what's going to happen at the start. And we all know that sometimes starts don't always go to plan. Sometimes the race director will not be 100% happy with the formation, or might see a couple of drivers out of position. I have seen it before where someone has got a 5-second time penalty for being in the wrong grid position. Tommy van der Stroys, you have been name-checked. He did that at the B&L once, and he said, yeah... 9 out of 10 for driver skill, but yeah, I did get a 5-second time penalty for being out of grid position. But we are set once again. It's going to be second time of asking here. They're going to use the runoff area, which will normally be for the mechanics area or the fast repair, the repair area. So they don't go through turn 15. It's a wider approach into turn 16. Revs rise again for the second time. Are we ready? Are we steady? Green flag waves, and Jokic gets the whole shot, is around the outside going into turn 1 and turn 2, but has to slot in behind. Oh, someone's gone very, very wide. That might have been Buyan's in the number 15, and there's a little bit of a coming together, and someone has gone grass tracking. That was the number 98 of Vaikute. Oh, and out of the cart all of a sudden. That is one of the energy carts that was... I think I only caught the tail end of that. I did see that Pikovas had spun around the wrong way. So the drivers now, as we have got a red flag situation. Red flag situation has just been called. So the race has been halted with 34 seconds elapsed, and that says to me that that will be a full restart. But driver on the inside, well, on the run towards turn number 5 is being attended to at this moment. So we have a red flag stoppage. Medical crew en route as we speak. So it will be a full restart. Now there were a couple of carts. First of all was Theo Steindal, which might have been the moment where we saw one driver get out of the cart whilst it was still moving. Armand Bujans in the number 15 was also on the the trailer of the recovery vehicle as well. So a big thank you to the recovery crew for getting those two carts extricated off the circuit as quickly as possible. So a big thank you to them, and also to the medical team for their quick response as well. So we will have a full restart of the race. So it was only 34 seconds when the red flag was brandished straight away, so it will be a full restart of the race. So we'll go back to the positions that they were in from the start phase, and very shortly we'll be getting things back underway with the racing action here for final number 1 for Micromax. So the drivers are now released. I have been hearing on the stream and commentary tent, which is just alongside the start-finish straight, that has been a little shower of rain, but it hasn't been big enough of a deluge so far for it to warrant tyres to be changed to wets. So it will be Jokubas Vaskelis that will start from pole position once again. Patrikas Jokius alongside on the front row. Theo Steindal is one of the carts that won't be there on the grid, due to start third. Remigius Kriaus-Jonas fourth. Stankiewicz, Harmonen, Vakute, Bundis, Pitkovas, Zimnikas ran out the top 10. Oscar Oyala, Emilis Jozaitis, Dominic Bertans, Carlos Bernssons, Oliver Kankari round out the top 15. The other cart on the recovery vehicle trailer was Armand Bujans, won't be starting from 16th. Juris Plugsna, Christian Skakauskis, Mikko Grantins. As now the drivers get back into the tram lines. Are we ready? Are we steady? Green flag drops and a good start by Vaskelis on the front row. The rain starting to show its hand a little bit more now as they go through into turn number 3. Vaskelis leads the way. Jokius looking up the inside through into turn 5. So now they're going to go through into the next chicane. It's a 90 left and then a 90 right straight, one straight after the other. Into the next right-hander now, into the left, which is sweep around to the back part of the circuit. It's like a double apex there. And then they're going to go up this slight incline through into turn 13. Jokis up the inside. Now takes the lead. Head of Vaskelis as they now make their way down the short chute into turn number 14. Vaskelis looks to the outside, while just behind, very, very quick battle happening. That's Harmonen in the number 6 that looks to be up into 4th position. Lap number 1 now is complete. Jokius leads the way. Vaskelis. And it's Kriausiunas. Harmonen rounds out the top 3. Stankiewicz down to 5th as they make their way through into the infield section once again. So Stankiewicz, Pundis, Vaikute, Zimnikas, Pitkovas and Juzaitis ran at the top 10. Bernsson's Pluxner up to 12th place now in the number 63. Didn't have the best run of luck at Charolais. Did have a couple of moments coming out of turn number 2 where the car went wide, and one particular moment when Pluxner was actually did a 720 after hitting the barriers. But Jokius leads the way by nearly 2.5 tenths of a second. They're coming through turn number 15 and into the left at 16. So Jokius will lead after the second lap. Just under 5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap remaining. As the number 19, that is Kriausiunas, trying to close in on Vaskelis. Jokius leading the way. Good job by Ilari Harmonen in the number 6 on the CRG chassis. He's now got the number 9 of Zigimantas Stankiewicz right behind. And then Jonas Bundis, and then the number 98 of Serler Vaikute, with Zimnikas. Juzaitis now up into 9th place, as Pitkovas drops to 10th. So 3 minutes down, 4 to go, plus an additional lap. Looks like Theo Steindal has, well, Buyens has rejoined. So Steindal, I believe, as they come across the line once again. That is another lap in the books. So lap 4 underway, and there is a change that has just occurred. Stanimets ahead of Harmonen, who looks up the inside. That was very, very close and very, very lately, well, very well timed in terms of latency. So Harmonen gets back through. Bundis on the Parolin chassis in the number 11. He's really trying to get through as well. Vaikute in the number 98 rounds out the top 7. So this is the battle over 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. And you can see how close it is. Oh! And that was one of the drivers off. That was the Parolin chassis, I believe. So it could have been Bundis in the number 11. Jokius still leads the way. Now starts to defend. Vaskelis puts in the fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 2.105. 3.5 tenths did separate the top 3. Kriausiunas now right on the back bumper of the number 24 on the Intrepid chassis. That's the battle for P2. Jokius looking to stretch away a slight initial advantage as we are on to lap number 5. Just over 2.5 tenths cover the top 3 at this juncture. Jokius using a little bit of a different angle going through into the far part of the circuit. Now they go up the hill, or up the crest, so to speak. Now come through turn number 13, having just negotiated their way through turn 12. Jokius leans forward in the chassis through the left at turn 14. A little bit further back, we've got a great battle here. This is for 4th position. Harmonen gets passed by Stankiewicz. little bit further ahead. I think there might be some battling going on for the race lead. But Jokius still has that at the moment. So Vasquez, 1 minute 2.105. Jokius then started responding with a 1 minute 2.380 on lap 5. 1 minute 2.435 for Vasquez. Kriauš Jonas rounds out the top 3. 1 minute 2.585 was the number 19's previous lap time. So coming up to the last 60 seconds, plus an additional lap of this first of 2 Micromax finals before the Super Final kickstarts the afternoon action at around about 3:30 p.m. local time here in Ropăși. 2 laps to go. Jokius now has a lead of nearly over 2.5 tenths of a second ahead of Vasquez, and Jokius has just taken back the fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 1.938 from the youngster from Lithuania. And Lithuania are locking out the top 4 positions. And, well, that is going to be... %80 of the top 10 are being represented by Lithuania. Juozaitis down to 10th, Pluksna up to 7th and was outside of the top 13. Along with that is Sauli Vaikute from Paska Racing, the Lithuanian on the Rigetti chassis. Now up into what is now 8th place. So last lap board is out. Patrikas Jokius leads the way across the line. That gap looks to extend between Jokius and Vasquez. Now that's over doubled. Half a second as we go into the final lap of this race. Lap 8. Possible changes for positions happening. Oh, and that's the number 40. I believe that was trying to go through. Might have been the 48 of Pitkovas. Tried to go through on the number 98 of Sauli Vaikute. But at the moment, Patrikas Jokius from Lithuania is leading. And that lead looks to be fairly comfortable. We're getting towards the tail end of this opening race. As the drivers will now hurt their way out of turn number 16 for the final time. Patrikas Jokius takes first blood here in Micromax, head of Jokubas Vasquez. Kriauš Jonas takes third, and a very joyful and jubilant Joris Zigimantas Stankiewicz taking 4th place ahead of the number 6 of Ilari Harmonen from Finland on the CRG chassis. Great drive from Juris Pluksna to take P6. But there is Patrikas Jokius, who has taken the race win on the number 25. And is the provisional race winner of the first of 18 races in total that we have. So, Jokius, Vasquez, Kriauš Jonas, Stankiewicz and Harmonen round out the top 5. Great drive from outside of the top 13 from Juris Pluksna to take 6 ahead of Taros Simnikas. Then Emilis Juozaitis, Sauli Vaikute, Oskaras Pitkovas, Armand Bujans, Kristians Skakauskis and Kalis Berensons ran at the top 13. 2 Finns complete the top 15. Oskar Ojala and Oliver Kankari. Mikls Grantins, Dominic Spartans, Jonas Bundis, Carl Yusuf Janimets, David Estagis and Theo Steindal. Well, Theo Steindal did not take any further participation after the red flag stoppage, as Theo would have been the one causing the red flag. So we are now running slightly behind our schedule by about 15 minutes. So hopefully very shortly we will be getting underway with our second race out of 18. It's final one for Junior Rotax up next. So, engines have started in the dummy grid. Let's take you through the starting order for Junior Rotax Final 1. Mate Kobehidze and Kalis Kirikovs are on the front row. Elisa Stochamani and Vilho Attola, row 2. Tom Strelia and Franciszek Sulima, row 3. Oliver Kirk and Hans Markus Narusk ran out the top 4 rows, with Roland Sprude and Ralf Stammers completing the top 10. Drivers now making their way out onto the circuit. Bruno Perla and Enzo Riccio ran out row 6. Ilya Sheремeta and Karl Christian Turku ran out row number 7. Timothy Vladimirov and Andreas Ukalp, row 8. Row 9, Jol Kaspar Joipere and Rikards Rikstins. And Aloyas Sekavicius and Rikards Kekulis. That is your 20 strong Junior Rotax grid. Set to go into battle for the first of 3 times today. 9 minutes plus an additional lap of this 1,340 metre, 16 turn, anti-clockwise circuit. And this will showcase some of the very best of not just the Nordic region, but also drivers that have competed elsewhere. So they will now go off of their sighting lap onto their official formation lap as the Rotax Raw has a hive of activity down the main start-finish straight. Some drivers weaving from side to side, trying to get maybe an additional degree of temperature, or maybe in the Mojo tyres that are currently fixed to their karts, or alternatively it can be used as a focus area, whereby they'll use that to put themselves into the zone. So this will be very, very crucial for a lot of these drivers to get the weekend or get the race day off to the best start possible. So it will be down to Kobehidze and Kirikovs to line up on the front row and lead the way, because now we get set, we get ready for our second race out of 6 for the morning action. The green flag is primed and ready to drop. The drivers make their way out of the final corner into the tram lines. We are not going green this time. It's a full start that has been called. So again, the first race for any class, there's always that catch-22. There is always that possibility where something might occur. You know, if someone's out of position ever so slightly, or the formation is not as tightly packed as it should be, the race director will then make the judgment call as if to say, no start, got to go around again for another lap. So, it's Kobehidze and Kirikovs on the front row. Stochamane and Attola, row 2. Strele and Sulima, row 3. Kirk and Nurusk, row 4. Sprude and Stammers, row 5. Thereby completing the top 10. So they will go out of turn 14, use the runoff area to keep them into formation. So the green flag is primed and ready. Out of the final corner, revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Oh, it didn't drop again. Oh, dearie me. And that brings out the red flag, I'm afraid. 2 full starts. It's an instant red flag. It's also customary in Euro Trophy and also B&L Karting Series regulations. So, yep, there is going to be a discussion. So race director will either get the front row out of their karts, or they'll get everybody out of their karts. It has happened where the pole sitters had a little bit of a stern word in their ear. So they will stop them on I'll stop them at a point on the circuit. So normally it will be the starting grid. So we'll have to see who, well, first of all, who is going to be talked to, because sometimes it will be the front row that will be pulled out of their karts, as I just alluded to earlier. So engines being switched off, and oh right, okay. That is going to be Kobayashi. That is having a little chat with our. So just sort of explaining, and now. So not only is Kobayashi getting a little bit of a talking to, not a telling off, but just like saying, look, this is how we want it to happen. And also Kirikovs now has the same discussion as well, I'm sure. It is always down to the front row to control how the rolling start plays out. That is very, very crucial. They have to be pretty much, in terms of wheels, they have to be pretty much perpendicular to each other. That's basically, they're not side by side in the traditional sense where they're sidewall to sidewall. It's like they are in the tram lines at the respective point. So, maybe third time's a charm I'm hoping for right now, because this is a very, very busy Saturday where we have 3 races for all 6 classes, totally 18. We've already had a delay due to the stoppage in final 1 for Micromax. So what we need is just for them to get underway, get racing, and let's see how the cookie crumbles. And oh right, 257 has got an issue. That's Sekavicius running on the Praga chassis, and that is a throttle related issue. Might be a cable problem. And is not going anywhere. Sekavicius will not take the start, I'm afraid. So that will drop us down to 19 junior Rotax drivers. The stragglers at the back have got to start getting into formation and start catching up, because our front row, Kobayashi and Kirikovs, are primed and ready. So they've got the stragglers at the back have really got to close on in. There is a cart that's running slow at the back. But the revs start to rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Third time of asking. Let's go racing. Good start by Kobayashi. As Stolchamana gets through on Kirikovs to take second position. As all bit of a bumping and boring there, but looks like Tom Striller has got through on Kirikovs. Kirikovs looks up the... Well, it looks like possibly... Well, Serler has gotten into 4th position. Kirikovs is outside of the top 4, running in 5th position at the moment, as they go through into the far part of the circuit. A bit of banking, a little bit of downforce camber to the left-hand side. The 299 of Laurent Sprude looking very, very racy there indeed, but so is Elisa Stolchamani closing in on the race leader, Georgia's Mate Kobayashi in the 231. They come through turn number 14 into the right at 15. Now through this sweeping left-hander. It brings them on to the start-finish straight. Kobayashi still stays ahead of Stolchamani. Across the line they go. 67 thousandths covering them as they go through turn 2, now into 3, into the right at 4, short shoot down to the right-hand hairpin at turn number 5. Sulima is now closing in as well on the back bumper of Stolchamani as they go through the 90-degree left and then right. So it's a top 3 scrap for the overall race lead as Stolchamani runs a little bit wide. Sulima looking up the inside and gets through for second. Brilliant anticipation there by Zulima to get through on Stolchamani, but she will not let that slide. Won't let that slide through into turn number 12. Stolchamani gets back through and says, right, let's go after Kobayashi. Don't fight me, work with me. Now, was that Tom Strella going a little bit late on the brakes into turn number 14, I just noticed. That is the case. Kirikov's now up into 4th position. Kobayashi has now an 0.8 of a second advantage with 7 minutes plus an additional lap still to go. So Tom Serler looks to have hit technical troubles as we were right towards the end of the second lap. He was running P4 at one point. So Atala in 5th place behind Kirikovs. Oliver Kirk in 6th place in the 263. And Kirikovs now starting to close in on Franciszek Zulima from Poland in the 285, who's right with Elisa Stolchamani. But Stolchamani, I know for a fact, well, she showcased how quick she was in Charlet on the 13th of May. And Sulima looking towards the outside, going into turn number 14. Stolchamani defends. Kirikov's now waiting in the wings, has got the ringside seat. Vilho Attola is not too far away from this either. Kobahidze leads after lap number 3. What's the advantage? It's nearly 9.5 tenths of a second. Sulima looks up the inside. Through on Stolchamani through turn 2. Used the curbs. And Stolchamani kept her position, held her ground and stayed on the racing line. Attola now looking to get past Kirikovs. Through into 4th position. Oh, a little bit of a sideways drift. It's now up the inside. On Stolchamani goes Sulima. And now Kirikovs looks to get 2 for the price of 1. Oh, and a big moment there. Big moment. Sulima into the back of Kirikovs, whose right rear tyre goes up into the air and hits the back with the left-hand side of the helmet of Elisa Stolchamani. And Stolchamani looks to be out of the race. Attola now is battling away with Sulima. And that looks to be Oliver Kerg, I believe, on the AGS entry that is now in 4th. So Kobahidze leads by 2.5 seconds. Red flag has been called. Red flag has been called with 5 minutes and 9 seconds to go. I think that's probably the best course of action. That was a bit of a hard hit on the left-hand side of Elisa Stolchamani's race helmet, and the good thing is she is conscious, she is talking with Marshall, so I think just precautionary in terms of health and safety. That is our second red flag in as many races. So 5 minutes and 9 seconds remaining on the clock. There will be no full restart, and oh right, we do have a couple of carts here. One of them looks to be Bruno Perla in the 219, and then there's a driver with them. So that could be Sekovicius, I believe, there on the left-hand side. So, and Elisa Stolchamani is pulling the cart under her own steam to try and get that cart back onto the circuit. And there is MRG Racing's Bruno Perla. So the drivers will now be going on to the start-finish straight into the starting grid. So folks, yeah, we are now running a little bit further behind schedule due to the second red flag in the second successive race here in final number 1 here in Junior Rotax. So, just for those folks at home, we're going to show a replay of what just happened. Now, you can see that Sulima goes up the inside of Stolchamani. Stolchamani holds the ground. Kirikovs now goes up the inside because they both drift wide. And there is a little bit of a touch. You can see that Kirikovs was actually on the brakes. And because of the slight clatter in by Sulima, not too sure if it's going to be classed as a racing incident. That is down to race control and the stewards. But Elisa Stolchamani was very, very lucky with that incident there, because the right rear wheel hit at an obtuse angle on the left-hand side of Elisa Slotchmani's race helmet. But the main thing is, folks, I have just noticed, I think I've just spotted her at the back of the grid. So, managed to pull the cart there. But, yeah, we are under red flag stoppage with 3 minutes and 55 seconds of this first final for Junior Rotax. So, we will be getting the action underway as soon as we can once everything has been discussed and ratified before we go racing once again. Also, for those wondering at home, front fairings are actually being checked as well. This can actually occur once a red flag stoppage does happen. And also, behind Elisa Slotchmani, Bruno Pella has made it to the back of the grid as well. And there is a recovery underway for the 257. Eliza Sekovicius running on the Praga chassis. The mechanic is actually there with the cars as well.
9, 5.
Vispār daudzīti esi. Neko tu man brauc virsū, kā es nezinu kas. Redz, tev priekš nav. Tev tā lose.
Saliec vienā rindā. Stums priekš. Nu, kurš ir pirmais? Jā, kurš ir pirmais? Pirmais 2, 3, 1. Stums priekš. Viņam kaut kā atklāj.
Jā.
209. Izstāsti, ja viņiem procedūra. Pārlikt.
Pagaid, mums vajag vieta, un jums tas nāc vienā rindā visi.
Vienkārši ielikt īsto. Lai viņš tur viņi saliksies, tas ir kuršais kuram, viņi paši sabrauc.
Tā jau vienmēr divas pils biksē paliek. Es gaisā vai kas?
So apparently what they have done is put everyone back to the previous lap. Normally on a red flag stoppage it will go to the positioning of the drivers on the previous lap. So we are going to get back underway with our first final for Junior Rotax. And the clock was stopped with coming up to just over 5 minutes left to go, and Matti Kobehidze at that point when the red flag was shown on lap 4 did have a 2.5 second advantage. So in this respect it will not be a dual file restart. Normally when you have a red flag stoppage you will normally have a single file restart. When the green flag drops, that's when you can start racing again and start to overtake. So once that green flag drops, you can be at full pretty much at full racing speed. So Kobehidze will lead the field, followed by Stolchamane, Sulima, Kirikovs, Atola. That is the top 5. As the green flag will now be waved again. Right, revs rise, we are back underway. Green flag waves, and Kobehidze leads the field. Kirikovs looking up the inside through into turn 1 on Sulima for 3rd place. As Stolchamane now tries to put the pressure back on the Georgian. Sulima looking a bit closer towards the inside of turn number 5 on Stolchamane, but it was not close enough to facilitate any overtaking opportunity. But Kirikovs straight up the inside of the 285, and on that particular occasion not able to get through. But Atola looking for the crossover. Can't get the job done on the 209, who's currently leading the point standings coming into the 2nd round of RMC Nordic. But through into the next left-hander. There goes the flying fin. There goes Vilho Atola, and gets through. And Kirikovs now has got someone towards the outside. Could be that's Oliver Kerg in the number 263. Tom Serler not too far behind in 7th. Kobehidze continues to lead as we complete another lap. Half a second is nearly the gap, and Vilho Atola puts in is the fastest driver out there, 56.671. But the top 2 were either a 58.5 or a 58.8. Tom Serler has got through on Oliver Kerg and has now taken the position. There is Roland Sprude, not too far behind, and up the inside again through the same corner. Attempts to go. Franciszek Sulima gets through on Stolchamane. Atola gets through as well. Through into the sweeping left-hander. So the Finn now up into 3rd position, and now he's going to go hunting. 3.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. Kirikovs now back on the back bumper of Elisa Stolchamane. Atola looking for the crossover. Kirikovs dives up the inside on Stolchamane through turn number 14. Kobehidze has got the lead back. It was nearly half a second to Stolchamane after the previous lap. What is it now to Sulima? It's now nearly a second. Stolchamane down in 5th place. And Sekevicius not able to take any further participation in the race. Turku from Estonia is down in 20th as Vilho Atola tries to get through on Franciszek Sulima. Through into this next right-hander into the left. Tighter apex will be taken by the Finn, as Tom Serler now looks to close in on Elisa Stolchamane. As Atola was sideways through that corner, but still had the presence of mind. That was through turn number 12 and steadied the ship, pointing it in the right direction through into turn 13. Now 14. 2.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. Vilho Atola will have the run on Franciszek Sulima. As there is Tom Serler's mum just giving directions to the 238. And Sulima still holds ground, still stays ahead of Vilho Atola from Finland in the 269. And Atola is not too far off of the pace when he set the fastest lap on lap number 3, which is a 56.671, so the Finn still has that opportunity. So the 212 showing up. Well, 211 is Elisa Stolchamane's number. So please just, for those watching at home, please disregard on the timing tower, the 212. There were 2 drivers entered under 211 and Elisa Stolchamane was one of them. Franciszek Sulima still having to defend against Vilho Atola, but that is allowing Kalis Kirikovs to close on in the battle for the remainder of the top 3. 1 minute and 20 to go. Kobehidze from Georgia still leads. The gap now is 0.56. The bottom part of the quartet are now catching the race leader. And coming through out of turn number 2, Kirikovs was right on the back bumper, right on the coattails of Atola on that particular occasion. Differing lines being taken by the drivers through into this 90 left, 90 right chicane. Now into the far part of the circuit. Sulima taking a tighter line, knowing that if that door is kept wide open, then the 285 from Poland will not be able to defend that significantly going through the double left-hander. But the more important thing is, how much closer have this trio gotten to the race leader, Mate Kobehidze from Georgia, who comes out of the final corner. Lap number 9 has just been completed, and the gap now is 0.447. Oliver Kerg has just put in the fastest lap of the race. The Estonian currently in 8th place with a 56.403 as Kirikovs looks up the inside of Attola for 3rd position. The two are sidewall to sidewall, and Attola holds his ground and holds his nerve and stays ahead of the Latvian. But into the next right-hander, Kirikovs dives up the inside, through on Attola to now take 3rd position, and they have dropped. They've been dropped by Sulima, who is really trying to close on in to Kobahidze. The timer has expired. And Tom Serler fancies an opportunity to get up into what is, I think, more than likely going to be 4th position. Alisa Stolchamani has got a real battle on her hands. Roland Spruder and Oliver Kerger right with the 211 on the Sodi Kart chassis. One more lap to go. Kobahidze leading from Sulima. The gap now is 0.348 seconds. Fastest lap of the race by Sulima, 56.277. And then the gap back to Karlis Kirikovs is 1.9. Spruder has got through on Stolchamani. And then we've got Enzo Riccio running at the top 10. He featured in the top 10 in the latter half of the race day at Shaule at Drift and Go on the 13th of May. But Kobahidze has just got a few more corners to hang on. Few more corners to hang on. And that's what is now Attola again looking for the move on the inside of Karlis Kirikovs. So, turn 14. Turn 15, turn 16, out of the final corner. Who's it going to be that's going to pick up the race victory? From Georgia, it's Mate Kobahidze that takes the win. Franciszek Sulima takes 2nd. Kirikovs, Attola and Strelet round out the top 5. Spruder, Stolchamani, Kerg, Enzo Riccio takes 9th ahead of Jo Kasper Joipere. Timothy Vladimirov from the Ukraine in 11th, and Ralf Stammers finishing in 12th takes the fastest lap of the race, 56.230. Andres Upkalp, Ilya Sheremetya and Richard Rikstins round out the top 15. Rikard Skekulis, Bruno Perle, Hans Markus Narusk, Carl Christian Turku round out the 19 strong, but Georgia's Mate Kobahidze brings it home in the first race out of 3 in junior Rotax. Opened up a gap, controlled it, and got the job done. Well done to the 231 there. So please disregard the 2nd place of Alisa Stolchamani. She is showing as what will be 6th as a result of the, as 7th. So it just goes to show that perseverance, the restarts from Kobahidze, absolutely textbook perfect on that one. That just goes to show, if you are on pole position and you get a getaway like that, anything is possible. Okay, coming up next will be our 3rd race on what has been a very, very heavily delayed schedule, folks. So thank you very much for bearing with us. We really, really do appreciate it. As we are now going to get underway with our 3rd race out of 18, which coming up very, very shortly is going to be Senior Rotax Final number 1. So let's take you through the grid. Senior Rotax, final number 1. Here we go. Pole position, Miska Kaskinen, the current points leader. Artyom Sestikovs alongside him on the front row. Gustav Zusakovs and Mateo Richter from Latvia and the Czech Republic. That's row 2. Ivari Tuimeleto and Paul Christian Hamburg, row 3. Sebastian Adari and Roman Zrodinovs, row 4. Lado Kuhenice and Jakub Matuszek round out the top 10. Tonis Johannes Dominguez and Romet Pakas, row 6. Patrick Oimets and Dominikas Goibis, that is row 7. Oskar Savicki and Kau Korenik, row 8. Sonia Grönlund and Milo Kaskinen, row 9. Running out the top 20, it is Erik Markus Janimets and Noris Geralaitis, Marta Spike, Hanne Grete Suvema, Ragnar Similand and Sim Sepp. That is your 24 strong senior Rotax grid. So the drivers will now go on to their official formation lap. It will be down to Miska Kaskinen and Artyom Sestakovs to control the pace. Great to catch up with Gustav Zuzakovs earlier on this morning. And he's been competing in the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships with European powerhouse Strawberry Racing, who have won 5 European titles in the last few years at the Rotax Euro Trophy. Started off by a 2-time European champion, Matilda Olsson from Sweden. So this is where the mind games come into play. And Senior Rotax is 100% one of my favourite classes within Rotax. It is absolutely cutthroat. There is no quarter given. People do not give inches. People do not take miles. It is at that point where this is incredibly competitive. There are drivers who are in their early 30s, such as Paul Forquemin from Dams Racing, who still compete in this. And I asked him one particular time, why do you still do Senior Rotax? He said, because I love the adrenaline rush it gives me. And I'm competing against some pretty young guns. Especially when he competed at Marienburg just a few weeks ago. He was the eldest driver on the grid at 31 years of age. The youngest was 15. But the drivers now will get into formation. So let's see who's going to get the run down to turn 1. Will it be Miska Kaskinen? Will it be Artyom Sestakovs? They now use the runoff area to start to gather pace. Hold on to your hats, folks, because we are in for a roller coaster ride. Everyone now starting to bunch up. 24 drivers, 12 rows, 10 minutes on the clock. Well, 9 minutes on the clock plus an additional lap here in Senior Rotax, final number 1. So, revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Final one for Senior Rotax is go! Great start by Kaskinen. Paul Christian Hamburg gets a little bit of a twitch going into turn number 1. As the field of 3 abreast, it's getting a bit too hairy going through out of turn 2 and into turn 3. There is some bumping and rubbing. As, oh no! Over the back! Over the back! And that was the 311 Tui Mileto having Gustav Uzakovs, I believe, going over his back bumper. And that means that Matej Richter from the Czech Republic now sits in second. Third, it is Artyom Sestakovs. Paul Hamburg looks to be in 5th place at the minute as they make their way through into turn number 14 for the first time. So Sestakovs in 3rd. And is closing in on Richter on the X-Prix chassis. You can hear the tyres squealing as they come out of the final corner and put the pedal to the metal. Kaskinen after lap 1 has a 1.5 second lead. Oh no, there's a touch between 2nd and 3rd. Oh, that was a bit too much. I think that was a bit too much risk versus reward opportunity taken there by Artyom Sestakovs, and he turns around Matej Richter going into the exit of turn number 1. And that now means that we have a real fight on our hands. It's 3:12. That is Sebastian Adari, I believe, in the AGS Racing entry. Paul Hamburg right with them. And there is Laro Kuhenice, who's just gone up the inside of Paul Hamburg. Great move there through turn 12. And there's Tonis Johannes Tumingas in the 350. Right with them, Patrick Oyemets. Oh no! More dramas there. Oh dearie me. That is not what you wanted coming through into turn number 14. Adari off. So Hamburg second, Tumingas, Oyemets, Adari down to 5th. Milo Kaskinen in 6th, Roman Zrodionovs in 7th, Jakub Matuszek in 8th, and then it's Juvazaitis, and then the 3:45 of Romet Bakash in 10th. Gustav Zuzakovs has now put in the fastest lap of the race, as Oyemets looking to get one past on Tumingas and gets through, does he? It's going to be side by side, but Tumingas does not hold on to the place. And there he is, Milo Kaskinen. Oh, that is absolutely cheeky. And then some from the 326 from Finland. And there is Oimets just letting through Adari in the 3:12 into turn number 14. 6 minutes and 10 seconds to go. It's Kaskinen. Kaskinen went round the outside of Domingas and did not make it work. He gets a bit of a hip check coming down out of the final corner. Adari is there and through on the 3:26 from Finland. Meanwhile, Milo's brother Miska is away and clear. 4.2 seconds sideways from Domingas. Adari through. Milo Kaskinen, oh, they are touching sidewalls and side pods. And right behind them is Patrick Oimets. Matuszek is not too far behind either in the 381. He's actually right with them. Romet Bakash looks up the inside and has got through. Great move there by the 345 from Estonia. 5 minutes and 20 seconds still to go, and these positions are going to be changing like hotcakes. But Kaskinen at the front of the field has got clear air, no trouble behind him, and can just pull away. He's looking to complete a 100% success rate. 3 wins at Shaolei. Now gunning for win number 4. 4.66 seconds ahead of Paul Hamburg. Adari third, Kaskinen, Milo Kaskinen in 4th place, Domingas, Oimets, Bakas, Rodinovs, Matuszek drops to 9th. And then the 3-1-3 of Domingas Goibis from Lithuania rounds out the top 10. Kaskinen, Miska Kaskinen is running in the high 55.5s. And everyone else is at least 0.4 of a second behind. So Kaskinen has able to open up the taps as there goes Oimets on Domingas through turn 12. And, well, stop gesticulating. Come on, get on with it. Don't just say, right, come on, follow me. It's sort of like, just keep your hands on the wheel. That's what you need to do. 2 hands on the wheel at all times. Paul Christian Hamburg is trying to close in, but now the gap is 5.3 seconds to Miska Kaskinen in the 3-1-4. Donis Johannes Domingas is still battling away with Patrick Oimets. Looks up the inside through into the next right-hander. And Oimets holds his ground and stays ahead in 5th place. Bakash is waiting in the wings, has got the ringside seat as the 345. And right with them, there is Romans Rodinovs on the Xpree chassis. So a 4-way scrap over what has become 5th position, because Milo Kaskinen has pulled away to the tune of nearly a second ahead of the 372 of Oimets. And there is your race leader, Miska Kaskinen. That is how big the gap is. He's going through turn 1 as Hamburg crosses the line. 5.7 seconds and climbing. And now Domingas up the inside, through on Oimets into turn number 1 and neatly makes the move stick. Gets the job done by the apex of turn 2. But I don't think this battle's over yet by a long shot. Oh, there is a little bit of concertinaing happening between this quartet. And look at the train that is now being led by the 381 of Jakub Matuszek from the Czech Republic. Then you got the 388 of Oskar Zawicki. Remember how racy he was at Shaolei. Up the inside, that's a great move there on Oimets, who's just lost 2. Who's just lost 2 places through turn number 12. 2.5 minutes to go. And that is a move a little bit further back. I think that might have been Zawicki getting through for 9th place. 2.25 minutes to go. Kaskinen Howley has that was Ivari Tui Mileto that has now got through up into 10th place. And that was through on Oskar Zawicki. Gustav Uzakovs is now up into 12th. Matej Richter is on the comeback trail. He's just put in the fastest lap of the race. 54.613. Less than 2 minutes to go. And these positions are not set in stone. There has been a change, and that was Richter on Grönlund that has just got through for 13th. So the 328 from the Czech Republic now through. Uzakov's trying to get through as well. I think that was Uzakov's, if I remember correctly. Judging by his race suit. He normally wears a Latvian race suit when he's not competing with Strawberry Racing. But now the gaps are starting to expand a little bit here. Kaskinen now has a 6.4 second lead. Hamburg in third. Adari, Milo Kaskinen, Jonas yeah, this is how crazy it has been. Tonis Johannes Domingas in fifth. Romans Rodinovs, Romet Pakash, Patrick Oimets, Ivari Toimileto, and Jakub Mataszek round out the top 10. Then it is the 388 of Oskar Savicki. Mateo Richter, Gustav Zusakovs, Sonja Grönlund, Dominikas Gobis, Kau Karenik, Ragnar Simulan, Lado Kuhanidze, Erik Markus Janimets and Sim Sepp round out the top 20. Kaskinen's lead has just expanded. And now we're on to the penultimate lap. Nearly 6.5 seconds to the good for the 314, who picked up 3 wins at Chauley on the 13th of May. And now here on the 22nd of July, the 100% winning streak of the 314 from Finland. Oh, nice little move there. That was Toi Mileto on Oimets. That was for 8th place. So now into the next left-hander, no, the next right-hander. There is Gustav Zusakovs right behind Mateo Richter. Through into this fast sweeping double left. And there is Patrick Oimets. There is the 381 of Jakub Mataszek just behind. Oh, I'm not too sure if I might have heard a slightly noisy exhaust there. Final lap board is out. Kaskinen has now got a lead of, wait for it, hold your breath, 6.5 seconds going on to the final lap. Paul Christian Hamburg second. Sebastian Adari. Milo Kaskinen in fourth. However, there's a battle happening here, and it is between Patrick Oimets and Jakub Mataszek for 9th place going on to the final lap. Lap number 11. As just heard in the whistle, the whistle going off in the background, that is for the 3-minute board for the mechanics to be told to get off the dummy grid ahead of DD2 going into racing. So, Miska Kaskinen continues to lead the way as we come to the tail end of what has been a very, very hotly contested, very, very spicy first race for Senior Rotax. And there's the checkered. The 100% success rate for Finland's Miska Kaskinen continues here in the first race here in Ropagi. Paul Hamburg second, Sebastian Adari third, Milo Kaskinen in fourth, Tonis Johannes Domingas in fifth, and picking up the fastest lap of the race and sixth, Romans Rodinovs. Romet Pakash, Ivari Toimileto, Jakub Mataszek, Patrick Oimets ran out the top 10. Gustav Zusakovs, Mateo Richter, Oskar Savicki, Sonja Grönlund and Kau Karenik ran out the top 15. Dominikas Gobis rounds out 16th ahead of Ragnar Simuland, Erik Markus Janimets, Sim Sepp, Noyes Jarolaitis, Marta Spike, Hanna Grete Suvema, Lado Kuhanidze, and unfortunately, well, he retired with 2 laps to go, and Adiom Sesnikov's out after the opening lap. Well, the engines have started. There is an updated timetable that will be shared in due course, but Minimax is now our focus. The second youngest class in the Rotax racing family. 11 drivers set to take to this circuit. The race, a duration of 7 minutes plus an additional lap. Let's take you through the starting order. Pole position, it's Estonia's Nikita Lubimov. Marko Plinta alongside on the front row. Then it's Adrian Steons in third. Gabriels Kristi Moises in fourth. Timus Pesarica and Alex Menezes, row 3. Rodrigo Kakaris, Nathan Rybczynski, Martin Streiber, Klaus Hans and Majos Mazinas round out the 11-strong grid. So this is, as I said, the second point of the youngster's career, moving up the karting ladder. Drivers that have won national titles in this, or drivers of note, Nikita is one of them, let's be completely honest. Tom Serler was incredibly quick as a Minimax driver in the last couple of years. Max Verstappen, two-time reigning and defending Formula One world champion, 2 times a B&L karting series Minimax winner in 2008 and 2009. Fahed Mega, 2018 Grand Finals champion for Team Germany, back in Conde Paraiba in Brazil. So just a handful of names. But the drivers are ready. It's our 4th race out of 18. It's the first final for Minimax. And so far, in terms of the championship standings, in terms of RMC Nordic, Lubimov leads the way. Natan Rybczynski, who starts down in 8th position, has had a 4th, a 2nd and a win. Lubimov has had 2 wins and a 2nd. Missed out by probably a couple of kart lengths at the super final at Cholet on the 13th of May this year. So, as with every rolling start this weekend... now that was not part of the script there, I'm afraid. I think it's not what I was expecting, because the thing is, they were told in the driver's briefing that they were using the runoff area, so one driver who's used that area correctly will now slot back into position. But are we going to get a clean start? Are we ready? Are we steady? Minimax final number 1 does not get going. Completely the right call there. So they're going to have to go back around again, and this time use the runoff, use the slip road, as we would say in the United Kingdom, or the cut through, the cut through. So the driver's getting into formation very, very quickly, so they're going to be keeping us waiting a little bit longer. They want to make sure that this second restart gets underway without a hitch. So it will be a case of coming through out of what will be far part of the circuit. So we will now very shortly see them make their way through into the exit road, which they should be now taking as we speak. Or are we going to be, well, we're going to be using the traditional layout of the circuit. So, well, yeah, well done there to Marco Plinter, saying, right, we've got to go right, go straight on. So just pointing out for everybody. So well done there, Marco Plinter. Great job. Yep, there we go. That's it. Nice and orderly. Well done. Well done, drivers. Brilliant stuff. Now we can get underway. So, second time of asking. We've yet to have. So, let's go for it. Minimax, final number 1. Are we ready? Are we steady? Green flag drops and we're underway. And the field spreads out to 5 wide on the approach into turn number 1. And someone had a big old lack of power going through. It looked like it might have been Marco Plinter, possibly, as Nikita Lubimov leads the way. Adrian Stion's looking up the inside of the 153 of Rodrigo Kakas, who's in second at the moment. And the 171 unable to get through thus far. Through into the far part of the circuit, so we're going to be heading through into turn 9, turn 10. Now the run up towards turn 11, up the slight incline, in through into turn number 12, before they go down the dip once again into 13. Now into turn 14. So some jockeying for position. Battle between first, second and third. Well, Lubimov's already stretched the legs on the 133 Talvar Racing entry and leads by nearly half a second after the opening lap. He's doing a Sebastian Vettel like in his Red Bull days in 2009 and 2010. But Adrian Tions now looking up the inside. Kakas defends and stays in front in second position. Peserica and Moitzes rounding out the top 5. As there's the move. Oh, that was neat and tidy there. Millimetre perfect there from Adrian Tions to get through on Kakas to take second position. Blinter's all the way down in 8th place. Dreber's down in 10th. So Rodrigo Kakas has lost out third position. And that is to Timurus Peserica. As the 177 of Mazinas. Very, very close indeed. Was second in the grand finals in Portimao last year. And, oh, dive bombs up the inside of Rodrigo Kakas. Runs a little bit wide on the exit, but still into the next left-hander. Keeps the position. Just kept the throttle well stuck in, did the 177, the sole driver from Lithuania in this grid. There's Marco Plinta looking up the inside through into turn number 10, and I think it's just got the move done. Yes, he has. Nice recovery drive so far from Marco Plinta. Out of turn 13, now the lengthy run down the back straight is, oh, right, Peserica has just absolutely made sure he got through on Adrian Tions for second place as they come out of turn number 16. Lubimov, untroubled, unchallenged. 1.57 seconds is the gap from first to second position. Timos Peserica and Adrian Tions round out the top 3. Moitzes in the 111, still ahead of Mazinas, who has the fastest lap of the race, 58.640 for the youngster from Lithuania. Blinter up to 6th place, ahead of Kakas. Natan Rybczynski now is in 8th, ahead of Alex Menezes, Martin Streber, and then we've got the 169 of Klaus Hans, rounding out the 11-strong grid. We are past the halfway point in this 7-minute plus an additional lap race, and gaps are dwindling quite significantly, apart from the gap between first and second position. So now they make their way through out of turn number 16. Lubimov continues to lead. Gap was nearly 1.6 seconds. It is now 1.8. So great work there by Nikita Lubimov, who has been competing in a swathe of other championships as well, including the Euro Trophy. So 2 minutes and 38 seconds still to go, plus an additional lap on the timer. Lubimov is just cantering away into the distance. There's not really much that the rest of the field can actually do about it at this moment. So Dion's trying to get through on Peserica. And here's a change for position. That's Rodrigo Kakas being passed by Natan Rybczynski from Poland on the Kart Republic chassis. Meanwhile, change has just happened between Moitzes and Mazinas. Mazinas is through up to 4th place. At the back of this, Marco Plinta. Marco Plinta has just put in, last couple of laps, a 58.874. Fastest lap from the 110, 58.812. And Mayos Mazinas has still got the fastest lap of the race, 58.640. Lubimov running in clean air, let's not forget, 58.677. Timos Peserica running in a high 58 at the moment, 58.994. Dion's just on the fringes of the sub 59 second bracket, but has got Mazinas right on the coattails. Into the left. Now into the right-hander. Tions holds his ground and stays defensive through out of turn number 13. Looks over the left and the right shoulder. That's just to help with the peripheral vision to try and gauge where the driver behind them might be. If you hear the engine notes of their Rotax engine right up your backside, you know they're going. And Mazinas is signalling to Tions saying, right, I'm catching up with you. Come on, we've got to move. We've got to move now. And Peserica has just fallen into the clutches of Tions as up the inside. That was Marco Plinta up the inside of who'd got past Moises, has just got through on Mazinas, and Mazinas has just lost out to Moises at the same time. So very much the case that positions are not necessarily set in stone. Coming up to the last 30 seconds plus an additional lap. And Nikita Lyubimov will very shortly be starting either the penultimate lap of this race or the final lap of this race. The gap is now nearly 2.5 seconds to the good for the Estonian. Okay, that is going to be 7 seconds. 2 laps to go. Lyubimov leads 3.3 seconds as Plinta sends it up the inside through turn number 1 on Adrian Tions. That was for 3rd place. So Marco Plinta having a very difficult start. Seemed like the engine bogged down completely and he had no drive whatsoever, but got back up to speed and has been charging his way through the order. So the timer has now expired. So Lyubimov is away and clear. But in the meantime, there is Mazinas back up the inside of Adrian Tions. And Tions is losing position after position. He's just lost one to Plinta, just lost one to Mazinas. Now he's got Moises right behind him. One more lap to go. Lyubimov leads. What's the gap between him and Peserica? 3.4 seconds. Plinta 3rd. Mazinas. Tions still in 5th at the moment. Can he hold on through it is the big question right now. If Gabriel Christi Moises has anything to say about it, probably not for much longer. But that just depends on how much momentum that Adrian Tions carries through corners and is able to try and pull away from the 111. So Lyubimov now heading down to the final 3 corners of the lap itself here at Ropăgi, as we will have a clear and concise and convincing winner in the form of Estonia's Nikita Lyubimov. Out of the final quarter, the 133 from Talvar Racing wins the opening race of the meeting. Head of Timus Peserica, Marco Plinta, what a drive. Bogs down on the start, comes back through the field and finishes in 3rd. Then Marius Mazinas takes 4th, and also with it the fastest lap of the race, a 58.640. Adrian Tions holds on to 5th, ahead of Gabriel Christi Moises. Nathan Rybczynski started 8th, finished in 7th, ahead of Alex Menezes. Rodrigo Kakers, Martin Straibe, and Klaus Hans, that rounds out the 11-strong grid. But Nikita Lyubimov, that's 3 wins out of 4 this season for the 133. Right, first final for DD2. Here is your starting grid. Emil Zachmans and Maxim Shurko on the front row. Then it's Martin Janowskis and Patrick Snolls Lochmelis on row 2. Points leader Tomasz Birsins on row number 3. Alongside him will be 3-time RMC Nordic champion Ragnar Verus from Estonia. Devin Sagadi will be joined by the youngster from Lithuania, Tomas Rudokas, on row 4, with Andrius Sinkevicius and Edgars Vilkans. Row 5 thereby completing the top 10. Christian Temis, Elmas Mikkelsens, Alexander Abgazawa, Daniel Hunt, Norris Denbergs and Rikards Vargas rounds out the 16-strong grid. 10 minutes plus an additional lap, and it is the class that really does showcase gearbox at its finest. 2-speed gearbox mated to a 125cc Rotax Max Evo engine. Expect speeds north of 120 kilometers an hour. That's 75 miles per hour, which is more than the national speed limit in the United Kingdom. So this is where the real psychological mind games come into play, especially when you've got the likes of Emil Zachmans, Maxim Shiroko at the front end of the grid, but then you look at the likes of who are behind them. This is going to be one of those races that will excite, entertain, and make people either gasp with exultation or drama. DD2 final number 1 about to get underway. The field slows to a complete crawl. Out of the final corner, they split, they head into the tram lines. Are we ready? Are we steady? DD2, final one is go. Green flag waves and a good start by Maxim Shiroko. But at the moment, it is Akmans that keeps the lead going into turn 3. Shiroko looked to the outside move, got the run, got the whole shot, but it was not enough for the youngster from Lithuania, the 4.35. Now through into the tight and testing technical. You can see that Emils Akmans was absolutely flat chat sideways, heading through into turn 9. So the drivers now make their way through up in towards turn number 12, down the dip, into the right at 13. Janovskis is in second position at the moment. Third, that looks to be Thomas Birstins. I recognise that crash helmet anywhere. Patrick Snols-Lochmelis, I think, is currently in 4th place. Across the line we go to complete lap number 1. Akmans lead. Shirko. It's, Akmans, it was Janovskis, Birstins, Shirko. Lochmelis in 5th place. And then we have got Tomas Rudokas ahead of Ragnar Verus, Devin Sagadi, Edgars Vilkans, and the 4.24 has just gone through into 10th position, and at the moment that is Andrius Sinkevicius. 8.5 minutes to go plus an additional lap. DD2, it's a very, very... It's an art form, so to speak. You really, really have to be on your A game, because you make one slip up, you give that person an inch, they take more than a mile, they take a county or a district in terms of advantage. Akmans was leading by nearly 0.4 of a second after lap 1. It's now been up more than half by Janovskis. Lochmelis in 5th has just put in the fastest lap of the race. He's trying to close the gap on Maxim Shirko. Just up ahead. The pair are about just under half a second apart. Little nose up the inside there from Tomasz Birstins on Martins Janovskis. And now Shirko's looking for the move up the inside. Gets through on Birstins, through into turn 8. Neatly done as they go through turn 9, turn 10, into 11, over the crest. And Birstins was snaking under braking right there. He was that late on the brakes, the back end decided to do a little bit of a salsa. But he's got Lochmelis looking up the inside of him. Lochmelis is the fastest one out there, 54.010. Lap 3 being completed now. Ackman still leads. Janowskis. Then a little bit of a further gap. 7/10 make that. Back to Maksim Shurko from Lithuania. Tomas Birštins. Patrick Knowles, Lochmelis rounds out the top 5. Alexander Abgazava in 13th. Puts in the fastest lap of this race. 53.991 seconds by the 412. Denneberg's up into 15th past Daniel Hunt, who's languishing at the bottom end of the field as we have 6 3/4 minutes left to go. And now there's a dogfight. Lochmelis sends it up the inside of all places at turn number 12 with pinpoint precision, getting past Tomas Birštins. That was a great move, and that meant that Lochmelis has now secured 4th for the minute. 6 minutes and 20 seconds still to go. Ackmans still leads. Janowskis does not have an answer at this moment. And Birštins is behind Lochmelis. And the 4:26, that's Tomas Rudokas, the youngster from Lithuania, rounds out the top 6, is only less than 2.5 seconds behind the race leader. Zinkevičius still rounds out the top 10, but here is the battle for 4th and 5th. Lochmelis and Birštins, 0.108 separated them after lap number 4. But they could be catching Shurko. So Shurko has got to watch his rear bumper very, very quickly. Sometimes take a little bit of a glance over the left or the right shoulder, but at the moment, Maksim Shurko has got the racing horse blinkers on right now. Until he hears an engine note right behind him, he will be concentrating on what he's got to do. Now, he does have pace. Has he closed up to Janowskis? Gap now 0.6 of a second. And Lochmelis has just put in another fastest lap of the race. 53.420. Rudokas coming under fire now from Ragnar Verus in the 441. Normally runs his Team Estonia race overalls, but now he's with Birol Baltics. He's got to go with. He's got a new. I should have said that to him in the interview earlier on today. I should have said to him, "Oh, fancy new race suit." And I should have said, "How long before that gets dirty?" Because that's prominently white on the chest plate and on the back. So 4 minutes and 48 seconds still to go. Ackman still leads. It's about 4/10 between him and Martins Janowskis. A great battle here between Ragnar Verus in 7th and Tomas Rudokas in 6th place. And I can hear the absolute lovely noise of these DD2 carts going across the line. Lochmelis again, another fastest lap of the race. He is gunning for Maksim Shurko. It's the 418. He's 2 wheels on the grass. Coming out of one of the corners, that would have been more than likely coming out of turn number 4 and going into 5. He was sideways at one point, and the gap between them after the last lap was just over 1/10.5. Maksim Shurko was 0.2 of a second slower on that particular occasion, so that is why the gap dropped down so significantly from over 3.5 tenths to just over 1/10.5. So the 414 is making some progress. Norris Dennebergs up ahead of Rikardsvik Vargas in the 455 as Lochmelis locks on his crosshairs to try and go after Maksim Shurko in the 435. And Shurko is not catching up to Martins Janowskis. Neither is Janowskis catching up to Emils Ackmans at the moment. Now, Ackmans, at this moment in time, I don't think Ackmans, his best result so far was the first race at Serler. That was a 3rd place finish. He then scored 6 points in final 2 and then finished 4th in the super final. So yet to pick up a race victory this season in the Nordic Challenge has Emils Ackmans, 17 years of age. Coming down to the final 3 minutes plus an additional lap. And Ackmans just seems to be on cruise control, just putting in the laps he needs to. We come across the line to complete lap number 8. Ackmans still holds the gap at nearly 0.7 of a second. Lochmelis this time does not set the fastest lap of the race, but he still is within striking distance to get through on Maksim Shurko for that 3rd position. into the 90 left, then the 90 right. You can see that the carts are dancing as they really turn. Minimal steering input, but it's enough to kick the back end of the cart out, so it looks like it's dancing. Anyone might remember when Ayrton Senna first joined Formula 1, he made the cars dance, and that's what you're seeing in DD2, especially through that part of the circuit. So into turn number 15, into turn 16, 2 minutes to go. Now on to lap number 10, heads race leader Emil Zachmans, the 454. 8.3 tenths of a second is his advantage over Martin Janowskis, but new fastest lap by the driver in third position, Maxim Shurko, 53.120, and he is keeping Patrick Knowles-Lochmelis at bay at this minute for that third place, so Shurko could be gunning for second. Shurko's best result was a third in the super final at Charolais. And now Janowskis is having to defend, sternly defend, but then all of a sudden he loses momentum. Lochmelis is latching onto the back bumper of him right now as they go through into turn number 14 once again, into the right at 15. Now the left-hander, Lochmelis will now point and squirt that throttle hard down to the bare metal on the chassis. He's right with him, going through into turn 1. Not even a tenth separated them after lap number 10. Lochmelis is waiting. Shurko defends, and Lochmelis sends it up the inside. And then, oh my goodness me, that was buy one, get one free. Thomas Birstins took full advantage of that one and rightly deserved to do so. 2 for the price of 1, and Thomas Birstins jumps up from 5th to 3rd place. Absolutely brilliant anticipation by the 411. Just coming up to the last 20 seconds on the timer, plus an additional lap to go. We could be down to the wire whether we get 2 more laps, depending on when Emils Akmans crosses the stripe. It's going to be close. It's 8 seconds, 2 laps to go. And now Lochmelis, having gotten ahead of Maxim Shurko, has gone, right, eat my dust, mate, see you later. But Thomas Birstins will be smiling like the Cheshire Cat. As soon as he saw Lochmelis and Shurko battle away, he thought, right, I've got both their numbers. I don't care. I'm going to go for it. He made it stick, and it happened, and it was an absolute perler. Right, timer has expired, and in the meantime, I've just noticed that behind Thomas Rudorkas and Ragnar Verus, there is the very menacing Sodikart silhouette, plus a driver in it. That is Edgars Vilkans. As all right, there has been a change for position, and that was behind Shurko. So, well, I think it was Verus trying on Rudorkas. Last lap board is out for DD2, final number 1. Akman's lead is now nearly a second and a half. Janowski is second, Birstins, Lochmelis, Shurko. That's your top 5. Oh, right, okay. Devin Sigardi has dropped. So that was Sigardi trying a move, and it did not work out. So Jean Zemis has gone up into 9th. Zinkovicius is 10th. Sigardi drops to 11th place. So now it's just about getting some, consolidating some points and getting it home rather safe and sound at this point. But it has been a lights out to checkered flag, green flag to checkered flag victory. Emils Akmans draws first blood here at 333 by nearly 1.7 seconds ahead of Martin Janowskis. Thomas Birstins in 3rd ahead of Patrick Knowles-Lochmelis. Maxim Shurko takes 5th, and with it the fastest lap of the race of 53.120. Thomas Rudorkas, Ragnar Verus, Edgars Vilkans, Chris Jean-Zemis, and Andreas Zinkovicius ran at the top 10. Alexander Abkazava at 1 point held the fastest lap of the race. Finishes in 11th place ahead of Devin Sigardi, Rickard Zveg-Vargas, Norris Denenbergs, Daniel Hunt, and Almaz Mikkelsons, rounding out the 16 strong that completed all 13 laps. So, our last race before the lunch break, it is DD2 Masters. Final number 1, the Revs coming distinctly from the dummy grid area because everyone is getting ready. Still to go racing, let's take you through the starting grid. Pole position, Lithuania's Martinas Stankevičius. Alongside him, the current points leader in RMC Nordic, Henrik Gruber. Rikas Kaunsims and Igor Mukin, row number 2. Pritsai and Mikolas Mazinas, row 3. Ivars Us, Yuriselaitis, Aman Kanks, Maxim Shaposhnikov, and Margus Gingu round out the 11 strong grid. Nearly double the drivers that we had last time out in Shaolei. Really, really good to see that. So, at this particular moment in time, with regards to the current DD2 Masters standings, Henrik Gruber has been leading the way. But with Martinas Stankevičius, who was not actually racing, but he was present at Shaolei, now brings himself into the mix. And this is a battle that I've been waiting to see. They might be good friends off the track. They won't be friends on it. Let's just say that when you put Martinas Stankevičius in a cart, you put Henrik Gruber in a cart, you put Pritsai, Mikolas Mazinas, they are hard chargers, even at this stage where some people, especially the likes of 15 times Grand Finals qualifier Christoph Adams, who has qualified for it 15 times, and at his age, he's in his close to his mid-50s now. Tony Hogg from the UAE, grandfather of 2, 58 years old, still competing. Still competing. Some people decide to use karting as their chosen sport, right up until they decide that's it, enough for me. But it is Stankevičius versus Gruber on the front row, Lithuania and Latvia. But we've got 10 minutes plus an additional lap to take us into the lunch break here at Rotax in Latvia at the 333 Baltic Circuit. So, are we going to get a start first time from DD2 Masters? Green flag waiting to drop at a moment's notice. So, DD2 Masters final 1. Are we ready? Are we steady? We are green flag first time. Great start by Stankevičius. And Henrik Gruber gets a little bit of a scare, courtesy of Rikards Kaunsims in the 509, who manages to get through into second. Mazinas looking up the inside. That is on the 523 of Igor Mukin. And straight away, that is textbook Henrik Gruber right there. Just literally does a number on at least 2 people. Pritsai rounds out the top 4, ahead of Mikolas Mazinas. Igor Mukin in 6th place as they come through out of turn number 10 into turn 11, through into the left-hand triangle-style hairpin here at turn 12. It's more like a sweeping left-hander, to be honest with you. The track map doesn't really do it justice. But after the opening lap, it will be a Birel ART 1-2 at the moment, courtesy of Martinas Stankevičius, who has got a comfortable gap ahead of Rikards Kaunsims. That gap now is considerable, 0.8 of a second. So, Henrik Gruber in 3rd place will now start to chase down the 509 in front. Pritsai in 4th, Mazinas, Mukin. And we've got the likes of Zelaitis, Us, Armand Kanks, Shaposhnikov and Kingle rounding out the 11-strong grid. So, Mikolas Mazinas trying to close in on Pritsai. That's a little bit further back behind. There was a little bit of a... I'm not too sure if there might have been a move happening, but... Oh, no! No, that is not what you want to do, Rikards Kaunsims. And he's... Well, Henrik Gruber has got every single reason to be completely frustrated about what just happened. Gruber got the move done. Kaunsims went back up the inside and went, well, I'm going to get that place back. And tagged the side of Henrik Gruber. Not exactly what you want to do. Now, Kaunsims has had previous with Mikolas Mazinas back at Madonna in early June. If anyone might remember that one, that was at the top part of the circuit, and Kaunsims made the mistake himself on that particular occasion. 7 minutes and 40 seconds plus an additional lap. Now, Tankovic's lead after the opening 2 laps was 2.4 seconds. Now, let's see, over the next 7.5 minutes, how much of that, or can, Hendrik Gruber, and I know the performance that he's shown so far, Mazinas up the inside of Count Seams. Clean move there from the Lithuanian on the Praga chassis. That was the move for 4th place. So the lead was 2.4 seconds. It is now 2.356. Hendrik Gruber. Oh no! Igor Mukin went over the back of Ricard's Count Seams going through into turns 1 and 2. Count Seams very lucky that his exhaust did not get torn off as a result of it. And I'm wondering whether Igor Mukin has caused a bit of a problem for his front fairing as a direct result. If the clips are not in, he's a very, very lucky boy indeed. So Count Seams now has got Ivars Us right behind in the 520 Sodi kart. Jurisalaitis is not too far behind. There goes Ivars Us up the inside of Count Seams. Count Seams trying to get the switch back out to turn 13. They are sidewall to sidewall into turn 14. Count Seams tries to get the cut back by using the curbs on the inside, but Ivars Us was very, very wise to that one indeed. And now Hendrik Gruber is charging. 2.1 seconds is the gap. He's just put in a 54.146 as the 517. And now Ivars Us ahead of Ricard's Count Seams with Jurisalaitis not too far behind. Mikolas Mazinas, however, is trying to get one past on Pritsai for 3rd place. So whilst they're battling away, Gruber is away into the weeds and gone, and Mazinas, that was brilliantly done, through turns 9 and 10, just absolutely nailed the throttle. Tighter apex than Pritsai, who went wide. Meanwhile, Count Seams is battling away, and he's got through on Us, and he's also got Zalaitis not too far behind either. 5.5 minutes to go. Right, Tankovic has had a lead of 2.1 seconds. Gruber's done it again. 54.257. He's got that gap down to 1.9. There's still 5 minutes and a quarter, plus an additional lap to go. Do not ever write off Hendrik Gruber if there is a mistake done by somebody else. And unfortunately, that person was Ricard's Count Seams. But that does go to show that these drivers, the adrenaline is coursing through their veins. It does happen. But now, Jurisalaitis has got through on Ivars Us for what is now 6th place. So can he start chasing down Ricard's Count Seams in 5th position in the 509? Well, the jury's not quite out on that one, folks. As the leaders now will cross the line. Gap was nearly 1.9 seconds. Gruber, what dent has he made into this? 1.7. And the last couple of laps, well, he's just done a 54.197. Hendrik Gruber is absolutely motivated like nobody's business. I have to give a shout out to Estonia's Margus Kingu in the 572. Still is within 18 seconds of the race leader. But this battle here between Count Seams, Zalaitis and Us, they are covered by just over 1.1 seconds. Now this is the battle for 5th place. But Count Seams has managed to get a little bit of speed and managed to pull away from the 2 Sodi karts behind him. So we are about to go on to lap number 8. Tankovic and Gruber have just crossed the line. Gap is now 1.6. And Hendrik Gruber is consistently running in the mid to high 54.1s on lap time. So that is quite crucial at this point. So Mazinas, in the meantime, has got away from Pritsai in the 519 from Aqua Racing. The very brightly coloured magenta, well, purple and bright fluorescent yellow. That's nearly taking a page out of the book of the comp kart chassis livery used that normally adorns Michael Becker's kart in the Euro Trophy and the B&L. So Gruber trying to close on in. Meanwhile, Zelaitis is ahead of Ivar Zors, and they are embroiled in that battle. That is for 6th place. Heinrich Gruber this time loses out, and the gap expands. So Heinrich Gruber, I think, wants to score solid points. Not on course for a race victory. Tankevicius will take his first one of the RMC Nordic season. That's a bit of a late move there from Ivar Zors. And Jurisalaitis gets sidewall to sidewall with the 520 for the briefest of moments. Now into turn number 8. Zelaitis had to back out of that one. And Igor Mukin, who's just put in the fast... Igor Mukin's just put in the fastest lap of the race. 54.119. And boys, he's behind you. It's not a pantomime, it's a kart race. And Igor Mukin has got a real turn of speed in that 523 Birel ART right now. And up the inside, he sends it from Riga. He absolutely sent that one from Riga. The way he just launched it up the inside. Absolutely brilliant there from Igor Mukin. And now Zelaitis has got to watch it. Well, it's Ivar Zors that's just got to watch his back bumper right now. And that's the battle for P6. So great dueling between this trio here in the last 60 seconds or so. Mukin up the inside of Ivar Zors, gets through. Ivar Zors had a tank slapper right there. Right rear, caught the curbs and nearly spun him around 180. And now the favour has, the fastest lap of the race has gone back to Heinrich Gruber. 65 thousandths of a second away from sub 54 seconds. And now Igor Mukin has managed to get past the 2 behind him. That's a bit of a late lunge there. That was a bit scrappy from the 5'11 of Jurisalaitis, I have to admit. Front bumper caught rear on that one. Not what you needed there at all. And, Zelaitis might want to try and concentrate on what's going on behind him, because Ivar Zors is trying everything in his book to try and get through on the 5'11, but loses a lot of momentum there. So heading into the final 20 or so seconds, Martinas Stankiewicz has led every single lap so far of this race. And Heinrich Gruber got the mother of all wake-up calls on the opening lap, courtesy of Richard Kalmsims. But timer is fast approaching to be at 0. It's going to be close. 3, 2, 1 second to go, 2 laps remaining. And Heinrich Gruber has got... Heinrich Gruber, you are flirting with that 54-second barrier, aren't you, my good sir? 54.050 seconds on that one from the 5:17. And Igor Mukin has managed to move away from the 2 behind, Jurisalaitis and Ivar Zors, but they have got Armand Kanks on the Paralin chassis. The 595 is now closing in on the 520 as our leaders make their way through out of turn number 13. It's going to be one more lap to go that will bring us nicely to the lunch break. So Tankevicius will see the final lap board first. And Mazinas holding on to 3rd place ahead of Pritsai in the 519, the Estonian. But there are your top two drivers. Birel ART represented in first and second position. IPK Praga in 3rd, courtesy of Mikolas Mazinas. But Martinas Stankiewicz has not really had to look back, whilst everyone else was battling over the scraps on the dinner table here on Saturday afternoon. But drawing to a close, the first victory in DD2 Masters here in Ropacci is Martinas Stankiewicz, who wins ahead of Heinrich Gruber. And it's 1.25 seconds at the flag. Mazinas in 3rd. Pritsai from Estonia in 4th place. 5th, it's going to be a drag race. Is it Mukin? No, it's Kalmsims who takes 5th ahead of the 523. And it was a fast and furious drag race style. Jurisalaitis taking 7th. And then it was Armand Kanks Ivars Us, Maxim Shaposhnikov and Margus Kingu rounding out the 11-strong field that completed every single lap of this race. So folks, that concludes the action for the first 6 races. Thank you very much for bearing with us over what has been a very, very delayed opening start to race day here at RMC Nordic and at round 2. But we will be getting back underway. The new timetable has been issued and we will be restarting at 2:30 p.m. local time. That's Eastern European Summer Time. Well, we'll kickstart with the second set of finals with Micromax starting at 2:30. Until then, we will see you after the lunch break. Thanks a lot. See you very soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to resume with this afternoon's action for the second round of the Rotax Max Nordic Challenge and also Rotax Max Challenge Latvia round 4. So let's take you through the grid for final number 2 for the Micromax contenders, and it will be as follows. Jokubas Vaskelis will be on pole position, Patrikas Jokius alongside on the front row, Theo Steindal and Remigius Kriausiunas. Row 2, Joris Gimantas Stankiewicz, Silari Harmonen. Row 3, Saliva Kulte, Jonas Pundis, Oskaras Pitkovas, Taras Zimnikas round out the top 10. Oskar Oyala, Emilis Juozaitis, Dominic Bertans, Kalis Bertons, Oliver Kankeri, Armans Bujans, Juris Pluksna, Christian Skakauskis, Mikkel Grantins, Karl Josep Janimits and Tadvidas Dagis round out the grid. Again, it will be like it was earlier on, 7 minutes plus an additional lap of racing, which kickstarts the second phase of this afternoon's action. So we are under starters' orders as the drivers get themselves ready for what will be an exciting 7 minute plus an additional lap race. They go through the cut through. And now revs rise. Micromax final number 2 does not get underway first time. A couple of drivers were breaking formation a little bit early there, in my honest opinion, probably from around row 2 or 3. And that just goes to show, again, this pressure cooker situation. It just compounds. And, of course, earlier on in the first final, we had the red flag stoppage after, I think, the shortest time ever when it comes to anything I've commentated on. That it was a red flag and a full restart after 34 seconds had elapsed. So the drivers will now, again, just get ready. So Vaskelis on pole, Jokius alongside, Steindal, Kriausiunas, Stankiewicz, Harmonen, Vaikute, Pundis, Pitkovas and Zimnikas round out the top 10. So all results called by myself here on commentary will be provisional pending any judicial and technical checks post-session. So round through the mechanics area, or the repair area, and now they're going to start building speed. Out of the final corner, into the tram lines. Are we ready? Are we steady? Second time of asking. I don't know. That's going to be a red flag. Well, that is that's red flag again. Here we go. Right. And this is not the first time we've had two full starts and then we've had a red flag directly correlating. As I explained earlier on to you folks at home, that in B&L and Euro Trophy it is exactly the same regulation. 2 full starts, red flag is called, and then the parties that need to have the discussion with the starter or the clerk of the course is 100% bona fide and justified. Because people might say, well, that's a clean start. And there is an eye for detail that is required to call the starts properly. And if someone is not happy about it, So the green flag has been waved on the start-finish straight, and the drivers will now go round again to try and get this underway with the third time of asking. So Vasquez will start from pole position. Patrikos Iokios will be alongside on the front row. So the drivers now starting to get into formation very, very early indeed. Theo Steindal and Remigius Krausionas will be on row number 2. Jure Zigimanta Stankiewicz and Ilari Harmonen will be on row number 3 in numbers 9 and 6. Then it's numbers 98 and 11 with Salih Vaikute and Jonas Bundis on row 4. Oskaras Pitkovas in the 48 and the 88 of Taras Zimnikas will be completing the top 10 out of the 21 strong field. They make their way out of turn number 13, are instructed once again to slow, and then they will use the repair area to go through out of turn 14 and through into turn 16. I completely understand the decision to do that, as the Geely Rotax drivers are looking on. As Micromax, third time of asking. Revs rise, are we ready? Are we steady? This time the green flag drops and we're away and racing. And they make it through into turn number 1. Oh, there was a little bit of a squeeze through and a bump over the curbs. That was for the number 9 of Stankiewicz, who remains in 5th place at the moment, but Patrikos Iokios already going through into turn 5 now takes the lead away from Jokubas Vasquez. And now Vasquez trying to go straight back on the counter-offensive. 3rd place is the number 19 of Kriausiunas. Theo Steindal has now dropped down to 5th place behind the number 6 of Ilari Harmonen, as they make their way through into turn 12. Then through the fast right-hander here at turn 13. And Vasquez trying to put the pressure onto Iokios up the inside. Through into turn number 14. The number 24 goes back into the race lead. Out of the final corner. After lap number 1, Vasquez leads. Iokios in 2nd. Kriausiunas. Harmonen in 4th place. Then it's Stankiewicz, and again Iokios trying to put the pressure on Jokubas Vasquez for the race lead as they go through into turn number 5 again, into 6, now into the right at 7. A short blast down the intermediate straight into turn 8. Now into turn 9, turn 10. And then we've got turn 11 coming up, this fast left-hander into the right. Iokios swarming all over the back bumper of the number 24 with the number 19 of Kriausiunas really, really closing, and they are covered by just under 2.5 tenths. Iokios back up the inside, and in the meantime, the number 9 has got back through. Stankiewicz back through on Harmonen for 4th place. And just behind them, they've got Theo Steindal from Norway. And oh, here we go, nearly an opportunity there for Harmonen to get through as Stankiewicz sets the fastest lap of this race so far. 1 minute 1.903 by the driver, currently sitting in 4th position, but they're battling away. Harmonen, I think, has gotten through. Was that at turn 6? Yes, it was, and got the move done by 7. Actually, no, it was, it was Stankiewicz that kept the position. Harmonen kept ahead of Steindal. Just behind them, they've got the number 11 of Bundis, and then also the number 98 of Vaikute. Iosaitis and Bujans rounding out the top 10. Pluxna up into 11th, and again, Pluxna not having a great qualifying session, but making it count when it matters the most. So Iokios now leads the field across the line. Lap 3 in the books, just under 4 minutes, plus 1 lap to go here in the second final. And Steindal trying to put the pressure onto Harmonen from Finland in 5th place as they come out once again of turn number turn number 4. Now into 6 and 7. Jokius did have nearly a half-second advantage after 3 laps. But sometimes we know that in the younger classes that sometimes there'll be some drivers that might not be pushing all the way until they know that they need to have that opportunity. That's now Steindal getting a very, very good run of pace up the inside of Harmanen through turn 13, but had to stick to the outside line into the next left-hander. And this time, well, Steindal shows his nose to Harmanen down the start-finish straight, pulls out of the slipstream, loses some momentum and decides to go back into it. It's a very, very shrewd decision from the youngster from Norway. So the top 7 rounded out by Jonas Bundis in the number 11, covered by just over 2.3 seconds after lap number 4. And again, Steindal just trying to see if he can get the cut back on the number 6 of Harmanen. Got the Finn. But this time, oh, steady now. Harmanen just turned ever so slightly left when he saw Theo Steindal to his immediate left-hand side and went, oh, hello. And that was a case of playing a little bit of chicken there, I think. But Steindal got through and now is ahead into what is 5th place on the road. Again, just some slightly different lines being taken by some of the drivers as they try and negotiate their way around this circuit. So another lap completed, lap 6 now in the books. Patrikas Jokis now has nearly it's just over a 1.4 second lead. And Jokius has just set the fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 1.178. So I don't think we're going to hit another lap before the end of this one. So it'll be one more lap to go. 15 seconds on the timer. So race leader will be heading down the back part of the circuit. In the meantime, Harmanen loses a position to Bundis on the Paralin chassis. That was through turns 11 and into 12. And the favour is now very, very quickly returned by the number 6 of Harmanen from Finland. So timer has expired. We've got one more lap to go after this. And Vaskelis is battling away. That is with the number 19. That's Klaus Jonas. Whereas Jokius has gotten away to the tune of about 2.3. But after this lap, we'll just have one more circumference of this 1,340 metre circuit. So there we go, the checkered flag is out. And Patrikas Jokius takes the win. It's going to be run to the line for second, and it's Vaskelis ahead of Klaus Jonas. Yeah, Steindal takes 4th ahead of Ilari Harmonen with Joris Sigimantas Stankiewicz in 6th. Jonas Pundis, Emilis Juozaitis, Juris Plugsner and Christians Skakauskis ran at the top 10. Taras Simnikas, Aman Bujans, that is the top 12 ahead of Oskaras Bidkovas, Oscar Oyala. Then we've also got the likes of Oliver Kankari, Dominic Bertans, Kalis Benetons, Mikko Grantins, Davidas Dagis and Karl Josip Janimits. We now get underway with our second final for Junior Rotax. Here is the starting grid. Mane Kubehidze will start from pole position in the 231. He'll have alongside Kalis Kirikovs in the 209. Elisa Stolchamani in the 211 will be joined by Finland's Vilho Atala in the 269. Tom Serler and Franciszek Zulima ran out the top 3 rows ahead of Oliver Kirk, Hans Markus Narusk, Roland Spude and Ralf Summers completing the top 10. Bruno Perla 11th, head of Enzo Riccio, Ilya Sherameta, Karl Christian Turkuru. And we've got Timothy Vladimirov from the Ukraine, Andres Ukab, Joel Kaspar Jopera, Richard Rikstins, and then after that, Alois Zekavicius and Rekards Kekulis. That is your 20 strong Junior Rotax grid. So they also will use the runoff area. It's time to get ready for our penultimate Junior Rotax race. Out of the final corner. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Green flag does not drop first time. Full start has been called. I'm at a loss for words what is going on with race starts at the minute. So once again, it is about control, out, delete, refocus, reconcentrate on the task at hand, which is getting the start spot on. So quite a few of the drivers weaving from side to side. And now they go through the cut through once again. They're being told to slow, because as soon as they get out of turn number 16, which happens now, revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Junior final 2. That does not get going again. Second race in a row after the lunch break, and we have had 2 full starts and a customary red flag again being brandished. So the green flag waves again at the start-finish straight, and the drivers are now released. So hopefully, third time of asking, we will get back under racing conditions. So Kobaidze, Kirikov, Stolchamani, Attola, Strele, Sulima, Kirk, Narusk, Sprude and Stammers. That is your top 10. And they really do need to nail this start, first time of asking on this particular occasion. So all drivers were instructed to get out of their carts, and school was in session on the start-finish line. So let's see. Right, they're all tightly packed in formation, which is good. That's a good starting point. And now it is a case of the front row controlling proceedings. Everyone has to fall in line. And if someone is even the slightest bit out of position or not in their respective grid position, that is why a full start will be called. So, Junior Rotax, final 2, about to get racing for the next 9 minutes, plus an additional lap. The seniors will be watching on as they come out of the final corner. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Third time's the charm. We are off and racing. Good start by Kobahidze. Stolchamane slots in behind in second position. As and up into the air. Back axle bouncing up and down. That was Ralf Stammer's. A real shame there for the 262. Was off and inadvertently hit the dirt. Kirikovs in the meantime has got back past Stolchamane to retake second position. Keep your eyes on the 238 though. Tom Serler looking up the inside on Elisa. Stolchamane gets through by literally next to nothing. Vilho Attola up the inside. That is on Sulima. Tries to get through at turn 12. The Finn has to back out to the move at the latter part of it. Coming out of turn 12 and into turn 13. Tries to take a tighter line through turn 14, does the Finn. However, has to again back out of it and lost a lot of momentum. Kobahidze leads the way by nearly 9/10 of a second after the opening lap. Kirikovs has now got Stöde on his coattails. Coming out of turn number 4 and into 5. Oh, that was close. But Stöde just waiting for the opportunity, the moment to strike whilst the iron is hot. Through turn 6 and 7, now into turn 8. Serler goes for the move and gets it. Neatly done there by the 238. As they head through into turn number 10. Now into the right-hander here at 11. The left-hander here at 12. Yeah, I mean, that's got a little bit of shades of Monza in terms of Acqua Minerale. It's a 3-corner complex. Acqua Minerale has a bit of a different compression zone altogether. Kobahidze leads the way still. The gap now is less than half a second as Tom Serler has just put in the fastest lap of the race. Oh, bit wide there out of turn number 3. Well, turn number 2. As it's getting a bit feisty where you've got the likes of the 285. That's Sulima, who's ahead of Attola. Stolchamane down into 6th position at this time behind Sulima and Attola. And then we've got the 259. Enzo Riccio puts in the fastest lap of the race and has moved his way up to 15th position. And is ahead of the... As there's the change for the race lead. There's the change for the race lead. Kobahidze has lost out to Tom Serler, who got through on the run into turn number 14, and the 238 is through and leading. And it was a 1 second swing for Serler, being nearly half a second behind Kobahidze, and then has just gapped him by nearly half a second into T5. Kirikovs gets through. Does Kobahidze get the switch back? Very, very close in the run into turns 6 and 7. Kirikovs defending again from the 231, the driver from Georgia. So it looks like Stolchamane is not having a good second final. She's lost the position again, I believe. That will be to Sprude in the 299, which is the case. Roland Sprudi running on the DHR liveried carts. But Kirikovs is having to hang on at the moment. And has got 3 right with him at the minute. Kobahidze, Attola. And then Zulima in the number 285. Roland Spruder has been making up some pace as well. He's currently behind Vladimirov from the Ukraine. And Tom Serler now just puts in the fastest lap of the race, 56.141. Kirikov still coming under fire, but that is Sulima up the inside. So good battle in this particular occasion. Second, third, then you've got fourth, fifth, well, third, fourth and fifth. And they're playing a little bit more strategic this time rather than however, at the moment, we still do have another change because Abdullah is now dropped behind the 285 of Franciszek Zulima. Kobahidze is not letting Girikovs get away by any stretch of the imagination as they're going to head into the turn here at turn 12. But there has been a little bit of a moment there. That is Mati Kobahidze. We're nearly 4 wide coming across the start-finish line. Having completed lap number 7 as it's getting a bit close for comfort through turns 2 and 3. Elisa Stolchamani now finds herself behind the 299. Roland Spruder, who goes up the inside of Zulima through into turn 5, gets through. Stolchamani also gets through. And 3 wide through there. Oh, that's just so close for comfort. That was through out of turn number 10. You had Bruno Pelli to one side, you had somebody else to the other side, and then there was little old Piggy in the middle. But still, there are battles to be waged as we head into the last minute and 20 seconds, plus an additional lap of this race. Attola now ahead of the 287 of Timothy Vladimirov from the Ukraine. Bruno Perla looking up the inside. That's a neat move on Elisa Stolchamani by the 219. So who is going to finish where at the end of this race? Well, it's difficult to say, especially when you have the likes of Hans Markus Nerus battling, and that is more than likely going to be with Ukab in 14th. Fastest lap of the race so far, current race leader Tom Serler with a 55.612.
Just under 60 seconds on the timer remaining. It's the 2:38 of Tom Serler that has now expanded a lead that is north of 4.1 seconds. Vilho Attola again trying to put the frightness on Roland Spruder. Looks to the outside, coming out of turn number 13. That is the 2:87 of Timothy Vladimirov waiting in the wings as well. Nearly got the chance to get through. The last lap board is out. Tom Serler's lead is now just shy of 5.1 seconds. There's Vladimirov in the 2:87. Vilho Atala in the 2:69, and then just in front of them is the 299 Roland Spruder. So a great battle showcasing the driver's skills all the while. And Spruder trying to be overtly on the defensive side of things as Vilho Atala trying to see if he can get through. That is not going to help him, but Tom Serler wins the Junior Rotax Final 2. Kirikos takes second. Third, it is Roland Spruder. Vilho Atala takes fourth ahead of Timothy Vladimirov. Bruno Perle Matikoveidze in seventh ahead of Franciszek Sulima. Alisa Stolchamane and Joel Kaspar Joipera rounding out the top 10. Hans Markus Nusk, Enzo Riccio trying to do their level best. And then from Riccio all the way down to 20th position, you have the likes of Carl Christian Turku, Andres Upkaup, Elias Sherameta, Oliver Kerg, Ralf Stammers, Richard Rieksins, Aloysius Sekavicius, and Richard Kekulis completing the 20 strong that finished all 11 laps of racing. Now we get underway with our second final for Senior Rotax. Again, 9 minutes on the timer plus an additional lap. Miska Kaskinen and Artyom Sestakovs will be on the front row. Gustav Zusakovs and also Matteo Richter, row 2. Ivari Tui Mileto and Paul Hamburg, row 3. Sebastian Adari and Roman Zrodyanovs, row 4. Row 5 completing the top 10 is Lado Kuhanidze and Jakub Matuszek. Then we've also got Tonis Johannes Domingas, Rome Pakash, Patrick Oimets, Dominikos Goibis, and then Oskar Savicki rounding out the top 15. Completing the 24 strong grid will be Carl Korenik, Sonja Grönlund, Milo Kaskinen, Erik Markus Janimets, Noyes Gerolaitis, Marta Spike, then we've got Hanna Grete Suvema, Ragnar Singeland and Sim Sepp. Completing the starting order for this second race out of 3 this weekend. Miska Kaskinen has won all of the races so far. 3 at Chauley and 1 at Ropage so far this season. Can he continue that run of form right here, right now in this race? So the drivers weaving from side to side as they make their way through turn number 12 into the right at 13, and then use the outside cut through, so to speak, where all the mechanics are as well. A little bit of acknowledgement to somebody by Ivari Toimeletto from Finland. So let's see if we have a start that goes relatively unhitched, relatively uncompromised due to the starts. So Kaskinen on pole, Sestakov's alongside on the front row once again. So revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Senior Rotax final 2 does not get going on that lap. So yellow flags. Sounds like a bit of an anticlimax when I wait for that green flag to drop, and no bueno. I think if it was the Eurovision Song Contest, I think definitely majority of the classes would be getting nul point from the judges. So they've got to do it all over again. And this can also, in some respects, not unsettle the confidence, but unsettle the process. And when you stick to a process, when you know you are in position and you haven't got anything to worry about it, but then if there is somebody else that's jumped the start, that's a 5-second time penalty. Braking formation with 2 wheels out of the tram lines, 3 seconds. All 4 wheels out, and it's 10-second time penalty. So let's see if we can get this one going at the second time of asking. Senior Rotax is Miska Kaskinen, Sestakovs, Uzakovs, Richter, Toimeletto, Hamburg, Adari, Rodinovs, Kuhanidze and Matuszek. That is your top 10. Right then, cry havoc and let's slip the dogs of war, shall we? Out of the final corner. They split. They head into the tram lines. The revs start building now. Are we ready? This time we get racing. And under braking into turn 1. Kaskinen a little bit tail happy as they try and make it through. It's not been a good one for Sestakovs because he's all the way down. And that is Pakash. And that is on the start-finish straight. Uzakov's now up into second and is chasing down Miska Kaskinen for the race lead. Tuimeletto is running in third position as they come out of turn number 10. Into the right at 11. And who was that that was very sideways through the corner? That was Paul Christian Hamburg. And he's being chased down by the Czech Republic's Matej Richter. Through into turn number 14 we go as we reach the conclusion of the opening lap, and it's nip and tuck between the top 4. Make it maybe a little bit longer, that train. Look, 7 carts, and Kaskinen was just over a tenth in front of Usakovs, and Usakovs was looking for a possible move through turns 1 and 2, and he had to hold back on that one. Through into 5 now. On the brakes as you enter, you're going to be modulating brake and throttles all the while going through that complex. Now, can Uzakovs get a good run coming out of the 16th and final corner in about 30 seconds time? Through the right-hander, over the slight crest, into 12. Then into the right-hander here. Short blast up to turn number 14. As Toimeletto sends it past Uzakovs into turn number 14 to take second position away from the Latvian. Kaskinen leads. His lead now is, that's been over half a second. He's just gained on that last lap. Milo Kaskinen, has literally rocketed up the order like nobody's business. He's up to 6th. Paul Hamburg now goes into battle with the Usakovs, who loses not just 1 but now 2 positions as Richter has gotten through on the 389. There is Milo Kaskinen. Oh, this is going to get feisty. Adam Sestakovs in 7th. Donis Johannes Domingas in 8th. 9th, it's Patrick Oimets. Romans Rodinovs rounds out the top 10. Paul Hamburg trying to pull away from Matej Richter. In the meantime, Usakovs tried to look for the move up the inside, nearly outbraked himself there, going into the second from last corner. 6 1/4 minutes remaining on the timer. Toi Miletto has now started reeling in Miska Kaskinen, and at the meantime, it's brother Milo Kaskinen that is trying to put the frighteners on Usakovs for what is 5th position, and he goes for the move. Very, very late, but ultimately incredibly decisive. And not only did Milo Kaskinen get through on Gustav Usakovs, it was also Domingas that made the jump as well. There goes Sestakovs through on the inside of the 389. That's through turn 10. So that is in 3 corners, 3 positions lost by the 389, normally residing in the United Kingdom these days, in the locality of Tynemere at Larkfield. But Kaskinen now has started responding. Paul Hamburg's just put in the fastest lap, and that was a doozy. 53.932. He went effectively 29 thousandths quicker than the overall race leader, Miska Kaskinen. 53.932 plays 53.961. Keep your eyes on Paul Hamburg. He's currently P3 at the moment, and he is not that far behind Toi Miletto for 2nd place. 1.3 covers the top 3. Top 10 covered by just under 4.8 seconds after 4 laps. Very, very close to getting to the end of lap number 5. And now a change for position. Sestakovs gets through on Domingas. So that is a change for what is 6th place. And now Domingas tries to go back on the counter-offensive through turns 1 and 2 into 3, now into 4, coming through into 5. And Domingas waits until the last moment possible, and Usakovs has just nearly taken a play out of the book of a certain DD2 driver. You know who you are, Tomasz Birstins from earlier on. Did exactly the same thing, 2 for the price of 1. So Milo Kaskinen ahead of Gustav Usakovs. Donis Johannes Domingas is out. Oh, that's classic Gustav Usakovs right there. Tail of the cart is wagging more than a dog, who's very, very excited to see their owner. Like literally stamped on the brakes and the back end slipped one way, then the other. And this is going to be a dogfight here, because there are 8 carts in this train. So you have got Usakovs, Domingas, Sestakovs, Rodinovs, Oimets, Adari, and Boys also at the back end of that train. Toi Miletto is about 7.5 tenths behind the race leader Miska Kaskinen in the 314. So it's the 311. Toi Miletto and Hamburg has closed that gap. That is significantly changed. Lead gap now nearly 9 tenths. Paul Hamburg just took the best part of over 1/4 of a second out of Toi Miletto. Gap now under 1.5 tenths. Just look at the confidence that Paul Hamburg's got on that 301 entry. Absolutely incredible pace that he's showing right now as they come through into the turn 12 complex. into the right-hander now at fast pace. They'll be accelerating as they come through this part of the circuit. And then into turn number 14. Now into the right at 15, and then final left-hander that brings them onto the start-finish straight. Hamburg's within a tenth, I would imagine. And he's gone for the move! Absolutely knew he had no other alternative but to go for it. That was mighty in its execution there by Paul Hamburg. Sent it from at least 2 to 3 kart lengths back and kept it on the inside line. Credit to Ivari Toimileto for keeping the racing room there. Utmost respect with those two. Between the pair of them, that was how you overtake and how your opponent responds in kind. Gives you the racing room to do so. And if you get a sniff of an opportunity like that, you do not hesitate. And Paul Hamburg did exactly that. So coming down to the final 51 seconds plus an additional lap. Gap was 1.1, now 1.0. Hamburg has just taken over 2 tenths out of Kaskinen whilst battling away with Tuomiletto. And now is starting to pull away from the 311. And what's more, folks, we've got 3 Finns in the top 10. Miska Kaskinen leading the race. Ivari Tuomiletto in third. 5th, it is Milo Kaskinen. Artyom Sestakovs has now got through on Rodianovs for 8th position. That gap has started to decrease. Don't know how much it's decreased by, but we're going to find out very, very soon. It is going to be nip and tuck. I think we're going to be going on to our final lap very, very shortly. Meantime, Uzakovs gets through on Milo Kaskinen. That's now for 5th. Last lap is underway. Oh, Paul Hamburg is within 7 tenths of the race leader going on to the 11th and final lap. Uzakovs now has the fastest lap of the race, 53.332 for the young man. With the top 12 covered by not much, and when I say not much, I mean it. So, final lap almost completed. It has been lights out to checkered flag. It's the winning streak rumbles on to the super final. Miska Kaskinen is 1 race away from having won 6 in a row. That's number 5. And he wins by just under half a second ahead of Paul Hamburg. Ivari Toimileto on the Kart Republic chassis, the 311, brings it home in 3rd place. Matej Richter in 4th, Gustav Uzakovs in 5th, and picks up the fastest lap as well. Milo Kaskinen, Tonis Johannes Domingas, Romans Rodinovs, Artyom Sestakovs and Patrick Oimets round out the top 10. Sebastian Adari, Dominikas Gobois, then we've got Laro Kuhanice, Sonia Grönlund and Erik Markus Janimets rounding out the top 15. Ragnar Simuland, Kau Karenik, Oskar Savicki, Jakub Matuzek and Marta Spoik round out the top 20. Simsep, Hanna Greta Suvema, Noyes Generalitis being the last of the classified finishers, and before even completing 1 lap. Real shame there for Talvar Racing's Romet Pakash in the 3:45. But Miska Kaskinen continues his 100% winning streak so far. Up next, it's going to be Minimax, and it's final number 2. The engines have just started as well. And once they get released, we will give you the all-important starting grid. So Romet Pakash's kart gets pushed into the dummy, well, into scrutineering and park for May. So here we go, starting grid for Minimax, final number 2. Now, earlier on today, Nikita Lyubimov picked up the victory quite comfortably. We'll have Marco Plinter alongside. Hopefully, Plinter does not have any issues like he did in the opening race. Adrien Stions, Gabriels, Christy Moises round out row 2. Timas Peserica and Alex Menezes, that is row 3. Rodrigo Kakas and Natan Rybczynski, that is row 4. Martin Streiber, Klaus Hans and Marius Mazinas round out the 11-strong grid. So with this one, it will be 7 minutes plus an additional lap. Onto the formation lap we go. Can we get a race that starts first time? The last 2 races in the second third of this chapter here at the 333 Baltic Circuit, we've had 2 full starts and a red flag, and the third time we've gone racing. So it is down to Nikita Lyubimov and Marco Plinter to lead the field and start getting them into formation. So through into turn 12 out of 16. They are at a concertina crawl right about now. That's Natan Rybczynski in the 189 that is weaving from side to side. So now it's time to focus. Drivers to steel themselves and get ready for their penultimate race of this weekend. Lyubimov took the opening victory. Who's going to win the second one? We are literally seconds away from green flag racing. Minimax final 2. Does not get going. You know what? This is going to be a running gag all week, all day long. You know what? This just goes to show that you might think that your start is going to be absolutely brilliant, and then something like that happens. You're going to go, oh, I've got to go through. Well, you could moan, you could whine about it and say, yeah, well, this happened or whatever. If it is not a clean start, they will not see the green flag drop. 100%. So let's see if this time around the green flag drops on the second time of asking. Now through turn number 11. And then turn 12. How is this one going to pan out? Is Lyubimov going to canter away into the distance like earlier on today? And the red flag has just... I'm not 100% sure why the red flag was called, because we did... The drivers probably... Well, we just had one full start. So the drivers will now have to line up on the start grid. Now, the thing is, I spot 4 carts on the right-hand side of the grid. Or for those watching at home, it's on your left. And there is some activity happening on the right-hand side of the start starting grid. So Yanis Karajuk was just having a quick conversation with Nikita Lubimov, our pole sitter. So a second conversation now underway. Right, so the drivers now see the green flag and get released. So it will be 7 minutes plus an additional lap, but right. Adrien Stions is trying to press on the throttle. Oh no, that's not gonna bode well for Adrien Stions. That might be throttle, that might be engine related. He's been gunning the throttle and it is not responding, so there could be a gap behind Nikita Lubimov on the grid. So that would mean that Gabriel Christy Moises would be on the outside of row number 2. But Tions has come to a stop. So now we will see if this start gets underway first time on this particular occasion. And then we've got 2 more before we go into the super finals. So, Mini-Max final 2. Lubimov won the earlier one. Out of the final corner. Green flag ready to drop at a moment's notice. The revs rise. This time we do go racing. And again, another problem for Marco Plinter off the front row. He drops way back again. He's just trying to get the start, and the car is not responding, and he's slowing as well. He's got, oh no, banging the steering wheel in frustration is Marco Plinter in the 110. So problems for Adrien Stions, problems for Marco Plinter, and now what that means is that in second position is the number 141 of Timas Peserica. Lubimov trying to get a advantage very, very early in this race. A little bit of jockeying for position a little bit further back, one of which is Mayos Mazinas, who's got through on the 113. Martins Dreibe on the energy chassis. So Lubimov leads by nearly 0.4 of a second. Head of Peserica. Oh, dearie me. That's Rodrigo Cacas, who's just spun the kart around. No assist there. And ended up pointing the wrong way. Again, another driver banging the steering wheel in frustration. Well, what that has done is that there's going to be a move. Menezes is going to be passed by Mazinas, and that has happened. That's a change for third place. So Mayos Mazinas trying to close in on Timas Peserica a little bit further back behind the 177. There is a 3-way scrap, which includes Natan Rybczynski at the back of it, and looks to fire it up the inside. Gets through. That's on Martins Dreibe on the 113 energy chassis. And then Alex Menezes right in the wheel tracks of Mayos Mazinas, looks for the move up the inside, through into turn number 1, and Menezes gets through, retakes third position nice and neatly as he goes into turns 1 and 2. And Mazinas did not really want to force the issue or close the gap in terms of proximity. You know, you really, the drivers, if they are wanting to do an overtake, will do it with at least a minimum of just over a kart width. But look how close Mazinas is to Menezes at this particular occasion, through into turn number 12, as there is Gabriel Christy Moises in the 111, just has got the ringside seat, is waiting for something to happen. Mazinas looking up the inside, through into turn number 14, retakes the position away from Menezes. That's third back in the hands of the Lithuanian on the Paralin chassis. Rybczynski is closing in. He's now up into 6th position. Is he going to get 5th? Not quite. Little bit of a slight rub between. Oh, over the curves. That was Menezes that compromised Moises, and Rybczynski nearly had an opportunity. And there is Martin Streiber. It's 3 wide going into turn 6. They still managed to get through on that one. Heavens to Betsy, that was close. But Rybczynski now gets through on Moises, and that is more importantly 5th position for the youngster from Poland on the Kart Republic chassis. Now we'll start to chase Alex Menezes unless Moises has something to say about it. Dreiber not too far behind either when it comes to the triple one, and he goes through, does not outbrake himself. Dreiber through on Moises. Great racecraft from some of these drivers. Nikita Lubimov has a lead now of 1.7 seconds. And has got the fastest lap of the race in the pocket, 58.434. As there goes Rybczynski up the inside of Menezes, through into turn number 5. Sweeps wide to shut the door into turn 6 and neatly gets through. Brilliant stuff there from the youngster from Poland that won the super final at Charolais in the mid part of May this year. 2.5 minutes still remain. The battles are continuing in terms of their intensity. And now Moises up the inside of Dreiber. That was very, very neatly done through turn number 12. And then Linus Stern coming out of 13. And oh, that was a cheeky cutback from Martin Dreiber there on Gabriel Christy Moises. And they're going to try and go they're side by side coming out of the final corner. And now it's 3 wide. Now it's 3 wide. Very, very briefly. And just behind them is the 169 of Gloves Hands. So 3 energy carts, pretty much side pod to side pod coming out of the final corner at turn number 16. Through into turn 7 go the trio once again. A little bit further up the road from them is Rybczynski versus Menezes. Moises leads this 3 kart scrap for 6th place as they come out of turn number 10. Into the right-hander here at turn 11, then through into the next left-hander. Just, you can see that from that camera angle that there is a slight ascent and then a descent. So we're going to have 3 laps to go once Nikita Lubimov crosses the line, which he does now. And that is a 58.458. 24 thousandths off of his fastest lap so far. Gap between him and Timus Pasarica now expands to nearly 2.9 seconds. Mazinas still in 3rd. Rybczynski, Menezes, Moises, Dreiber. That is your top 7. Klaus Hans, Rodrigo Kakers. And yeah, so we have only got 9 runners at this point. Marco Plinta retiring on lap 2. Adrian Stions didn't even really take the start due to either throttle or engine issues. This can happen. It can be the seal on the spark plug. It can be sometimes even a bolt, a nut and a washer for the throttle cable that connects directly to the Rotax Max Evo engine. So just coming up to 10 seconds on the timer. Nikita Lubimov will be hurtling towards the start-finish line. Has already crossed it quite a few seconds ago. Peserica and Mazinas less than 0.6 apart. And there is the battle for second place. So Mazinas on that last lap set a personal best and went quicker by just over 0.2 in the case of Peserica. But the timer has expired. 7 minutes have now elapsed, and Nikita Lyubimov looking to comfortably book his place on pole position for the Super Final, which will take place at 4:30 p.m. Eastern European Summer Time. As now Mazinas looks for the move up the inside of Peserica. That was neatly done through at turn number 14 by the youngster from Lithuania. Last lap now underway. Lyubimov's lead is now 4 seconds. Mazinas goes defensive. Great approach there by the youngster in the 177 Paralin to take the tighter line through into turn 1. Now is defending. Knows that Peserica has pace. Through into turn 6. Peserica could get the run coming out of turn 7, but straight away Mazinas knew what was possibly going to transpire. Shuts the door very, very quickly. Runs wide coming out of turn 9 into turn 10 and still stays ahead at this moment in time. Great job there by the 177. Through into turn 12, now into turn number 13. Peserica looking to the outside into turn 14. Mazinas again defending. But whilst this is all transpiring, Nikita Lyubimov is going to be 2 for 2 for the Estonian. Great job there by the youngster from Talvar Racing. And it will be Mazinas that takes second by a whisker. Peserica third. Rybczynski progresses to fourth. Head of Menezes. Gabriels Christy Moitzes, Martin Streber, Klaus Hans, and Rodrigo Kakas all finishing every one of the 9 laps of racing, covered by just under 12.7 seconds. But just like Miska Kaskinen in seniors, Nikita Lyubimov has done 2 out of 2 so far today. Great job by the youngster from Talvar Racing, and he will have a big smile on his face and all the confidence in the world going into this afternoon's Super Final. Now the revs kick into life as we go to DD2. Our penultimate, second final. The green flag waves at the end of the dummy grid. Here is your starting grid. Race 1 winner Emil Zachmans will be back on pole position. Maxim Shurko will be alongside him on the front row. Martin Sianovskis, Patrick Snolls, Loch Mellis, row number 2. Thomas Birsins and Ragnar Verus complete the top 3 rows. Devin Sagardi, Thomas Rudokas, Andreas Sinkevicius and Edgar Zvilkans will complete the top 10. Christian Zemis, Elmars Mikkelsens, Alexander Abkazava, Daniel Hunt, Norris Dinbergs and Ricards Vegvargas rounds out the 16 strong grid. 10 minutes plus an additional lap. We had some great racing, especially the buy one get one free special, as I'm going to call it, for Thomas Birsins, when he managed to get past Maxim Shurko and Patrick Snolls Lochmelis at the same time, at the same corner. But the big question is, will lightning strike twice? Well, who knows? Who knows? Wind is now south-southwesterly, 15 kilometers per hour here in the 333 Baltic Circuit. They now go onto their formation lap. Now, can we please... I'm going to sound like a broken old record. Can we please have a start first time that the green flag drops and they go racing? Come on, DD2. Come on. Uphold the honour of a first time start, please. Come on. Come on. That's all we want. Yes. With obviously the delays that we've had already today, it has set a bit of a precedent. And for those wondering, folks, we are going to be racing probably until about, I would say, closer to 6:45 tonight. But these things do happen. You can plan. You can have a timetable, and it doesn't always work out the way that you might foresee. But that's racing. That's part and parcel of it. Humidity currently 81%. And it is 16 degrees Celsius at the moment. So we have hit the highs of around 21 degrees. There is some cloud cover overhead. But I'm going to do something here. I've just tapped the side of my head as we go into the tram lines. DD2, final two. Is it first time green flag? Yes, it is! Here we go, and a great start from the pole setter, Emil Zachmans, as they make their way through into turn numbers 1, 2, and 3. Has everyone got safely through? Yes, they have. They're all in a row. So, at the minute, it is Emil Zachmans. Second, Martin Zinovskis. Third, Tomasz Birstins. Fourth, Maxim Shurko. Lochmelis completes the top 5 as they go through turn number 9. And there is, I think that was Edgars Vilkans making a move up the inside through into turn number 10. Tomas Rudokas is giving Patrick Snolls Lochmelis something to think about, as there is a little bit of argy-bargy a little bit further back between the likes of Zinkevicius, amongst others. Now, I haven't seen a yellow flag, but after the first lap, it is Emil Zachmans continuing his run of form so far. Janovskis, Birstin, Shurko, Lochmelis, Rudokas. Then we got Devin Sigardi. Ragnar Verus has dropped behind Edgars Vilkans, who started 10th, is now 8th. Alexander Abkazava in the 412, now up into the top 10. The 424 of Zinkevicius now drops down into 11th. And then the 405 of Jean Zemis rounds out the top 12 positions. And change at the front, it looks like. It might have been a change at the front. Yes, it is. Janovskis has got the race lead. Janovskis ahead, and look at the skirmish behind. Coming out of turn number 14 into 15. Lap 1, it was Emil Zachmans. Lap 2, leading is Martin Janovskis. Third is Maxim Shurko. Fourth is now Birstins. Lochmelis holding station in 5th. Rudokas, Sigardi, Vilkans, Verus, Jean Zemis now up into 10th place. As Zinkevicius has dropped all the way down to 15th. And Abkazava might have also been another casualty. So we now have... Oh, Janovskis has gone off! He's gone straight off at turn number 10! What on earth happened there? Did he just understeer? Absolute scenes there. The team cannot... From MRG Racing, I bet are really scratching their eyeballs and wondering what on earth happened there. But now, leading the way, a third lap, a third different race leader. Maxim Shurko is at the front end of the field. Edgars Vilkans is now up into 3rd position from 10th. Rudokas runs wide coming out of turn number 2. Well, would you, Adam and Eve, would you believe that one, folks? The Hollywood script has been ripped up into shreds, thrown under the carpet and swept away into the distance. But now we've got a real titanic battle on our hands. And the reason being is the fact that these drivers have still got 6.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. But Janowskis, that was uncharacteristic when he went off. He's trying to steer the kart through into turn number 10. But Serler now becomes the first driver in this race to lead 2 laps in succession. But he's got Birstins trying to close in. Vilkans is setting the fastest lap times out there. There is the 4:54 of Emils Akmans. He's got Ragnar Verus now behind him as he goes through on the inside of turn number 5. Devin Sigardi has joined the fray. So that is the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th position. Loch Mellis in 7th place at this moment in time. And then we got the 4:05 of Christian Zemis up into 8th place. Then Norris Dennebergs and the 4:71 of Elmars Mikkelsen's rounding out the top 10. Rudokas, after his slight running wide at turn number 2, has dropped outside of the top 10. Now, look at what we've got here. A 3-way scrap. First, second and third, covered by 4 tenths. Serler leads Birstins, leads Vilkans. Akmans now up into 4th. Here goes Birstins for the race lead at turn 5, and he's got the job done. Vilkans, if he had room there to get through, he would have been through there quicker than a rat up a drain pipe, but he's gone through to try and get through on Serler, and Vilkans nearly Akmans gets compromised. Akmans still gets through and retakes 2nd position. Ragnar Verus and Devin Sigardi did the right thing there. Verus now up into 2nd. Sigardi trying to go for 3rd out of turn 13. Not quite enough room there for the 444 to get through. Loch Mellis is now behind the Estonian in the 444. And what this means, Birstins has a 1.3 second lead after all that haberdashery at turns 9 and 10. Daniel Hunt, in the meantime, in 14th position, has just gone and set the fastest lap of the race, 54.044, as there is a move. That is Loch Mellis on Sigardi. Sigardi didn't really need to fight that, and he didn't. Serler is behind them in 6th. Vilkans. Then we've got Dennebergs and Rudokas now back up into the top 10 as oh, that was brilliantly done there by Ragnar Verus. And Akmans goes defensive. The wind has really picked up now on the start-finish straight. I can see that because the stream in the commentary tent is getting a battering at the moment. But Birstins lead now nearly 2 seconds. Verus in 2nd place. Akmans being chased down and hunted by Loch Mellis. Sigardi 5th, Serler, Vilkans, Rudokas, Dennebergs. And there is another change for position. That is Loch Mellis on the inside of Akmans through turn number 5. So there you see on the middle part of your screen some new graphics. Battle for 2nd, that was the gap. And there you see the battle for 2nd. Look, we've now added another 2 karts to it. So Verus in 2nd, Akmans in 3rd, Loch Mellis and Sigardi. That's your top 5, but Serler dives late and then some, and Vilkans gets through, keeps it pinned round the outside at turn 13. There's Rudokas. Careful, Janowskis. You nearly outbraked yourself there. 2 minutes and 42. This is DD2 racing at its finest, where it's close. You've got to anticipate everything and expect the unexpected. And that is what we're getting here. And is Verus in the lead? Hang on, was that? Well, no, that was not Verus in the lead. That was Loch Mellis. So there's Birstins. Verus still in 2nd. Keep your eyes on Akmans because he's absolutely flying at the minute. Coming through into turn number 8, now through into 9. He's on the inside of Loch Mellis. Is he going to get through at 10? He does! He squeezes through like there was absolutely no room at the end. But Loch Mellis straight back up the inside at turn 12. Absolutely fantastic, brilliant sportsmanship there and great clean racing. Keep your eyes on what's coming from behind, boys. Maxim Shurko and Edgars Vilkans. Absolutely spectacular second race in DD2. We've had everything. We've had a first time start. We've had drivers trying to get one up. They're trying to one up each other. And Loch Mellis points to the inside of Verus and says, right, come on, Emils, let's go for it. Let's get past Ragnar and let's go after Tomasz up front. Well, Tomasz is 3.5 seconds up the road and no one's going to catch him. Unless something does happen. But Tomasz has just put in on lap 9 a 53.808 and a dive bomb up the inside of Emil Zachmans. That was Maxim Shurko. What on earth was that from Edgars Vilkans? He launched it around the outside at turn number 13 and got through and kept pace with Shurko. That's anticipation in DD2 at its finest. 50 seconds on the timer. Verus sternly defending against Loch Mellis for second place on the road, coming out of turn number 2 and turn number 3. Devin Sigardi, folks, has just gone and put in a 53.7. Oh, drama there for Emil Zachmans. Janowskis is through on him. And Ackmans now finds himself down in 7th position. But now this four-way scrap. It is going to be a four-way scrap very, very shortly with the pace that Edgars Vilkans has been showing. But look at the defensive nature of Ragnar Verus. He is trying to put it on the racing line. Loch Mellis is saying, like, come on a minute, come on, man, let me through. But he gets through at turn 14. Shurko follows through as well. So, timer has expired. Last lap underway. Beresin's lead is now 4.9 seconds. Keep your eyes on what's going to happen next. Oh, dearie me. Verus has just lost 2 positions. One to Vilkans, one to Rotax through turns 1 and 2. And he's got Janowskis closing in and bringing the heat to the kitchen, so to speak. Loch Mellis still keeping ahead of Shurko. Verus goes defensive. Sigardi now up into 9th. Sean Zemis up into 10th. Denneberg's down to 11th. Mikkelson's currently running in 12th position. But now, this titanic battle, we are on the final lap, coming out of turn number 13. It is Shurko in 3rd versus Loch Mellis in 2nd. Into turn 14. Great defence there from Loch Mellis. But out of the final corner, it is going to be Tomasz Birstins that wins the race by a country mile. 2nd, Loch Mellis. 3rd, it's Shurko. Vilkans, Rotax, Ackmans, Janowskis, Sigardi with the fastest lap of the race. Ragnar Verus drops to 9th at the checkered, head of Christian Zemis. Norris Stenbergs, Elmans Mikkelsons, Andreas Zinkevicius, Rickard Vegvargas, Daniel Hunt all finished the race, and unfortunately on the opening lap we lost Alexander Abkazawa. But what a win by Tomasz Birstins, but a great showcase of when a DD2 race gets exciting. That's exactly what you want. Okay, it's the last second final of the second round of the Rotax Max Challenge Nordic. It is DD2 Masters. Let's take you through the grid. It's going to be Tankevicius and Gruber on the front row. Count Sims and Mukin, row 2. Pritsai and Mikolas Mazinas, row number 3. With Ivar Zus, Juris Alaitis, Armand Gangs, Maxim Shaposhnikov and Margus Kingu. That is your 11 strong. We have had nearly double the racers in DD2, but you know what? I have waited for an epic DD2 race to commentate on this season, and what we just saw, I have to say, props to Edgar's props to the No Limits crew who caught literally every single second of that. Absolutely fantastic. And I'm looking forward to seeing what the super final brings, because that's even longer. That's even longer, but there are points up for grabs, let's not forget. So the drivers now go onto their official formation lap. Tankevicius took the opener. Will Heinrich Gruber give him a fight? Oh, I'm so looking forward to this one. I hope you are too, folks, because this should be an absolute cracker. So, it was a 1-2 for the people that started on the front row earlier on today. And then after this, we will go to our super finals, where we up the ante, folks. We extend the timers. And then, if anyone might remember what we saw in Shaolei, could we see us hit another level, so to speak, here in Ropashi in Latvia. Don't forget, the third and final round of RMC Nordic will head to the Aravete circuit in Estonia on the 18th and the 19th of August. The season in its totality, 3 months, 8 days long. That's 100 days in total. But we get ready for the last second final of this race meeting. It's DD2 Masters. Tankevicius on pole. Gruber alongside. Into the tram lines. Revs rise. Are we ready? DD2 Masters final number 2 does not get underway, and that was a calamity if ever I saw one. I think people were chomping at the bit, and they, you know what, Edgars, can I, if you can I get a slow-mo replay on that one? You know what, the replays that we've been getting also have been absolutely brilliant. So we're going to have a look at a very, very slow motion replay of this in a moment. Oh, yeah, well, oh, dearie me. That was where the calamity was. So you had the Birel ART, Heinrich Gruber wagging his finger as if to say, Martinez Tankevicius, you naughty, naughty man. The biggest thing was, it was the well, it was one of the Sodi carts. I think it was Jerusalaitis. He got caught out and ended up sideways. Pritsai had to avoid. So that could have been even worse than what it actually was, folks. But we've got 10 minutes on the timer plus an additional lap. They're going to go through the the cut through. So let's see what happens here. Do we get a clean start second time around? Well, the drivers make their way out of the final corner. 10 minutes on the timer. It's time for the second time of asking. The revs rise. Green flag now drops. We're underway and racing. And Heinrich Gruber keeps it pinned round the outside of Ricard's Kaunzims, as there is the 511. That is Jerusalaitis, who's dropped to the back end of the field. So the drivers now making their way through into turn 6 and into 7. And it's a short run down to turn 8. Pritsai looking up the inside of Ricard's Kaunzims. It's going to be sidewall to sidewall. Kaunzims gets through. Cut back from Pritsai, the Estonian, as steely as always. Now, I spotted a couple of rain spots on the camera just then. Or a couple of water drops there. Now, this is going to be very, very crucial how this race goes on now. But Tankevicius and Gruber have already gotten away. Nicolas Messinas trying to get through on Igor Mukin for position. Leaders coming out of the final corner. Lap 1 completed. The wind has picked up again. And Gruber is within 2 tenths. He's within lunge range, is Heinrich Gruber. Pritsai, oh, a little bit of a slight mistake there from the 595. As there we go, oh, we got a touch. There was a slight touch left, it was right front to left rear. Gruber trying to get through on Tankevicius. And on that particular occasion, it didn't happen. Out of turn 9, into the left here at 10. Gruber is staying single file at the moment, staying on the same racing line as Stankiewicz. Through into turn 12. Gruber was sideways under braking. Sideways under braking by the Latvian as the Lithuanian continues to lead at the moment. Into turn number 15 we go. Lap 2 about to be completed. And Stankiewicz is fractionally ahead. Not even a tenth, I think, at this point. How close was Gruber? He was a tenth. Just over a tenth behind. Looked to go up the inside through into turn 1. Stankiewicz has said, no, you do not. And in that particular moment, Pritsai just put in the fastest lap of the race. 54.952 by the Estonian from Agfa Racing. So 7 3/4 minutes to go. And Stankiewicz still leads. But look at what's happening behind. Everyone is starting to close up a little bit now. And Shaposhnikov has dropped all the way down into 10th position. And then Jurasilitis is all the way, well, he's about 1.4 seconds behind Shaposhnikov. So keep your eyes on not just the top 2 now, because the top 7 covered by just over 2 3/4 seconds at the back end of it is Ivars Us in the 520. He's running pretty much with Mikolas Mazinas in the 577 Praga entry. Bumping over the curbs, I think that might have been Igor Mukin. Mukin has just gone faster than anybody. 54.847 by the 523. So still positions to be fought for over the next 6.5 minutes plus an additional lap. So there has been quite a lot of action. Oh, that was very close there. Oh, Igor Mukin nearly T-boned into the well, nearly T-boned Ricard Kaunzims. And they've got Mikolas Mazinas right with them coming out of turn number 5. Into turn 6. Now into 7. Henrich Gruber has now taken back the fastest lap. Mikolas Mazinas squeezes through at turn 8 on Igor Mukin while slightly sideways. And whilst I was about to say that Henrich Gruber has got back the fastest lap of the race, 54.369, he was pretty much 99 thousandths quicker than the race leader. And look how late Gruber is on the brakes going into turn number 14 in comparison with Stankiewicz. Now into turn 16. Lap 5, done and dusted. Stankiewicz still leads. Gruber in second. Gap now exactly 3/10 and closing. Another that just goes to show how quickly things can change. Because Gruber is really trying to put the not the frighteners, but he's trying to put the pressure on Martinas Stankiewicz for the race lead. And sometimes that's easier said than done. Pritsai has got some he's got some light at the front of the tunnel and the back of the tunnel. So he hasn't got to worry about those behind him. Because Ricard Kaunzims is running 4th on genuine pace. Mikolas Mazinas is hunting him down again. And this is coming through out of turn 12 into the right-hander here at turn number 13. Will Mazinas go for the move? Not quite. Might get a run coming out of turn number 16 down the start-finish straight, but he's got to be wary because Igor Mukin is closing in on him. And if Mukin does not bump over the curbs like he did with the left front wheel just then, the 523 could be a little bit closer. Now out of turn number 4. Heading down into turn 5. Mazinas now goes for the move. That was very, very neatly done. But I have just noticed that Mikolas Mazinas' rear bumper is askew to the left-hand side, which is pointing downwards towards the tarmac. Now, if the bolts get loose on that, that is going to be scraping on the ground. Anyone might remember Edgar's Vilcan's bumper on the rear, scraping on the right. That was because there was contact in the super final. So Mazinas has just got to manage things, keep pace, but also manage what that bumper behind him might be doing. He can't reach back because it's a bit too far. He's got the radiator on the left, he's got the engine on the right, and he's also got to worry about gear changes. So it's both hands on the wheel at all times. But Mazinas' bumper is okay at the moment. It is not hanging off. It's just a little bit askew. It's not completely level with the back end of the kart. So coming down to the final 3 minutes, Stankiewicz has now got a lead of just over 7.5 tenths of a second over Heinrich Gruber, as we continue to focus on Mikolas Mazinas from Lithuania, running on the IPK Praga chassis. And with the Rotax Racing crew. So we are now completing. Well, we have, the live timing I've just noticed has just had a little bit of a fit, but we're now on to lap number 9. The gap between first and second position. Heinrich Gruber is on an absolute mission. He's on an absolute tear as the 517. He's just been in a 53.741, and Stankiewicz 54.082, nearly 3.5 tenths of a second taken out of the race leader on the previous lap. 2 minutes and 10 to go. The leaders make their way through into turn number 12. Heinrich Gruber has a very aggressive style when it comes into going into the braking zones. They're going to go into turn number 14. Again, like Heinrich Gruber, just able to really nail those brakes and keep the kart steady before rotating the kart through the corner. 2 minutes to go. Gap last time was 4 tenths. Now it's 0.3. Just over 0.3, and another new fastest lap. But what's more, folks, Martinas Stankiewicz is responding. He's just put in his fastest lap of the race, 53.778, but Heinrich Gruber, 53.685. So this could be another good haul of points for both drivers. Stankiewicz has picked up the first race victory. Heinrich Gruber was second. The timer is fast approaching 1 minute and a quarter, plus an additional lap still to go at this moment in time. So this is where we will see if Heinrich Gruber is going to possibly be brave. In the meantime, Mikolas Mazinas has closed in on Pritsai for third place. And now with 54 seconds to go, gap's now under. Oh, another. That's 3 fastest laps on the bounce for Heinrich Gruber. A 53.647, and that gap's now less than 3 tenths. Mazinas trying to go every which way but loose, and he goes round the outside. I cannot believe what I have just witnessed. Mikolas Mazinas, the first person to plant it round the outside at turn 5. Pritsai has just struck a little bit of drama. I think Ricards Kalzemis has just got through. Yes, he has. As we're coming down to the wire in terms of the timer counting down, 15 seconds to go as the leaders make their way through. Is Pritsai having to work against work with a problem? Because the race leaders now have crossed the line with literally seconds to spare. So next time around it will be last lap. And Heinrich Gruber now just over 3 tenths of a second behind. I'm wondering what is up with Pritsai, because it was a great move from Mikolas Mazinas, but Pritsai has dropped down to 5th. He's got Ivars Us just behind him, as well as Igor Mukin in the 523. Kaun seems has gone with Mazinas, as our leaders now are 3/4 of the way through the lap. So we're going to be heading on to lap number 13 very, very shortly indeed, as the timer expired about 40 seconds ago. As Ivar Azos having to defend against Igor Mukin in the 523, heading down into turn number 14. The Sony car plants it on the racing line. Last lap underway, and the two leaders 3.5 tenths of a second adrift of each other. And Stankiewicz 53.845. Heinrich Gruber 53.902. So they make their way through turn 6 and 7 for the final time. And after this race, folks, we'll have a brief interlude, and then we'll be getting ready for the super finals here in Ropaši in Latvia, just around about 30 to 35 minutes away from Riga International Airport. But Heinrich Gruber having the fastest lap of the race, 53.647 seconds. The wind again is starting to try and pick up a little bit, but it is going to be 2 for 2. Martinas Stankovic joins Nikita Lubimov as double race winners here today at the 333 Baltic Circuit, winning by 0.43 of a second. Mikolas Mazinas takes third behind Heinrich Gruber. Rikards Kaunzims, another fourth place finish. Well done to the 509. Britsai in fifth place. Ivars Us, Igor Mukin, Arman Kanks, Maxim Shaposhnikov, and then we've got Markus Kingu and Jurisalaitis. But there is Martinas Stankovic, 2 for 2. Can he get the clean sweep and join? Well, the thing is, could he be well, there's one driver that has done a clean sweep of all 5 races. That driver is Miska Kaskinen. Nikita Lubimov has done the 2 races today. Stankovic joins them. And very, very soon, in about 10 minutes' time, I believe, folks, we'll be getting underway with the super finals here at 333 this afternoon to conclude what has been an exciting and dramatic second round of RMC Nordic and the 4th round of RMC Latvia. Well, the dust has settled after the 2 sets of finals, and ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ready for the last 6 races of what, as I mentioned earlier on, it has been an absolute joy to be here in Latvia once again, and also with regards to having commentated on 2 rounds of the Latvian Rotax Championship, the RMC Latvia, as well as the opening 2 rounds out of 3 of the Rotax Max Challenge Nordic. I have to say a couple of thank yous. Big thank you to all the circuits that have made us all feel so welcome. Madwana, Shaolei at Drift and Go, and here at 333 Baltic here in Ropaji. Been an absolute pleasure coming to new tracks from a commentator's perspective and seeing some great racing action. I personally have to say a big thank you to Edgars and his team at No Limits. They've done a fantastic job with the coverage, both at Shaolei and also here at 333. Have to say a big thank you personally to Martinas Stankiewicz and Yanis Karajuks for entrusting me with being the voice for the opening 2 rounds of this season. Fellas, it's been an absolute pleasure. I really, really have. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. As you can see, there are clouds overhead, but I'm not going to say anything. But 3 minutes, and the mechanics have been requested to move out of the dummy grid. And the final well wishes, the final little trinkets of advice are being given to the Micromax drivers. And what's more, I'm just having a look to see if there is anything unusual about the tarmac, because I'm not too sure. There's Patrikas Jokius, who has done a fantastic job so far this race meeting, and there is also a driver from Finland that also runs on the same chassis as a certain son of a 2007 Formula 1 World Champion, Robin Räikkönen. Kimi Räikkönen's son Robin. That is Ilari Harmonen, run by Father Lassi. Now the engines start in earnest here on the dummy grid. It's time for the Micromax Super Final. Let's take you through the starting grid as the green flag waves at the end of the dummy grid. On pole position, it's Patrikas Jokius from Lithuania in the 25. Jokubas Vaskelis in the 24 will be alongside. Remigius Kraus-Junas and Joris Zigimantas Stankiewicz will line up on row number 2. Then it's Ilari Harmonen and Joris Pluksner in row 3. Emilis Juozaitis and Taras Zimnikas, that is row 4. Theo Steindal and Christian Skakauskis round out the top 10. Row 6 is Arman Bujans and Oskaras Pitkovas. Jonas Bundis and Oskar Ojala round out the top 7 rows. Carlos Bernssons and Oliver Kankeri, that is row 8. Row 9 is Dominic Bertans and Mikko Grantins. Tavidas Dagis, Karl Josip Janimets and Salivai Kudke round out the 21 strong grid. So for the super final, we up the duration of the race itself. We extend it from 7 minutes plus an additional lap to 10 minutes plus an additional lap. So the drivers now head off of their sighting lap around this 1,340 metre, 16 turn, anti-clockwise directional circuit, just based 35 minutes outside of Riga International Airport. Now I have done one thing consistently today, which is not looked at the weather on my phone or on my laptop, even though I've kept a window open on my laptop. However, the drivers now are going to try and get themselves ready. So we will have full course yellow conditions, as is paramount during any start of any race in Rotax racing circles. And Patrikas Jokis saying to Jokubas Vaskelis, right, okay, just keep pace with me, slow it down, I want to get a good start. What we want to see is races going green, the flag dropping at the moment the race director, the starting marshal goes, yep, that's fine. If he's not happy, and it happens twice in a row, it's an automatic red flag that gets brandished. So, folks, it's time to get the business end of this meeting underway. 21 Micromax drivers exit out of the final corner. The Micromax Super Final sees the revs rise, and we are not going green. Oh, all that build-up, it was a bit like an anticlimax, wasn't it? But that has been, I think, the biggest talking point I will have from this meeting will be the fact of we've only had one race go green the first time of asking, and that was the DD2 second race, which was an absolute cracker. Absolutely brilliant race. So now, once again, the 21 drivers, that's 10.5 rows of competitors, now are going to, again, just get themselves ready, just make sure that everything is right for them in terms of how the kart feels, the pace, that they're in position. Leave no stone unturned. And as the old saying goes, if you fail to prepare, prepare to fail. And failure, when you are a racing driver, is not an option you want to consider. You need to have a positive mental mindset. And these drivers are hungry for victory. Patrikas Jokias has been the benchmark this very race day. Will that continue as we get ready for the second time of asking to get the start of the Micromax Super Final underway for the next 11.5 minutes or so? Revs rise, the Micromax Super Final, second time of asking. Do we go green? Yes, we do. Good start by Jokias. Vaskelis drops behind at least a couple of karts. Oh, dearie me, it got very, very close in turns 2 and 3 as we got 3 coming together. 88 off, 10 off, 33 off, and we got one of the Paralins off as well. So Bertans off, Zimnikas off, Steindal off. And it was, they do say that 2's company when you make an overtake, but 3's definitely a crowd, and that was clearly proof in the pudding on that particular incident. But Patrikas Jokias is leading the way. Second is going to be the number 19 of Remigius Kriausiunas. Third position, it is the number 9 of Joris Stankiewicz, as they come through out of turn number 15, turn 16, lap 1 now completed. A minute has already elapsed, 9 to go, plus an additional lap here. And in 4th position, it's Ilari Harmonen on the CRG. Well, he was 4th and now is 6th. So at the moment, we have got yellow flags out going in towards turn number 5 at the hairpin. So there is one driver that is not taking any further participation. It could be Carlos Bertons that might be the driver that is affected as a direct correlation, as the number 9 of Stankiewicz looks to go past the number 19 of Kriausiunas. This is giving Patrikas Jokias the perfect opportunity to run away into the distance. Emilis Juozaitis is running in 4th place in the number 17. Armand Bujans, Ilari Harmonen, Christian Skakauskis, Jokubas Vaskelis has dropped all the way down like a stone thrown into a pond, down to 8th. Then we have got Salivad Kurke from last on the grid and is now 9th, ahead of Oscar Oyala at this moment. So the apple cart has well and truly been upset in this particular occasion. Vaskelis, I think, was trying to get past Skakauskis, coming out of turn number 4. It's side by side coming out of turn 7, very, very briefly, between 2 drivers. There are the numbers. That is Bujans and Harmonen trying to battle away. That is for 5th position. They've got Skakauskis, Vaskelis and Vakute just behind. So it's getting very, very close indeed. Good move there. That was the 24. Vaskelis gets past Skakauskis finally for 7th position. But here is the battle for the race lead. And Stankiewicz has got the fastest lap in the book so far. 1 minute 1.939. We're about to complete lap number 3 of this race. And Klaus Jonas gets the fastest lap this time. 1 minute 1.431. And Patrikas Jokius is having to look over his shoulder every single corner of every single lap so far, because Klaus Jonas could pounce at the slightest window of opportunity as they head out of turn 7 into turn 8, and they are line astern. 3 tenths covering the top 3 after 3 laps of this super final so far. 6 minutes and 21 seconds plus an additional lap still remain. And Stankiewicz is really, really closing on in and senses a change in, change in the air, and is looking to the outside. This is into turn 14. Is the number 9 going to get the cut back? No, not quite. Juris Pluxner, however, has also made some moves up the order. Takes the fastest lap of the race so far. 1 minute 1.324. Jokius now gets that lap back. It's a 1 minute 1.082 and extends the lead by just over 4.5 tenths of a second. Klaus Jonas, Stankiewicz, Juozaitis up to 4th, Harmonen, Vaskelis, Skakauskis, Bujans, Vaidkurte, Pluxner up to 10th past Oyala, Kankere, Pitkovas, Grantins, Janimets, Dagis, Zimnikas, Pundis, Bertans, and it is Steindl and Bernssons that are out of the race. So we're down to 19 competitors, just gone past 4 minutes and 40 laps, 5 minutes 20 plus an additional lap of racing still remains, and Stankiewicz is not giving Klaus Jonas the opportunity to breathe, let alone try and chase down Patrikas Jokius, who again is the fastest out of anybody. Here they go into the next right-hander. That's turn 14, left-hander at turn 14, into the right at 15, out of the final corner. Stankiewicz has a real good opportunity right now to try and push Klaus Jonas along and go into turn 1 with a really good momentum carry. Sticks with the number 19 at this moment. So NSL versus Pasca, NSL Racing versus Pasca Racing. Pasca using the Rigetti chassis. So chassis is being used this weekend. Tony Kart, aka OTK Energy, Parolin, Express, Kart Republic, Intrepid, Gillard, and Rigetti is a name I have not heard in a very, very long time. So Jokius is again extending that lead. It's nearly 9 tenths of a second, because Klaus Jonas and Stankiewicz are still battling away. So this is giving Jokius all the motivation he needs to pull away into the distance and not have to worry about looking back, as second and third are line astern again. So race leader across the line. Gap now is 1.15 seconds. And oh, it's getting a bit close here. Now, Stankiewicz was fractionally in front just then, coming out of turn number 2 and going into 3, and then 4. Now into turn 5. Stankiewicz is really putting the frighteners on Klaus Jonas for that second position. Vaskelis has gone and put in the fastest lap of the race. 1 minute, 1 minute 0.995, but is unfortunately at this point with 3 minutes 20 to go, 5.6 seconds off of the race leader. But this battle is going to be waging on right up until the checkered. I can guarantee you of that much, as they have to get past one of the other carts. I didn't really... It was they went past so quickly, I couldn't see the back marker in shot. The blue flags are being waved. So that is more than likely probably going to be Dominic Bertans, as here we have a little good old battle here. That is Harmonen versus Skakauskis, I believe. We go back to the battle for second position. Kriausiunas and Stankiewicz still fighting tooth and nail. Stankiewicz trying every which way but loose. Not in the same vein as Clint Eastwood back in the late 1970s. Vasquez still holding on to that fastest lap, but Jokius doesn't really need to worry about that fastest lap. But he did a 1 minute, a 61 second lap time to the decimal point. And that's all 3 decimal points being 0. So Vasquez has now got past Harmonen for 5th place. Skakauskis is with them too in the number 23. So Skakauskis' best effort so far, 1 minute 1.178. But last time did a 1 minute 1.392. Harmonen 1 minute 1.678. And Vasquez 1 minute 1.460. And on cue, Patrikas Jokius, fastest lap of the race, 60.980 seconds. Stankiewicz is still trying to get past Kriausiunas, as we've got just under a minute and a half, plus an additional lap remaining of this race. Bujans, in the meantime, has dropped behind Salivait Kute, who has made up 12 positions up to 9th place, as the timer now strikes 60 to go, plus an additional lap. This is still the battle, as, Harmonen up the inside of Vasquez through turn number 14, and retakes that position. Nice work there by the youngster from Finland. And here, Stankiewicz was so close. Got the run of momentum on Kriausiunas coming out of the final corner and down the start-finish straight. And again, the number 9 is denied the opportunity to get through. Either he wasn't close enough, or the momentum carry wasn't as fast as he might have wanted. Depending on where it is on the track, also depends on where the wind does blow. So if you're getting momentum, if you're getting a slipstream, you want a tailwind. You do not want a headwind, because that will compromise you like nobody's business. So the timer counts down. 3, 2, 1. That is it. One more lap to go after this one. Patrikas Jokius is just over 1.4 kilometers away from victory in the Micromax Super Final. There is the sign the number 25 has needed. And now wait for the battle for second. Wait for the battle for 4th. Juozaitis has got Harmonen very close indeed. There's Vasquez. And then also Skakauskis. So Stankiewicz trying to get through on Kriausiunas. But corners and time are not on the number 9's side at this moment. Through into turn 8 for the final time. Into turn 9 they go. And these 4, this quartet, are line astern. But not for long, because Vasquez is trying to get through at turn 10. Don't think he made the move. Stankiewicz trying to do the cut back through turn 12. There goes Vasquez on the inside of the number 17 of Juozaitis. But Patrikas Jokius comes out of the final corner, and he is victorious at 333. Second, it is going to be Remigius Kriausiunas ahead of Joris Zigimantas Stankiewicz. Well done to Ilari Harmonen for taking 4th, and Jokubas Vasquez knows that the fight will go down to Arvete in Estonia in the penultimate weekend of August. Patrikas Jokis from Lithuania. What a drive from this youngster. Absolutely brilliant. Not putting a foot wrong all weekend, and on race day, Jokis made it count where it mattered the most. Veskelis takes 5th. Christian Skakauskis, Emilis Juozaitis, Juris Pluksna, Armand Bujans, and Oscar Oyala round out the top 10. Shout out for Sauli Vadkurte. Last on the grid to finish 11th, was running 9th, even 8th at one point. Oskaras Pitkovas, Oliver Kankeri, Mikals Grantins, Karl Josep Janemets, Jonas Bundis, Tarosim Nikas, Tauvidas Dagis, Dominic Bertans rounded out the 19 strong. Bertans finishing a lap down with Theo Steindal and Carlos Berensons unfortunately eliminated on the opening lap. So now it is time for the Junior Rotax Super Final, and we have got a very exciting grid in prospect. Green flag waves. Here's your starting grid for the Junior Rotax Super Final. Tom Strello will start from pole position. Alongside him will be Georgia's Mate Kobehidze, Franciszek Zulima and Kalis Kirikovs, row 2. Lawrence Brude and Elisa Stolchamane on row 3. Vilo Attala and Timothy Vladimirov round out the top 8, with Jo Kaspar Joipero and Enzo Riccio from Finland rounding out the top 10. Oliver Kirk and Bruno Perle, I would have expected them a little bit higher up. They start on row 6. Andreas Upkaup and Hans Markus Naros make it an all-Estonian row number 7. Carl Christian Tukru, Ralf Stammers, Ilya Sheремeta, Richard Rikstins, Richard Skekulis and Aloysius Sekavicius round out the 20-strong grid. 12 minutes plus an additional lap of this 1.34 kilometre circuit. So we will find out over the course of the next 13 and a half minutes as to exactly what will transpire. So the rest of the field do need to start catching up with those in front, and then at least we can get things underway. So the interesting statistic of the weekend. So far, we have had 13 races. We have had 1/13 that has gone green on the first time of asking. Can we hopefully increase that statistic to have a better percentage strike rate on that, please, drivers? Okay, they make their way through the repair area. And now, hold on to the roller coaster ride that is the Junior Rotax Super Final. Are we ready? Are we steady? False start called. Edgar's. You know what we need? Every time we have a full start, have you got the Family Fortunes buzzer like, we're not going to do that on the stream, everybody. Don't worry about that. It's just like it's a running gag. But the thing is, especially with the younger drivers, there's a lot of pressure that is on their shoulders. And, you know, granted they do have the support of their families all the time, but they're the ones that are pursuing a dream. They are pursuing a goal. They want to be racing at the very, very top level, you know, like Formula 1, World Endurance Championship, GT3 sports cars. And this is one of those stages that are quite crucial. The junior ranks really help develop a driver big time when they move up from micros and minis. But who is going to win the super final today? That is the key question. That is the key €64,000 question that needs answering after the next 13 or so minutes. Okay, it's Tom Serler and Mate Obahidze on the front row. Into the tram lines we go. The Junior Rotax Super Final this time does not go. That's going to be a red flag. Oh, dearie me. Yep, red flag. Red flag. I think there's been more red flag than there has been red mist this weekend. Oh, dearie me. But you know what? The thing is, there are rules for a reason, and everyone's been in the same boat. At least, you know, if you've been sitting on pole position and you've been told by the race director or the starting marshal you are not in position correctly, or you are not controlling things as they should be controlled, that can happen. So the drivers now will make their way to the start-finish line and stop. Right, so now it's hopefully third time's the charm on this particular occasion that the Junior Rotax drivers will go into the tram lines, the revs will rise, and then I'll say the magic words, are we ready, are we steady? I might as well just say abracadabra at this point. And don't worry, I don't have a Harry Potter wand. I will not make anything disappear or say any stupid spells. Abracadabra is probably about as much as I can muster. However, this particular super final will take place over a duration of 12 minutes, plus an additional lap. It's Tom Serler on pole, Mate Kobahidze alongside Sulima, Kirikov, Sprude, Solchamane, Attola, Vladimirov, Joipera, and Riccio. That is your top 10. So green flag is in the air, ready to drop once the start has been declared good. So, third time of asking, revs rise. Does the Junior Rotax Super Final get underway? Yes, we do. Great start by the pole sitter as he cuts across the front of Kobahidze to get through and keep the lead heading out of turn number 4. Sulima has just had Kobahidze up the inside through into turn 5. That was a great little move there by the Georgian. Carlis Kirikovs is waiting in the wings and trying to get the switch back through out of turn number 7. But Sulima defends very, very sternly indeed. As the field makes its way through out of turn 9 into turn number 10. The left-hander here Avoid the curbs on the inside because that can sometimes bounce two wheels into the air. There's Elisa Stolchamane. Roland Spruder goes up the inside of the 211 for position. Out of turn 12. And then it's the run down to turn number 13. Elisa Stolchamane looking to try and get the cut back possibly through turn 14. He's got the 287 and the... that's Vladimirov, and the 225. That's Joipera. Not too far behind. And Spruder gets through and was sideways under braking into turn 1 and still kept a hold of it. 57.709 is the fastest lap of the race so far by the race leader, Tom Serler, in the 238. So Attola's had a really, really difficult start. The Finn is all the way down in 11th position behind Ralf Stammers in the 262. Top 4 have broken away initially, and Sulima up the inside on Kobaidze for second position. That was through turn 2. Gidikovs fancies an opportunity to get past on the Georgian as well, and that door is looking a bit wide open on the approach into turn number 14, but no room for Galis Gidikovs to get through. Sulima has just put in the did put in the fastest lap of the race. That was until Carl Christian Tukru from Estonia went in and put in the fastest lap of anybody so far this race, 56.619 seconds. So Elisa Stolchamane finds herself behind another couple of drivers. So that'll be Joipera and Vladimirov. And there is Bruno Perla in the number 219. So the MRG racing driver trying to move forward. Strela brings back the fastest lap into his possession, 56.052. As we have had a couple of changes there. Bruno Perla past Elisa Stolchamane. And at that point, Vladimirov and Joipera switched, one overtook the other, in other words. So 8 minutes and 40 seconds, plus an additional lap still to go. Vilho Attola has got back up into 10th position, the 269 from Finland, starting to make some kind of recovery resurgence, and finds himself just under 4.1 seconds off of the race leader Tom Strela, who now has a gap of just over 4/10 ahead of Franciszek Zulima. Kobaidze still holding station in 3rd. Gidikovs in 4th. Spruder, Vladimirov, and there goes Bruno Perla up the inside of the 287 through turns 1 and 2. The 219 making the move stick rather expediently. He gets the job done without any real sort of hesitation whatsoever. So this could give Bruno Perla the opportunity to start pulling away from Vladimirov and then start going and chasing after those in front. There is still time on the board. There's 7.5 minutes of it. So never say never. Have the never give up mentality and attitude. That can mainly stand you in good stead. So Elisa Stolchamane having to battle away. This is with Oliver Kirk and Vilho Attola. That is for 8th place on the road. Gidikovs in the meantime is now ahead of Kobaidze for 3rd place. And so the driver who was the points leader coming into this midway point of the Rotax Nordic Challenge now has some air between himself and the Georgian in the 231. But we have seen some stellar pace from Kobaidze. Oh, nice move there from Attola. Attola up the inside of Oliver Kirk. That was through out of turn number 12 on the 263 from Estonia. Oliver Kerg looking for an opportunity to get back. Then we've got Upkalp in the 218, Joipere in the 225, Tukru in the 244. Then we've got 255 of Narusk, and then Stammers rounding out the top 15. So a quintet of Estonians from 10th to 14th position as things stand. Tom Serler trying to extend the lead fractionally, and what I mean by that is not go and blast the opposition into the wilderness, but you want to have an air of consistency. So he's running in the 55.4s. František Zulima has just put in a 55.496, so 21 thousandths slower than Tom Serler, who now has the fastest lap. And there is the 244 of Turku. Right, Attola is closing in on Stolchamane. That is for 8th place through out of turn 6 and 7. And with 7 minutes completed, 5 to go plus an additional lap, Tom Serler has a lead of just over 0.7 of a second. But as I say that, Vilho Attola has just put in the fastest lap of the race of 55.112. So as soon as Attola gets some clean air, he's running quick, he's running strong. Kirikovs is yet to shake off Kobayidze at this moment in the battle for 3rd place. A little bit of damage limitation, I would imagine, for what has occurred. But there is a change of position. Well, there is a bit of a switch back happening. Oliver Kerg has just got through on Elisa Stolchamane. Now she retakes the position through into turn 12. Cut back by Oliver Kerg, and he gets back through on the Finn. Oh, sorry, on the Latvian. Attola, Stolchamane has dropped down into 10th position and is only just under 0.2 in front of Upkalp, who so Attola is the fastest one out there, 54.932. So the 259. Oh no! Now has there? It looks like there has been a problem. Yeah, Enzo Riccio unable to take the start. That's a real shame for the youngster from Finland. But we're coming up to the final 2 minutes of this race. And Tom Serler has a lead of 1.3 seconds. That seems to be climbing lap after lap. Vilho Attola is trying to close in on Timothy Vladimirov from the Ukraine. Gap now. Oh, right. Okay. Kirikovs has started to wake up a little bit, I think. Or has just been trying to do a little bit of strategy when it comes to Zulima. And there is the move up the inside. That's at turn 5. That's a neat pass by Kirikovs for P2 through out of turn one of the other turns. Well, it was out of turn number 5. So they make their way through turn number 11. And here comes Kobahidze looking up the inside through into turn 12. Salima shuts the door very, very firmly indeed in the general direction of the Georgian. Have just over 55 seconds plus an additional lap, so I would hazard a guess that the next lap will be the last one. We're on to lap number 13. And this will be the best way to round off a weekend where you've had to exercise damage limitation when it comes to what generally happens. Kidikovs goes defensive. Oh, right, that was very, very close indeed between them. And we've got drama there. That is someone coming out. Well, that was someone going exit stage right, coming out of turn number 10. Meanwhile, last lap of the meeting for Junior Rotax is underway, and Tom Serler has a lead. And that is just under 4.1 seconds at this moment. He'd say he's not going to give this up without a fight. So coming down to the wire because of the fact that we are on the final lap. Oh, this is going to get a bit tasty here. Ronan Spruder, oh, makes a bit of a mistake and bumps over the curbs. They're all over the shop here. And Bruno Perla gets through. So does the 287 of Timothy Vladimirov. There are our drivers in... oh, and that's a mistake from Kobahidze on the penultimate corner. Tom Streller wins the super final. Salima takes second as reason to celebrate. Kobahidze takes third. Several drag races going on there. Timothy Vladimirov takes fourth. Bruno Perle, Roland Spruder take 5th and 6th respectively. Then we have got quite a few drivers to get through in this particular occasion. There we go, there's the finger sign from Tom Streller on that one. So Tom Streller wins the Junior Rotax Super Final here in Robagy in the 333 Baltic Circuit. Franciszek Zulima pipping Mate Kobahidze, who made a mistake coming out of the penultimate corner. They take 2nd and 3rd respectively. Vladimirov 4th, Bruno Perle 5th, Sprude Attola 7th, Joipere 8th, Stolcemane and Tukru running at the top 10. Andres Ubkap, Oliver Kerg, Kalis Kidikovs, Hans Markus Nerusk, Ralf Stammers, Ilya Sheremeta, Aloysius Sekavicius, Rikards Riegsteins and Rikards Kegulis, completing the 19 strong that all finished every single lap so far. So from juniors we go to senior Rotax. Here is your starting grid. The man that's trying to do 6 races in a row in terms of winning them. Miska Kaskinen starts from pole position. Paul Hamburg alongside him on the front row. Ivari Tuimiletto and Donis Johannes Domingas, that is row 2. Nilo Kaskinen and Matteo Richter, row 3. Row 4, Romans Rodinovs and Patrick Oimets. Completing the top 10, Gustav Zuzakovs and Jakub Matuszek. Marzek. And we've got Atyom Sestakovs, Dominikas Gorbis, that's row 6. Oskar Savicki and Romer Pakas, row 7. Laro Kuhenice and Kaukarenik, row 8. Sonja Grönlund and Erik Marcus Janimets round out row 9. Completing the top 20 is Ragnar Simuland, Sebastian Adari, Marta Spike, Hanna Grete Suvema, Simsep, and Noyes Gerolaitis. So again, the start is a crucial part and parcel of Rotax racing. It all comes down to this seminal moment when one driver will shine brighter than anybody else, and that has clearly been the case for Miska Kaskinen so far this weekend. 2 wins here in Latvia, a hat-trick in Lithuania. Can he do the unthinkable? Well, here we go. The revs start to rise. The senior Rotax Super Final. Do we go green first time? Yes, we do. And a good start by the pole sitter. Paul Hamburg slots in behind Milo Kaskinen, who jumps up to 3rd place in the initial exchanges. That's 2-3 abreast coming out of turn 4 into turn 5. Drivers again jockeying for position. It's getting a bit hairy in the mid-pack. They all managed to safely make it through so far. But Miska Kaskinen trying to get away, but it's not going to be easy when you've got Ivari Tuimaletto right with you. And then also, you've now got Milo Kaskinen and Paul Christian Hamburg, who sends it up the inside of the 326 through turn 12. And now takes that position, exchanging a little bit further back. You've got the 389 of Gustav Usakovs and also the 362. And Usakovs, that was brilliantly timed. He went round the outside at turn number 14 and did a number on Romans Rodionovs. Kaskinen leads by, well, 0.4 of a second after the opening lap. So has really made good his intentions. Paul Christian Hamburg now having got past Milo Kaskinen has an opportunity to push forward. Matteo Richter is trying to close in, or trying to pass Tonis Johannes Domingas from Estonia. So 10.5 minutes plus an additional lap still remains in this senior Rotax Super Final as things stand. So Kaskinen leads, Dormiletto 2nd, Hamburg 3rd, Milo Kaskinen 4th, Usakovs 5th, Rodionovs, Sestakovs, Domingas, Richter and Kuhanice round out the top 10. They fly across the line at high velocity into turn 1. You can see that sometimes, like Paul Hamburg, he was slightly sideways coming through into turn number 1. Goes defensive, and Milo Kaskinen sends one up the inside of him. Usakov's trying to get through at turn 6. No dice there for the 389. But is he going to get an opportunity to get through on Paul Hamburg? Well, if I know Gustav's well enough, which I do, is he going to try? Well, he could have gotten across back there had Paul Hamburg not defended to the inside line, going through into the left-hander. And now Usakovs very, very close to the rear bumper on Paul Christian Hamburg on that particular occasion, as we now will complete lap number 3. Toy Mileto puts in the fastest lap of anybody. Uzakov's looking to stick his nose up the inside of Hamburg through into turn number 1. That is for 4th place on the road. Karl Korenik has now gotten up into 13th. Oskar Savicki has dropped to 15th, ahead of Romet Pakas and Jakub Matuszek that round out the top 17. Edek Markozianimets and Dominikas Gobis unfortunately are down at the bottom end of the field, ahead of the likes of Simsep, Marta Spike, Hanna Gretis Vima and Noyes Gerolaitis rounding out the 24 strong in this field. So Tuomileto trying to put the brightness on Kaskinen. That is easier said than done. And Milo Kaskinen stays in 3rd at the moment. Paul Hamburg in 4th. And Uzakov's right with them, nearly latching on to the coattails. Bit of a dice at the front end of the field with Miska Kaskinen and Ivari Toimileto leading the way. They were just over 0.2 of a second apart after 4 laps. That's how close it can be, but there was a 3-way skirmish going into turn number 12. I think Paul Hamburg was trying to get through, but Usakovs has managed to get past the Estonian, who now has the fastest lap of the race, 53.956. But Miska Kaskinen continues to lead the way. As, Uzakov's looking up the inside. As Milo Kaskinen does a number on the 389. He's now got Paul Hamburg right behind him, and up the inside, through he goes. Will Uzakovs get the switch back? Oh, yes, he did indeed. Absolutely brilliant there. Great anticipation from Gustav Uzakovs in the 389 entry, running with MRG Racing whenever he comes over here to compete, and also to the Baltic regions. So we have got a new fastest lap. Ragnar Simulant in 13th place. He's just done a 53.8. And, well, that's gone back to Miska Kaskinen, 53.772. Here's a 4-way dogfight. And at the front of that, Adjom Sestakos has now gotten through on Uzakovs for 4th place. Rodinov's in 5th. Teo Richter in 6th. Rodinov's in 5th place. Richter in currently 7th position. So everyone seems to be moving up a branch. Oh, but there is a big incident there, and that is not what you wanted. That is Tonis Johannes Tomingas, and that is over the top of Romans Rodionovs. Oh, dearie me, that is not what anyone wants, and I hope that Romans Rodionovs is okay. He looks to be in some discomfort after that incident. So Tomingas is I think away from the scene of the incident just now. And, well, no surprise, there's damage on that 362, so that is a real shame. So 4 minutes and 48 seconds still remain in this senior Rotax Super Final. Miska Kaskinen now has a lead over Tuomileto to the tune of nearly 8.5 tenths. Sestakovs now has a real battle on his hands with Uzakovs right with him as they come through into the But whilst this battle has been going on for a good couple of laps or so, is the fact that Matteo Richter has just put in the fastest lap, 53.405. So battles again just continue to wage on. It's only a matter of time before Gustav Uzakovs decides to go for the move on Artem Sestakovs as they go late onto the brakes into turn number 14 out of 16. And it just seems to be very much a mere formality for Miska Kaskinen, whose lead now expands to 1.1 seconds after 10 laps. That's how many we have done in just over 10 and a quarter minutes. So we look to have some of the drivers actually out. Sonja Grönlund out on lap 3, Milo Kaskinen out on lap 5, lap 6 for Rodionovs after that incident, and then Žuraitis as well opted to retire at that point. The drivers having to be at the peak of their powers. So Matteo Richter now really starting to close on in on the two in front as we are really getting towards the end of this race and also the meeting for the senior Rotax drivers. Paul Christian Hamburg has put in a 53.40 lap time. That was on the completion of lap number 11. We're on to lap 12. Sometimes it is about who wants it the most, who's going to go for broke, who thinks that the risk versus reward situation will work in my family. This is the battle for P4, so Sestakovs, Uzakovs and Richter really inseparable at the moment. It's like, you know, you try covering them with a big old sheet of paper and there you go. So the job's done. Miska Kaskinen is about 30, well, he's just over 30 seconds away from the timer counting down because lap number 13 has been booked, well, has been completed by the number 314. Tormuletto in second position, Paul Hamburg in third at the minute. So the timer has expired. Next time around, Miska Kaskinen will be one step closer to gaining the prestigious RMC Nordic title. So last lap board, it will be a sigh of relief to everybody to see that. and afterwards have a very, very nice evening of relaxation. That's dependent on your age group as well. Oh, and that is Tonis Johannes Tumingas out of the race with literally a lap and a half to go. It's a real shame for Latvia. There is one man that has been pretty much untouchable all week long. But that is it. Miska Kaskinen wins the race and continues a 100% success rate. No one else has matched that so far this season. That is an impressive display by Miska Kaskinen, who wins by 2.3 seconds ahead of Ilvari Toimeleto on that particular occasion. Paul Hamburg, third and also fastest lap of the race, 53.215. Artyom Sestakovs takes fourth ahead of the returning Gustav Zusakovs in fifth. Mateo Richter from the Czech Republic in sixth ahead of Karl Korenik. Patrik Oimets, Ragnar Simulan making it to ninth ahead of Lado Kuhanice, who completes the top 10. Sebastian Adari 11th, Romet Pakas 12th ahead of Oskar Savicki. Dominus Gorbis, and then we've also got Erik Marcus Janimets. So Jakub Matuzek, Hanna Gretis, Uvema, Marta Spike, Simsep, Nois Geralaitis, Romans Rodinovs, Tonis Johannes Tomingas, Milo Kaskinen, and Sonja Gronlund. That is the completion of the halfway stage of the Super Finals. 3 down, 3 to go. Up next, Minimax. So it is time for the Minimax Super Final. This has also been an interesting one as well, this class, but it's Nikita Lubimov from Estonia that leads the field from pole position. Timus Peserica in second, then it's Majus Mazinas, Natan Rybczynski. Remember the Polish driver in the 189 won the Super Final in Šiauliai on the 13th of May. Been a difficult one for Marko Plinta. 2 difficult races. The first one bogging down on the start but managing to make his way back up to the top 5, and then race 2 is all where it went horribly, horribly wrong for the 110. Gabriels Christy Moises in 6th ahead of Alex Menezes in the 126. Then the 171 of Adrian Stions, the 113 of Martin Streiber, the 153 of Rodrigo Kakas, and then Klaus Hans in the 169 rounds out the starting grid. So for these drivers, it will also be 10 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. And then we'll have DD2 and DD2 Masters to close out the show here at the 333 Baltic Circuit in Rotax in Latvia. So, our fourth super final with Minimax about to get racing. So the revs rise, the Minimax super final starts right. Not yet. Not yet. Had to do a pause on that one because I was hoping the green flag was going to go no. So, one driver so far this weekend has done the clean sweep of victories. That is Miska Kaskinen. Could we have Nikita Lubimov do the same in about the next 12 minutes? Some expert flag twirling there as well. Great job by the marshals. A big thank you to them for their assistance this weekend as well. So the drivers now have a second opportunity, and if it goes wrong again, we know the drill now, folks. It is a red flag situation. So out of turn number 14, they'll go through into the runoff area. So let's see who gets the best start out of these 11 drivers after the opening lap. It's Lubimov on pole, Peserica alongside Mazinas, Rybczynski. Here we go, second time of asking. Does the Minimax Super Final get underway? No. No. Red flag. So, at the moment, we have got Nikita Lubimov being talked to at the minute. So, for those at home, once we do have the replay ready for you, we'll actually... I'll give you a little bit of an educational lesson. It's something, you know, as a commentator, my job, or the person that's in the commentator role, is to inform, educate and entertain. And I hope I've done that for you all here today. And for those that have been watching at home, thank you very much for tuning in. But if we do get the green flag waving very, very shortly, we'll leave the replay until after this, so at least it just really gives people a little bit of an understanding. There's so many different nuances with regards to karting, and it looks like we are going to get the green flag waving very, very shortly. in 2 seconds. But let's have a look at the replay. So let's slow it really, really down. So what they need to be in is in the tram lines. So you can see on the left-hand side, there's one person out of formation and then slots back in. So that can constitute a full start. So it is down to the eyeballing of... So everyone has to be in the tram lines. They cannot break... Once that green flag waves, if you break formation before it, that is where... So they have to be literally in the tram lines. They don't have to be dead centre. They have to be within the tram lines in order for the start to facilitate it and to get the racing underway. So I hope for the folks at home that has given you a little bit more of an understanding. It's not like Formula One where you go on a standing start grid and you can be outside of the box. So a very, very similar etiquette is done in rolling starts. So, right then, third time, Edgars. Yeah, it's the eternal, yeah, put your hands up as if to say, oh, I don't know what's going on here. Plead the fifth. So, it's Lubimov on pole, Peserica alongside on the front row, Mazinas, Rybczynski, Plinta, Moises, Menezes, Tions, Dreibe, Kakas and Hans. Right, into the tram lines we go. Are we ready? The Minimax Super Final gets underway right now. Great start by Lubimov again. And Mazinas is in second position. Oh no! That's dramas for the 126 of Alex Menezes. Front axle was bouncing up and down like a yo-yo. And Plinta has managed to get through into second position. Third place, it is the 141 of Peserica as they make their way through into turn 8 on the opening lap. Through turn 9. Now coming up is the left-hander here at turn 10. Some drivers needing to make some significant moves in the next few minutes. Basically make that just over 9 minutes to go, one of which is Adrian Tions, who's outside of the top 6. Mazinas right on the back of Peserica, and they're being hunted down by the 126. And that is of Alex Menezes, but Lubimov leads after the opening lap. And by nearly 6.5, nearly 7/10 of a second. Peserica goes into, stays in third, Mazinas in fourth, Menezes in fifth, Moises sixth, Dreibe up into seventh ahead of Rybczynski. Adrian Tions is down in ninth. Now does an adjustment on the radiator flap. On some of the carts, say DD2, your radiator will be on the left-hand side. And on Minimax, the radiator, which is quite compact on these 125cc Rotax Max Evo engines, is on the right-hand side of the chassis. So you'll have the starter button on the left-hand side of the race seat. As Lubimov continues to lead the way. Plinta has started getting away from third and fourth. So Peserica and Mazinas battling away over third place, and they were covered by 70 thousandths of a second after that second lap. And now Mazinas is just trying to push. It's not been an easy one for some of the other drivers. Adrian Tions has gotten up into 8th past Nathan Rybczynski, who won the super final just over 2 months ago in Šiauliai in Lithuania. Mazinas again, just look how close he is coming out of turn number 10 on the back bumper of Peserica in the 141. Into turn number 12 they go. What can Mazinas do now? There's a little bit further back. There is a bit of toing and froing in terms of the positioning of the carts, as that looks to be a move from Adrian Tions. That was a good one there. He got through. Lubimov still leads after now what is lap number 2. The gap is now a second as Mazinas up the inside as he gets through on Peserica. Yes, he does, and that's a change for third position. So Moises now has been passed by Tions on the previous lap. Peserica looking to try and get through on Mazinas to retake that third position Lyubimov has been putting in laps like it's qualifying. 58.17 for the Estonian in 1:33. So 6 minutes and 20 seconds left on the timer, plus an additional lap. And Mazinas now has clear air, can now start to chase down Marco Plinta. But the driver that has been head and shoulders above everybody else is leading the way by a second and a half. Lyubimov, Plinta, Mazinas, Peserica, Menezes, Driver, Tions now up into 6th place and charging forward. Adrian Tions, 58.389 was his last lap time. There is Alex Menezes in the 1:26, fractionally ahead of the 1:71. Now, if Tions can get a little bit of a move on and try and get through on Menezes, then he's got an opportunity of getting a little bit closer to that top 4. Lyubimov still leading the way, and quite comfortably, I might add. And it is a lot of hustle and bustle behind Adrian Tions. He's now up into 5th, so Menezes down to 6th. Dreiber, Rybczynski, Moises, Kakers and Klaus Hans rounds out the field. There's another position lost there by Menezes through into turn number 5. Rybczynski trying to keep Moises at bay for what is 8th on the road, and now this is allowing Adrian Tions to try and pull away. He's got a 2.4 second differential or disadvantage to close in on. And now that he's got clean air, he does not have to worry about who is behind him. What he's now got to worry about is who is in front of him and can he catch them. If he says, I can give it my best shot, that's the best positive mental attitude application that you can have as a racing driver. So Lyubimov leads, 2.3 seconds is the advantage over Plinta, Mazinas, Peserica and Adrian Tions still round out the top 5. The gap is nearly 3 seconds now between 4th and 5th position, so I think that the opportunity for Adrian Tions to get to the podium is very, very, well, has been very, very much slipping away for the 171, which is a real shame, but these things do happen. You learn from what has transpired in the race weekend. You look to tweak it on your next expedition out onto the circuit. And now Mazinas up the inside. That's the change for second. Marius Mazinas up the inside on Marco Plinta for P2. And now the 177 running on the Paralin chassis has an opportunity. Even though time might not be on the 177 from Lithuania's side, he will still give it everything right here, right now in Robaji here in Latvia. 3 minutes to go, and Lyubimov's got a comfortable lead. It's like a Saturday afternoon cruise in the countryside, but Plinta has other ideas. Up the inside, through on turn 5 on Mazinas for second place. Peserica still keeping within earshot, within lunge range, and Mazinas now returns the favour, and Peserica looks to go towards the outside of Marco Plinta, tries to get the cut back through turn number 9. Is he going to get through? They rub sidewalls, and Plinta has lost out to Peserica through turn number 10. 2.5 minutes remain on the timer. But that was a very, very clean exchange by these three Minimax drivers. Mazinas now second. Plinta down to 4th place behind Dimos Peserica. Now, what has this meant in the gap between Plinta and Adrian Tions? That is now 1.9 seconds. Because they have been battling, Tions, okay, did a 58.468 second lap time. Mazinas, 59.051. Timus Peserica, 59.156. Marco Plinta, 59.506. So was over a second slower on that particular exchange. If these three keep on battling, even though there's a minute and a half to go, plus an additional lap, Adrian Steons could be in the mix. As Peserica looks over the left shoulder to see where Plinta is. They go through into turn number 14. And now the final corner. Lubimov is cleared off into the distance. The lead now, nearly 4.7 seconds. As that was a bit of a unnecessary bump over the curbs by Michael Plinta coming out of turn number 4. Now he dive bombs up the inside and he tangles! He tangles with Peserica through into turn number 5. And Adrian Steons says, oh, thank you very much. So what does this mean? That might be investigated post-race. And that means that if Adrian Steons stays where he is, does not chance anything, he could be in line for a top 3 finish in the super final. But that might be decided post-race as opposed to being decided out on track. 21 seconds remain. Nikita Lubimov now goes on to lap number 11 out of 12. It's the penultimate lap. This youngster from Tallinn in Estonia has been absolutely dynamite here today and has not been challenged. No hurdle. Well, he's been able to overcome any kind of hurdle that might have been thrown at him, in the proverbial sense, not in the physical sense, I might add. But the biggest thing is Lubimov has not put a foot wrong, has kept everything on point. And on lap 10, has just put in the fastest lap of the race. 57.889. For those wondering at home, there is the gap from second to Nikita Lubimov, and there is the average speed per lap, 83.32 kilometers an hour. That's about 50 miles an hour. But this is the sign the youngster from Estonia has been waiting to see all day. It's the last lap of the meeting. Then Majos Mezinas, Marco Plinta, Adrian Steons. Steons is now only 1.3 seconds, but it's on we're on the last lap. Natan Rybczynski in 6th. Martin Streiber in 5th. Dreiber in 6th. The 111 of Gabriels Christi Moises in 7th position. Rodrigo Kakas in 8th. The 126 of Alex Menezes in 9th, ahead of Timus Peserica. And last but by certainly no means least, Klaus Hans. But let's concentrate on the driver in the moment. He's got plenty of time to celebrate because Nikita Lubimov has been absolutely unstoppable here at the 333 Baltic circuit. The youngster from Estonia comes out of the final corner. He does the clean sweep here in Latvia. Well done, young man. Well done. Great job. Excellent effort there by Majos Mezinas to finish second. Plinta third, Adrian Steons, Natan Rybczynski, that is your top 5. Martin Streiber, Gabriels Christi Moises, Rodrigo Kakas, Alex Menezes, Timus Peserica and Klaus Hans. But that is joy unbridled, unrestricted. That is going to be a very, very happy family. There are the provisional end of race results with Lubimov winning ahead of Mezinas, Plinta, Steons, Rybczynski, Dreiber, Moises, Kakas, Menezes, Peserica and Hans rounding out the 11-strong grid. We have 2 more super finals before we call it time here, and that's brilliant. Some of the kids watching on wanting to get high fives from Nikita Lubimov. Absolutely brilliant job there by the 133, running with Talvar Racing. In Europe, normally he runs with Birger Bouvin and Bouvin Power. As the drivers make their way through onto the exit road off of the circuit, as the engines now activate and start up. The revs are plentiful because it's time for our penultimate super final of the second round of the Rotax Max Challenge Nordic season and fourth round of RMC Latvia. It is DD2. Let's take you through the starting grid. There's your pole sitter, Tomáš Birstins. He'll have Emil Zachmans alongside on the front row. Patrick Snolls, Lochmelis and Maxim Shurko will be on row number 2. Tomáš Rudoka starts from the inside of row number 3 and will have Martin Zianovskis alongside for close company. Ragnar Verus and Chris Jonzemis will be on row number 4, and completing the top 10, it will be the pair of Devin Sagari and Andreas Sinkevicius. Edgars Vilkans and Rikardsvik Vargas round out the 6th row ahead of Elmars Mikkelsens, Daniel Hunt, Alexander Abkazawa and Norris Denbergs. That is your 16-strong grid. And this is the longest super final of all. You thought it was enough with 10 minutes plus an additional lap. Here we go, it's 16 minutes plus a lap. So far, Tomáš Birstins, 1 final 2. Emil Zachmans, 1 final 1. And we have them both on the front row. So the drivers now head onto their official formation lap. What will hopefully be the final time this meeting. So, can Tomáš Birstins make it 2 super final victories in a row? He did an absolute number on everybody. Going into turn 1 at Shaolei at Drift and Go, he went round the outside, and he wasn't the only person to do that to overtake the race leader. He was on the outside, he kept the throttle pinned at over 100 plus kilometres an hour and went on to win the race. I've been looking forward to this one for a good hour and a bit. But this is where we will see who will emerge triumphant in the super final here in DD2. 16 drivers, 8 rows of competitors, 16 minutes, plus an additional lap. Drivers now slowly crawl their way towards the tram lines. The revs start to build. The DD2 super final. Does it go first time? Yes, it does. Great start by our pole sitter, Tomáš Birstins. And behind him goes in. That is going to be Patrick Snolls, Lochmelis, Emil Zachmans down to P3, Maxim Shurko in 4th. And there is the 4:05 of Chris Jonzemis, who's made it up to P5. Lochmelis goes for the race lead and gets it done very, very quickly. Now they're going to go through into turn number 10. Birstins was looking for the move up the inside. Ackmans gets compromised, nearly falls into the clutches of Shurko, as Jonzemis stays ahead of Rudokas, who completes the top 6. Out of turn number 14 they go once again, into 15, into 16. After the opening lap, it is not Tomáš Birstins or Emil Zachmans, it's Patrick Snolls Lochmelis that leads the way. Lead is nearly 4/10 of a second. Rudokas nearly tries to get through on the inside of Jonzemis, but does not get through on him. Zianovskis down to 7th. And there is the move. Great move there by Tomáš Rudokas. I think the youngest driver in this field. And look at the lack of stature. He's not as tall as everybody else. I still remember when Martinas Stankiewicz asked me to help play a prank at Marienborg last year when he was a junior and we celebrated his birthday. Oh, that's the lunge there. That was late and then some by Martin Zianovskis. Nearly gave the opportunity to Edgars Vilkans to get through. And oh, dearie me, it's all concertinaing and it's 3 wide coming out of turn 14. In the middle of that was Ragnar Verus. Andreas Sinkevicius was trying to get through. And here comes Tomáš Birstins. Don't try that one. Oh, that was very, very close indeed. And Tomáš Birstins puts in a 53.974. He's going to go for the lead. He's got it. He's got it going through into turn number 5. Now the 2 teammates, can they get away from the 2 behind? because Emils Akmans and Maxim Shurko will chase them down. They will push them to their limits and beyond. Birstins has the fastest lap of the race. 53.974 through into turn 11, now into turn 12. Dive bomb from Shurko up the inside, neatly through on Akmans to get through for third place. And now says to Akmans, who responds in kind and acknowledges it. That's the first time I've seen that in a while. He said, right, come on, let's go after him. Okay, no problem. Lead the way. And Birstins' lead is now 0.166 of a second. Loch Mellis, Edgars Vilkans just sets the fastest lap of this race, 53.762. Virus in 8th, Zinkovicius, Janovskis down into 10th, Devin Sigardi in 11th ahead of Alexander Abkazava. Then we got the 414 of Norris Denbergs, who is in 13th. Elmars Mikkelsens in 14th ahead of Richard Zvegvargas and Daniel Hunt rounding out the field. And the entire field, folks, after 3 laps, were covered by about 5.7 seconds. Yeah, 5.7. So, now, here comes the charge of the Light Brigade, the DD2 variety. Now, Rudokas has got some speed. Now, if he's got some speed on that wagon of his, he's got some waft, then he's going to be able to catch them up. And there you see the average speeds as, Loch Mellis was looking up the inside, stuck the nose up the inside of Birstins. Through at turn 5, thought better of it, held back, waited. Now you can see how these carts are going to be moving over the next 11 minutes and 50, plus an additional lap. Shurko has the fastest lap to his credit now, 53.483. That's why some drivers will move up from DD2 to DD2 from juniors. They will skip that senior Rotax step, and gearbox driving is very, very prevalent, especially if you are looking at a career in single-seaters. It builds the foundation. Birstins still leads. 2/10 separates the top 2. 3/10 separate the top 3. 4.5 separate the top 4. Edgars Vilkans now takes back the fastest lap as again Loch Mellis. Oh, he's getting cheekier and cheekier. He's sticking his nose up the inside of Birstins. And one of the things you do not want to happen is that someone goes for a move out of those two and it takes the other one out. You do not. That is the main rule in racing. Never take out your teammates. And they're also very, very good friends. But, again, that sweet spot. But look at what's Emils Akmans. That was poetry in motion. So it all started with Shurko going up the inside of Loch Mellis at turn 12. And Vilkans went, I'm going to do one better. Hold my beer. And he went inside. Well, he positioned the cart to the outside of turn number 13 and did the pair of them on the same spot. So great work there by Emils Akmans, who now finds himself in second position. Behind them is the battle for 5th and 6th position. Thomas Rudokas versus Edgars Vilkans. Vilkans has just pulled out of his magician's hat a 53.2 flat lap time. That's 53.200. And now he's going to look for the move up the inside through turn 12. And he gets the job done, or has he? Well, Rudokas is going to say, well, I'm sorry, you are not getting past me that easily and getting away with it. If anyone might remember, I've just noticed that Edgars Vilkans' bumper on the right side is actually a lot more level than it was at Chaulet. But Rudokas goes late on the brakes. Is he going to open that door up inadvertently? No, he doesn't. Vilkans actually gives him the room to race, lets him through. And that is going to give the opportunity now that Vilkans will have the slipstream on Rudokas. Emils Akmans, fastest lap of the race, lap 7, 53.140. And now, here we... Right. Ready for the roller coaster ride? It starts now. because we have 4 karts line astern battling for the race lead. Birstens, Akmans, and Shurko and Lochmelis. So Shurko went to the outside, Akmans went to the inside, and both could not find a way past Birstens. And again, Birstens is looking over his shoulder, and the thing is, if he notices anything that Akmans decides to do, and it's slightly telegraphed, then Birstens will react accordingly. Birstens able to carry more speed out of turn number 9 to carry it through to turn 10. Shurko's going to dive bomb up the inside. This is his sweet spot. And then there is Lochmelis. He's going round the outside of Emil's Akmans. So he does the same to Akmans. So he's returned the favour. That's brilliantly done. Great racecraft by these drivers. 8 minutes down, 8 minutes to go, and we still have plenty of stories to tell in this sole race. Absolutely fantastic at the moment. And all 16 drivers covered by 8.637 seconds. New fastest lap, 53.113 by Martin Janowskis, as Shurko now ends up he's now just been passed by Patrick Snowles, Lochmelis. And that was through into turn number 8, a little bit further back behind Rudokas. Now Rudokas is up into 4th. That is more than likely going to be 5th position. And there is Ragnar Verus. Now he's got past Vilkans. There is Janowskis. Janowskis now up into 7th position. Verus up to 6th. Vilkans down to 8th. I really love the last few corners on this circuit going into turn 14. Then you've got quite a lot of lateral sideways movement. You know, the sidewalls of the tyres are being put under strain, and the G-forces that the drivers are contending with just being over 1.1 time the force of gravity. It's quite interesting how there is a lot of pressure. This circuit is technical. It is demanding. It is, the ribs of the drivers are going to be sore. They're all going to be aching. The first thing they'll want to do is either get an ice bath to help the muscles recover, or just sort of like soak in the tub for there's different ways in which drivers combat fatigue. And when you've got the adrenaline filling your system, and especially in a kart like a DD2, which is, I'll be honest with you, an absolute brute. This is where you find that the younger drivers, their adrenaline's so high, it's above the proverbial glass ceiling. But then you've got drivers like, say, Birstens, Lochmelis, Verus, Vilkans, Janowskis, who all have had multiple years of experience in this class. And they've got to that point now where they go, you don't need to push, but if I go 85% rather than 90, I'm not going to cause myself any problems. Whereas if I go 10 tenths, 100% the whole time, then we're going to have a major problem here. That is a great little move. That was by the 4-1-2 Alexander Abkazava, and that was on John Zemis, Christian Zemis in the 405. And Birsten's lead is now expanding. It's 1.3 seconds. Lochmelis went quicker. Here's the train from 4th. Right, Verus now is 4th. So he has got, that is 2.2 seconds between him and Maxim Shurko in the 435. Now what he's got to do is that he's got to, more than anything, manage his pace, manage the tyres, but don't give anything away to those behind him. If he drags them along with him, well, that's going to be easiest done to try and get past on, let's say, Maxim Shurko. Shurko's a difficult guy to get past, and also likes to dive bomb up the inside at turn 12. Here comes Janowskis up the inside of Rudokas. So Rudokas is the least experienced in terms of DD2 competition. This is his first season as a DD2 driver, but he's also running in the Euro Trophy as a junior. So hats off to him for really showing the older generation. I'm not going to say what I was going to say. Well, actually, I will say that, the old farts in DD2, but the previous generation of drivers. So You always see the new drivers come through, Rotax being one of them, Serler being one of them. Euro Trophy and BNL, two other examples of drivers turning 14 or 15. Enzo Boll and Tom Bracken, very, very quick behind the wheel. Serler has also impressed this season as Vilkans gets through on Rotax. So that is now a change for 6th position. You know what? I have to give credit where credit is due. Rotax is doing an absolutely stand-up job at the moment and still keeping pace with them. Rotax has been running in the 53.8s at the moment. And, all right, new fastest lap. We are under 53 seconds. 52.866. That has not been set by Ragnar Verus. That has been set by the driver in 3rd position, Maxim Serler. And the gap between Serler and Verus has expanded. It is now close to 2.8 seconds and climbing. 180 seconds plus an additional lap on the timer in this penultimate super final that is being led by Tomáš Birstins at this moment. There you have the other two drivers that are contesting for the W, the victory. Patrick Snolls, Loch Mellis and Maxim Serler. 1.1 seconds separated them after 14 laps. Now lap 15 has been completed. That has shrunk. That has shrunk to 0.8. And Serler has gone purple again. 52.799. That was his previous lap time. That was on lap number 15. You know, you put yourself through the ringer. You've done all the training, all the hard work, all the prep, getting the kart right, getting it set up. Free practice in adverse weather conditions yesterday. So variable, you didn't know what the hell to do at the best of times. Then today, warm-up, qualifying, 2 finals, and now the super final, where you're nearly doubling the amount of time that you are racing for in comparison with both previous races. So 52.799 is the fastest lap on lap number 15 by the driver in 3rd position. Serler trying to chase down Loch Mellis. Gap now 6/10. Now I can see what's happening here, that Serler is going to, at some point in the very, very immediate future, send his Birel ART past the one of the 418 of Patrick Snolls Loch Mellis. But the biggest thing now is that look how close the top 3 are. Loch Mellis in 2nd was just under 0.45 behind, and now is he acting as a rear gunner? That's the thing I'm wondering here. But I know for a fact that they are both good friends. As Serler trying to squeeze up the inside through turn number 14. He's got through on Loch Mellis. Now it's game on for the race victory. 2 more laps to go. So we have completed lap number 17. Serler has still got the fastest lap of the race, but he's not even 2/10 behind Tomáš Birstins. Next time around will be the final lap. Birstins now realises, well, he knew it would happen because Loch Mellis was sort of like thinking, well, you know what, I want to help Tomáš because they're good friends off track. These guys, they do giggle like a pair of little girls when you get them together, and they're talking smack about other people, in jest, I must say. But on track, they respect each other. Serler is the young upstart. As now, final lap board. Here we go, 1.34 kilometres. And now the defending starts. Again, Serler was up, the tail end of that kart was so tail happy, it nearly had a fit, it nearly could have spun him out. Rotax goes quickest of anybody, 52.77 seconds by the youngster from Lithuania through turn 7. And now Loch Mellis is putting the pressure on Serler. And now he's going to try and go up the inside. He's got through. He's got through at turn 9. That's crucial for Tomáš Birstins right now. Very, very crucial indeed. And what is this doing? Oh, hello, Ragnar Verus. He's not that far behind. He was 2.2 seconds behind Loch Mellis. That is now less than, I would say that's probably going to be about a second. But out of the final corner, it's 2 super finals in a row. Tomáš Birstins does it again. Lochmelis second, Shurko in third, Ragnar Verus, another top 4 finish for the Estonian in P4. Martin Zianovskis, Edgar Zvelkans ran out the top 6. Thomas Rudokas also not only finishes 7th, but also picks up the fastest lap of the race, 52.772 seconds. Alexander Abkazava, Andreas Sinkevicius, and Chris Jonzemis round out the top 10. Devin Sagadi, Rikard Zvegvargas, Norris Denbergs, Elmars Mikkelsens, Daniel Hunt, and Emils Akmans. Well, Emils unfortunately retiring on lap number 9. Well, folks, that's your end of race results provisionally. What a day it has been here in Latvia. What a race day it's been. We've had everything. The one thing I will say, that sky has hardly changed all day. Touch wood. But we have one more race to conclude what has been a fantastic event here at the 333 Sporto Complex circuit here, or the Baltic circuit. It is time for the DD2 Masters Senior Final. Drivers now getting themselves steeled and ready. It's going to be 14 minutes plus an additional lap of this 1.34-kilometre circuit. It has been an absolute pleasure commentating on this all day long. Yes, we have had delays. Yes, we have had red flags. We've had more false starts than I've had teeth withdrawn. And I'm not going to say it's painful. No, I've had one tooth withdrawn, but the amount of false starts I have never in my life. We've had 2 out of we've had 2, and it's both been DD2 Masters. DD2, can we please have a third one? And it's a different class apart from DD2. Who knows? Who knows? But this is 14 minutes plus an additional lap. There is Henrich Gruber coming into this round, was the points leader. Martinas Stankiewicz, though, could be another driver that picks up 3 victories in a row today. We've already had Miska Kaskinen, the only driver to have a 100% success rate in victories this season. Kind of reminds me of the B&L karting series. Carl Klibor, DD2 Masters, won 8 races on the bounce, and then on round 3, the first race, his streak was broken. There we go, a little fist bump there from Martinas Stankiewicz and a thumbs up to the cameraman. A big thank you to the team here at No Limits. Fantastic production. Kristaps, who I've been working with on filming some of the interviews, and some of the stuff he's captured has been absolute gold dust. Really, really great work. The whole team's done a fantastic job, and we hope you all at home that have been watching via the official Rotax Max Latvia live stream, that you've enjoyed it, you've shared it with families and your friends and everybody that you know, saying, oh, well, if you've got a driver that you're supporting. But it comes to this point now. The final race before we head to Aravete in Estonia on the 18th and 19th of August to conclude the Rotax Nordic Challenge for 2023.
See oli jutt, et me vajag.
The Rotax roar surges into life for one final time. It's race 18 of this meeting. It is the DD2 Masters Super Final. And we'll start talking through the starting order once the green flag at the end of the dummy grid drops for the final time here at 333. So without further ado, it is the super final for DD2 Masters. Martinas Stankiewicz and Henrich Gruber again will be on the front row. Mikolas Mazinas and Prit Sai, that is row number 2. Rickard Skalsims and Igor Mukin, that is row number 3. Armand Skanks and Ivars Urs, that is row 4. Maxim Shaposhnikov and Jurisalaitis, that is row 5. And Margus Kingu round out the 11-strong grid. 14 minutes plus an additional lap. So Martinas Stankiewicz has had 2 wins on the trot. 2 back-to-back victories here today in Ropaji here in Latvia. 35 minutes from Riga International Airport. It's going to be a real shame when I have to go back home on Monday, but I'm looking forward to spending some time in this wonderful country. Second visit I've had, first to Madonna in early June for RMC Latvia 2. We're now here at the 333 Baltic Circuit for Rotax Nordic 3, Rotax Nordic 2 and RMC Latvia 4. Those competing in the RMC Latvia Championship, this is the 4th of 6 rounds, which will then decide who will be going to the Grand Finals. The Grand Finals will be taking place this year at the Bahrain International Karting Circuit in the Persian Gulf between the 2nd and the 9th of December. The first time it was held in that part, well, the first time that the Grand Finals actually went over to the Middle East. Well, we had Egypt, Sharm el Sheikh. We also had, I have to give a shout out to a good buddy of mine, Guy Sheffield from Al Ain Raceway. Guy, hope you and the team over there are doing very, very well. And give Tony Kakati my regards when you see him next. You probably see him quite regularly, but there we go. So, once more into the breach, dear friends, we go. It's one last ride around this 1,340 metre 16-turn circuit. The DD2 Masters Super Final does not go on the first call. I'm so glad I got that right, as in like the wording. I got it. I literally. That's the thing as a commentator. You build the excitement, then anticlimax. So that means 2 out of 18 races. I'm going to have to do the maths on it now. What's the percentage on that? That is 15% of the races have started under the first time of asking. However, now this is where we find out, does Martinas Stankiewicz do the clean sweep, or will Henrich Gruber take the win in the super final? In about 16 minutes time, that question will be answered. Now the drivers start making their way at a slow crawl as the pace will start to increase. The revs rise. One more time, the DD2 Masters Super Final. Does it go green? Yes, it does. And someone was very, very wide. Well, it was all 4 wheels out of the tram lines. But Stankiewicz has the lead at the moment. Gruber in second. Pritsai trying to do the old Nigel Mansell dummy on Mikolas Mazinas. Going one way, then the other. Igor Mukin in 5th. Looks like Rickard Skalsims is down in 6th position as the field makes its way through into turn 9 now. Roll out of it and head down towards turn number 10 once again. Into the left-hander here at 11. As Igor Mukin up the inside of Pritsai. And Pritsai not giving any quarter there. He managed to keep it pinned to the other side of Igor Mukin, but that is bringing back Rikards Kaunzims into this mix. Through out of turn number 16, and after the opening lap, it is Martinas Stankiewicz that is leading the way by nearly 0.3 of a second ahead of Henrich Gruber. Mazinas, Mukin, Pritsai and Rikards Kaunzims round out the top 6. Then it is Margus Kingu up to 7th position at this early stage of the race as Pritsai looks for the move up the inside of Igor Mukin going through into turn 5, but unfortunately no room at the inn for the Estonian on that particular occasion. Kaunzims is giving Pritsai a little bit of pressure and he's looking towards the inside. Is he going to get the run into turn 10? That's going to be nip and tuck! Oh, and Kaunzims bounces over the curbs and luckily enough does not end up hurtling into the side of Pritsai, and both of them ending up off the circuit. And Kaunzims this time out of turn 13, he's gone to the outside. On turn 14, no one was giving any quarter there whatsoever. They both braked at the same time. But keep your eyes, Henrich Gruber looking for the lead! Looking for the lead, and he's got it! He's got it! He got through at turn 2! Henrich Gruber was 95 thousandths of a second behind Martinas Stankiewicz, and he saw the opening, and he sure as hell went for it. That was brilliantly done there by Henrich Gruber. But now Martinas Stankiewicz, he can lead, but he can also attack. Now they come out of turn number 9. Stankiewicz is about a kart length behind the 517. Through into turn number 12 they go once again. And that gap is starting to expand a little bit now. It's 2-3 kart lengths as they hurtle their way down into turn number 14. Stankiewicz a little bit later on the brakes, tighter on the apex. Through 15, through 16. And now, after lap number 3, it's no longer Martinas Stankiewicz leading the way, it's Henrich Gruber. And the gap now has gone from 95 thousandths behind to over 0.33 in front. That's over 0.4 of a second from when Gruber was behind Stankiewicz and to now where he is leading the way. Mazinas and Mukin have now held their holding station at the moment. For how much longer, anyone... Well, that question is begging for the answer. How long is a piece of string? So you've got Kaunzims, Pritsai in 6th, 7th Ivars Us, Maxim Shaposhnikov up to 8th, Jurasolitis 9th, Armanskanks 10th, and Margus Kingu, who was running P7 at one point, now is down in 11th position. Stankiewicz tries to do the old proverbial strategic game of DD2 Masters chess. Across the line after lap number 4. Gap is now under a 10th and a half. Henrich Gruber last time 54.790. Stankiewicz is right on his coattails, and that's coming out of turn number 4 into 5. Mazinas has got a little bit of an advantage over Igor Mukin. The gap between them last time around was nearly 2.5 of a second as the leaders make their way through into turns 8 and 9. Great corner this, because you can really put the power down and sweep the kart wide to really carry the momentum through into turn number 10. But Henrich Gruber looking to consolidate and extend that advantage, which now is probably the best part of close to 2.5, maybe 0.3 of a second at this moment. Lap number 4 about to be completed by the race leaders. A little bit further back, Rikards Kaunzims and Pritsai back into battle. Go the 5.09 and the 5.19 out of turn number 16. Henrich Gruber's lead now is nearly 5.5 of a second. So top 6, top 7. We'll make that. Pretty much everybody has held station on one lap. And now we are on to lap number 6 of this race. Now there was a bit of a drama there. That was Mukin and Mazinas, and that is going to allow Kaunzims to go around the outside. Pritsai to the inside, it's 3-1 into turn 10. Oh, they all make it through, and Pritsai has managed to get the best of the pair of them. As I think Mukin was a bit too, overzealous on that one when it came to trying to get through on Nicolas Mazinas. So that just really does showcase how close it can be on there. And Roger Young has been also putting well, we have actually had comments in the YouTube chat. Well, I haven't had the YouTube chat open all day. But there is the 520 of Ivazus that's just gone through on Nicolas Mazinas, so that is a change for 6th position. But Martina Stankiewicz now has the fastest lap of the race, 54.179. Igor Mukin is third, Pritsai in 4th. Kaunsims 5th, Mikolas Mazinas in 6th, I think, or might, well, is he behind Ivarazus? That is the big question. No, he is not anymore. And look at the brilliant sunshine that has bathed the circuit to see off our final race of the weekend. Absolutely wonderful timing there. So, oh, well, Hendrich Gruber is 2 1,000ths away from breaking into the high 53.9 second lap times. So, we're halfway through the race. 7 minutes to go on the timer, plus an additional lap. And one of the things I like about the Praga livery is if the sunlight hits it in a particular way, it gives a little bit of a sort of like a twinkle, a little bit of a shine. Gruber, however, has just gone across the line and has just nearly matched his fastest lap, a 54.062 by the Latvian on that particular occasion. Martina Stankiewicz, who has been racing with injuries this year, I might add, and has been concentrating his focus specifically on the work that he does behind the scenes with regards to the Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania Championship, RMC Nordic, and also running a team and being a driver of said team as well. Igor Mukin still in 3rd, and he is 3.3 seconds behind Stankiewicz, and in addition to that, he is 3.7 seconds ahead of Pritsai. So the battle that we see at the moment, Nicolas Mazinas in 6th and Ivarazus in 7th, is one of the closest battles at this juncture. Nearly 0.3 of a second separating them after lap number 8, but we're now on to lap number 10. And Hendrich Gruber and Martina Stankiewicz have both gone under the 53-second bracket. Hendrich Gruber decimated that 54-second limit by over a 10th and a half, 53.845. Stankiewicz just over a 10th slower, 53.954. Gap now expands to just over a second as we are on lap number 10 of this race. And that lead looks to be not just consolidated but extending further still. Gruber out of the final corner, Stankiewicz out of the final corner. 1.026 seconds with the distance between them, and that has now gone to 1.051. And another fastest lap. Gruber and Stankiewicz are putting on a display. They are not I don't think they're racing each other on the traditional well, they are racing each other on the traditional aspect, what am I saying? They are treating it like a qualifying session. They are putting in fast lap after fast lap. They're going to get the maximum out of the tyres that they can before they start falling off the cliff like lemmings. But the pace that they have just shown has been absolutely unbridled, and it has been unstoppable. Gap between Henrich Gruber, the leader, average speed on the previous lap, 89.69 kilometres per hour. Gap was just over a second. What is the gap now? Has it been extended? Well, it's been... Oh! Martina Stankiewicz now takes the fastest lap of the race, 53.762. Hendrich Gruber last time around. Oh, and Mikolas Mazinas has joined the party, 53.707. So not just the leaders can put in a fast lap. Mazinas says otherwise. He goes, right, okay, hold my drink. I'm gonna get the fastest lap of the race. What's more, he's going up the inside of Rickard's Kaunsims, and that was a good little move there, but Kaunsims gets back through, and that was going into turn 8, and then coming out of turn 9 and 10, into 11. And yeah, just the way that when Mazinas was just turning that kart right into turn 11, you could see that the back end on the left-hand side was wanting to sachet a little bit. It was effectively sliding out. 3 minutes to go, and Gruber's got the fastest lap back in his pocket, 53.632 seconds. By the number 517 on course to consolidate and extend his lead in the Nordic Challenge standings after this round. Tankovic now 1.13 seconds behind in second position. Igor Mukin is 5.5 seconds behind the race leader and is in effect 4.4 seconds behind Tankovic. Pritsai is nearly double the time behind. Well, he's nearly 5.5 seconds behind Igor Mukin. But Kaunsims and Mazinas, last time around they were split by just over 2.5 tenths. And Martinas Tankevicius, 53.571 sequence. And there is still 2 minutes to go, but the gap has only just dipped under the second bracket for the first time in quite a long time in this race. So 53.571 is the fastest lap by Tankevicius. But the timer is fast ticking away, and what a day it has been here in Ropaji, here in Latvia, at the 333 Sporto Complex here at the Baltic Circuit. Really been impressed with the layouts of the track as well. It's a little bit of everything. It's fast on the start-finish straight. You've got short shoots, you've got intermediate straightaways, and then you've got the tight and technical sections. Like here, turn 1 into 2 into 3. That's 3 left-handers on the bounce, then into the right at 4. And there is the gap between the pair. It's just over half a second, 0.526 to be precise, between Gruber and Tankevicius. And the next time we go across the line, it will be the penultimate lap of the race. Through into turn number 10 goes the 2 race leaders. Gruber leading Tankevicius. Igor Mukin falling a little bit further behind, 5.3 seconds is the disadvantage that number 523 representing Cyprus has had. He's also gone underneath the 53 second bracket, 53.925 his best lap. Jurasolitis also, who's currently running in a lowly 8th place, 53.973. We are now on the penultimate lap of this race, but also with that the penultimate lap of the race meeting. Tankevicius trying to close on in to Henrich Gruber, going into what will be our final lap of this meeting. Timer has officially expired about 20 seconds ago, so this time around it's not just the last lap of the race, it's the last lap of the weekend. Henrich Gruber looks over left and right shoulder using his peripheral vision to see where Tankevicius is in terms of proximity to the back end of his kart. Through out of turn number 4. Turn 5. And oh, what's going to happen on here, I wonder. You can see now that Martinas Tankevicius is no longer 0.4 of a second back. He's half a kart length behind. Out of turn 9 into turn 10 for the final time. Through into the right-hander coming up here at turn 11. Hard on the brakes. Tankevicius sweeps a little bit wider, gets a tighter apex and a tighter exit coming out of turn number 12. And he dive bombs up the inside on the final lap. Will Gruber get the switch back? No, he doesn't. Oh my goodness me, Tankevicius waited until the last moment, and he is going to get a clean sweep as well. Henrich Gruber will leave Ropaci with a championship lead in RMC Nordic, but, well, Martinas Tankevicius, you haven't lost it, mate. You haven't lost it. Sent it through on the inside. on the 14th corner, the second from last corner of the race, and the final. And yeah, I knew for a fact that Martinez. Look, there's the sportsmanship. Two gladiators of DD2 Masters karting shaking hands on the cool-down lap. But Martinez Stankiewicz joins Nikita Lubimov and Miska Kaskinen as clean sweep winners this weekend. There's your results. Martinez Stankiewicz takes the win in the end of race results. Henrich Gruber, solid weekend for the 517 from Latvia. 3 second place finishes. Igor Mukin, Pritsai, Mikolas Mazinas, Rikas Kanzims, Ivar Zus, Juris Olaitis, Armand Skanks, Maxim Shaposhnikov, and also Margus Kingu. That concludes the racing action as the marshals. Firstly, we have to say a very, very big thank you to them for their assistance. We have to say a big thank you to the staff and the team here at the 333 Sporta Complex. A big thank you to the medical crews and all the staff behind the scenes from race control, timekeeping, scrutineering, Park Ferme, live stream, registration, and everyone that has made it all happen. We have to say a big, big thank you to all the teams, all the drivers, all the families that have come here to Ropacci to make this event a very, very special one. We also have to say a big thank you to everyone watching at home. We really have enjoyed your company, and thank you so much for providing your support on the Rotax Max Latvia YouTube channel. If you haven't already, please give it a subscribe. It's one click for you, but it means so much more to us here at Rotax Max Challenge Latvia and the Rotax Max Nordic Challenge. That concludes what has been a... well, the weather has been questionable, but today luck was on our side and we have had sunshine bathe this 1,340 metre circuit in the last race. So for those wondering what is next for Rotax Max Challenge Nordic, the 18th and the 19th of August we head to our third different circuit, third different nation, and what's more, it's the final round. Aravete circuit in Aravete in Estonia, the 18th to the 19th of August. And on the 100th day of the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Nordic season, we will crown our champions. My name's Alex Goldschmidt. Thank you very much for watching. See you next time.